Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Octoly forgetting to mute the sound on his Twitch and listening to his own damn voice like a filthy animal.
So, when last we left off, we were just about to go declare on Ming again. Ming is now alone, which means that I do not have to worry about any overseas holdings, and we are just going to go ahead and make this declaration. We will bring... This is so funny. Oh man. I just love seeing that gigantic list. And this army is... Which army? This is not the cool peeps. This is a rank 8 fort, so that's unfortunate. We're going to go ahead and put the rank 3 person here. This is in Highlands as well, which is less than stellar. And these guys are just going to pop immediately to here. And we are all set. This army is here. We are going to bring them to where? It looks like there's only 2 forts in their entire nation at this point. So they have their capital fort. Nope, I stand corrected. There's a bunch of forts. I stand corrected. So this army is, I think, going to just recoup for a while. This is rank 8 fort. This is rank 8 fort. So it looks like they've upgraded all of their fortifications to level 8 forts. Except, of course, their capital fort, which is still reasonably small. I think actually what we're going to do... Can I get there in time? I don't think so. I'm going to wait until next month. So, we have the ability to pick up Separation of Powers. I don't really want to pick up Separation of Powers quite yet, though. Okay, so, we've ticked this over. And these guys are just going to pop to Yangzhou. They are going to pop in on Beijing. Negative 57% here. Do we want to force a... I think we need to do a barrage here. It's going to take so damn long otherwise. So they are at negative 71%, and we have the ability to chill for a while, I guess. So these guys can pop to Wuchang if we want. I guess they might as well. And we can see, really, this is a tiny supply limit. And it's this army, I don't necessarily want to do anything with for now. I think this army is going to jump in to wipe these guys once I've recovered a bit. So that'll be good. These guys are just going to wait, do the thing. We've got negative 28% now. So once we have taken this fort, we'll be one step closer. I want to start a golden era. It's tempting, but I don't think so. Anti-revolutionary zeal, or I think we're going to do improved artillery range. We're going to focus for right now, because we don't have to worry about the Liberty Desire until we stop feeding for a while. Anyway, do I want to do a barrage? I think I do. Yeah, we have 160% before getting the next one. I don't think I'm going to get a military group next. I think I'm going to get Thinger next. What's that thing called? I think I'm going to get espionage next. So since I'm getting espionage next, I might as well spend as much as I want taking these forts quicker. We want to speed up the rate at which we get this fight done. The other thing is that we do want these guys to be running into our territory and not defending their own, because we will be able to siege down their territories much faster than they are able to siege down ours. We have a lot of cannons. Okay, this army here is just going to chill. Just start a debate. Land attrition is pretty decent, actually. No, let's do quartering of troops. These guys are puttering around down here. Separation of powers is something we can do next year if we want. Let's pop to Chengdu. This army can keep going to where? I'm gonna leave these guys with this army. Never mind. This is farmland anyway, so we'll just bring them over here. It'll be fine. Or we'll bring them up here. This is a terrible idea. We're gonna bring them over here. If we bring them up here, we're bringing them really far away. I don't know which direction these guys are going. It looks like they are diving straight into my territory. These guys are negative 64% now. Excuse me. So, in 1 month, we will have fully recouped our losses here, and we can just continue going. So, so we have a tiny little army puttering around down there. We have finished converting over there. Whoops. And oh, we've ticked the next month, but apparently that is not sufficient. Okay, we do have a few cavalry missing. That's fine. We're just pop in to here. We do have a leader, yes. Yes, we have a pretty strong leader for this. And we can move. Oh, shit! You guys do not have a leader. 31st, 25th. This is a terrible idea for them. I mean, I don't have a leader, but why aren't you unpausing? What achievements did I get this run? So I already got the Thinger achievement. The sun never sets on the Indian Empire. I'm trying right now kind of for World Conquest, but I'm kind of half-assing my attempt for World Conquest. Why can't I unpause? Did I somehow unplug my monitor? Turn on my monitor. Keyboard. What the hell is going on here? Weird. So the other achievement that we're going for is the Orissa achievement. We started out as Orissa, so once we take all the tropical wood provinces, which will kind of happen naturally, assuming that we actually succeed in the world conquest, we will be getting that. We've probably also gotten other achievements that I already had, but those are the two main ones that I was going for on this run. And we'll see if I actually get the thing. So why can't I unpause with spacebar? It seems to me that... Okay, so my keyboard is... Whoa, my keyboard is plugged in, but none of my keyboard commands... Okay. Okay, none of my keyboard commands were working, but now they're all working again, so that was weird. It's like I couldn't actually get this set as the active window or something. So we're popping in here, gonna do our business. Let's see, Deacons of the Deep. Deacons of the Deep is the like weird, like swarm of like religious people, right? Yeah, that's a weird one because it's basically just a bunch of trash mobs. It's an interesting fight, but it's not. I would not say that it's a terribly difficult one at all. It's a very weird fight. Pretender rebels, oh no. So this is at 0% now. So we just won the Siege of Chengdu. 20% war score. And let's see here. Do we want to do anything special? So I'm wondering basically whether I want to take down all their forts immediately. And the other thing that I want to check is how expensive is it to take all of this crap, because they have all of these gigantic provinces in the west that are just such a huge nuisance to deal with. And if I could take just this, even, and I would probably want to take more than that, but even if I could just take that, that would give me quite a lot. I think I'm probably going to want to go for a 100% war score here. We're going to just form a client state and core the rest. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that fight is so easy, honestly. I think it's just... I don't know that they necessarily try to balance the difficulty of the encounters. So they probably just thought, hey, this will be an interesting idea for a fight. And they went with it. And it is an interesting idea for a fight. It is an interesting fight. It's just... surprisingly trivial to actually win. It's not like, oh, actually, these guys are the ones that should be fighting. So let's bring these guys over here. And these guys can just pop over here. Yeah, I find that the difficulty in that game actually fluctuates really dramatically over the course of the game. Some fights are really, really hard. Some are really, really easy. And the other thing about it that is actually kind of important is, depending on your play style, you will have an easier or harder time with certain bosses. Like, certain bosses require, if you do like certain types of play styles, they require just perfect play. But if you just switch up your play style, then all of a sudden it just becomes extremely easy. So because the fundamental like defensive strategy of either trying to block most damage or dodge most damage will play out differently depending on which fight you're in. We do not actually have enough soldiers here to siege this. That's pretty crazy. So these guys are just going to wander up to all my forts over here. This is, what, rank 2 forts. So we're now at the point where we're going to need to start finishing things up. So they are actually going to just walk over to Haizhou now. And we might be able to just dive them here successfully. We do have a slight numerical disadvantage here, but we do have god tier troops as well. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Look at 7.2 versus 5.3 morale. Jesus Christ. Bye. So we might actually stack wipe them here, which I wasn't actually intending. I wasn't expecting to be able to do that. It doesn't look like it. Stack wiping them requires that you outnumber them 2 to 1, and that's not going to be a thing. Okay, so these guys I can just walk along the coast to the south side there. Any more forts to deal with? I don't see any more forts. So I think what we're going to do... You at war with anyone else now? No. Okay, so... Do we want to start carpet sieging? I think we're going to start carpet sieging. Don't know where that army's going, though. So we're going to pop these guys down here to start this siege up. And this army, I think, is going to start carpet sieging around here. These guys are going somewhere. Let's see. Sister Frey? I don't actually remember. Did I finish that game even? I don't even remember what I have done with that game. I am really enjoying Europa Universalis. I always enjoy Europa Universalis. Europa Universalis is one of my favorite games. I really like the sort of complex strategy games, and like I find them to be incredibly interesting and fun. This is not a fort, so why does the fort icon exist here? Oh, because there's a fort here. I'm standing on one. I do like the Civilization series, but I like playing the Civilization series with my friends as opposed to playing it solo. I don't generally play Civ like by myself or for the stream because it's just not as interesting for me to do it that way. I used to, but once I started playing games like Europa Universalis, I kind of lost interest in the, shall we say, non-grand strategy. If that makes any sense? I just like the more complicated, like, dynamics of warfare and stuff like that. Whereas, like, if I'm playing Civ, I kind of feel like I'm wasting time a lot of the time. Because I feel like I'm just kind of sitting there and I don't have, like, there's not a lot of difficulty and challenge in what I'm doing there. And I could up the difficulty, obviously, but increasing the difficulty, it doesn't give you the same kind of experience where, like, increasing the difficulty in Civ feels like playing against like doing a raid in World of Warcraft, where by design it is unbalanced, right? It's not meant to be balanced. It's just brute force. So you have these entities that are ostensibly supposed to be similar, right? Like you and your opponents are ostensibly similar in terms of the mechanics that you're interacting with, but you're actually not in any meaningful way, right? Like you versus the AI are following completely different rules for everything, which is why generally, even like for this game, even I don't put it on a higher difficulty setting. I just leave it on the normal difficulty setting and try to do harder things. So I'll like try to figure out how to do a Byzantium run and stuff like that. And at some point, I'm going to run out of ways to increase the difficulty without actually increasing the difficulty. That's eventually going to happen because I'm going to become too good at the game eventually to actually not increase the difficulty. Like if you look at the people who like live stream regularly in this game, I would say that the majority of that's not what I want. If you look at the people who live stream this game regularly, I think that most of the people who live stream the game regularly are at this point so good at it that they've run out of interesting challenges outside of increasing the difficulty and then trying to do interesting challenges on top of that. If that makes any sense? Yeah. And at some point, because right now it looks to me like AI is something that we are getting to be able to solve games with. So it's my thinking that today's design, right, the fundamentals of today's design where we have so much admin power right now, holy shit. Do we want to... We can't embrace this institution, so we're just going to do separation of powers. This enables an idea group. And the idea group that we're going to take is, I think, espionage. Espionage isn't a great thing generally, but this yearly corruption bonus is, I think, going to be more impactful than anything else I could get right now, so we're going to go with espionage. The yearly corruption thing will allow me to take more overextension without reaching the point where I can no longer reduce my corruption, and it just ticks up naturally forever. Because we are now reaching the point where we're going to have the max number of states. Or rather, we're going to have over the max number of states and start... and just have that penalty capped out for the rest of the game. So, we're sitting on 45% war score, which is not that high. And I'm wondering how quickly that war score is going to raise from us sort of carpet sieging. So, these guys are going to do a bit of carpet sieging. Not a ton of carpet sieging, but just a little bit. Gonna just take these so that I can see where these guys are retreating to. Once we see where they're retreating to, we can take the fight to them. It looks like they might be retreating to Manchuria. So, but yeah, what I'm excited for is if you look at things like there is a AI that someone created for Dota, or specifically for Dota 2, that is actually able to do solo mid, and is actually able to beat with pure AI, not with like, not with any sort of cheats. There's no vision cheats or anything like that. It's just pure AI. With pure AI, it is able to actually beat some of the best players in the game, right? And by some of the best players of the game, I think I mean all of them, because I think that all of the best players in the game got beaten. And I think that, and I recall them saying at some point that they were legitimately like super impressed with some of the strats that the AI had come up with. Like basically the AI came up with strategies that felt like, I could have come up with this, and I should have come up with this by now, and I didn't, and I don't know why I didn't. Which is super cool, because it indicates that the AI is actually getting good enough that it's going to be able to replicate, like, human stuff. Right. But the key is that making an AI... So it's not that the AI for the chess is unbeatable, it's that a human isn't as good as it is, right? So unbeatable implies that it's a solved game, and it's not a solved game. They don't have a brute force AI for chess, right? It's not brute force, it's actually just good at the game. So it still gets beaten. So like this is the thing that's important to recognize. So the last time a human beat that AI in chess was a very long time ago, right? But that AI can still be improved, and the AI can still be beaten by another AI, right? So you can get a better AI. So the key for doing AI stuff, which is going to be fun for consumer products, right, is developing an AI that's not unbeatable and that isn't too good for players to beat, but an AI that is just difficult enough, and you're picking an AI that is at the right difficulty level for the for beating human players at X skill level, right? And I think that that's going to be really cool. It's going to give you all sorts of interesting things to do. Because again, like the way that the system works, right, you have an AI that is of a certain skill level, right? And you can improve that skill level to exactly the amount that you want to improve it to, and then go no further and do all sorts of interesting stuff. I'm very excited for the future of AI. I think it's going to be super interesting to see how it's utilized and all that kind of stuff. Apparently we have Mamlukian separatists spawning soon. Do I want to peace out now? So if we peace out taking this entire western front here, then the next time we go to war with them, we don't have to take a bunch of this... we don't basically have to carpet siege over here, and the fight becomes more dense and more easy to acquire war score quicker. And that's basically what we want. Okay, so this is 95% war score, and that is good. I think we're going to do this. But yeah, the other thing is that, and this is super interesting, is that you can create an AI that is meant to do a specific thing, right? So like as an example, if you're looking at the AI in this game, the AI in this game, you don't want the AI to behave like a player, and you don't want it to have victory conditions that are human player-like. What you want is for the AI to behave in a way that gives a good experience of sort of like feeling like this is a realistic way for these nations to be responding to the kind of aggression that you're perpetrating. And that is an interesting dynamic as well, I think. Like coming up with AI that does like certain this sort of RPs better. And obviously, like some people when they play this game, they want the AI to play like a player, and they want less sort of simulationism, right? And they want more of like just a strategy game, right? And that's not really what I want, because like I enjoy the simulationist aspect of it. I enjoy being able to interact with the AI as like a not as a player of a game so much as like like a political body that has its own desires and things like that, right? Because again, the game doesn't have a win condition, right? One of the things that's really weird and takes me out of the game when I'm playing Civilization is as soon as you start to get close to winning like a tech victory or something like that, the AI has a tendency to everyone just declares war on you because you're close to winning, and so everyone just randomly starts declaring war on you because the AI knows it's playing a game. And I find that to be very like weird and disconcerting. Right? That's not how I prefer for that to go down. I'm actually thinking about whether I want to just give everything up to thingers, or whether I want to take some of it for myself, because it turns out the Northern Territories are pretty small still. They only have 320 development, so I could, if I want, just give them their full overextension limit, and then core everything else myself. So I might not actually need a new client state yet. Because right now, I should give them this. Show. So how about Lanzhou? This would also. Okay. So I can't actually core these. I made a mistake in my dealings here, but that's okay. We can start coring everything if we want. I was only at 126% overextension before I started this, so I should be fine here. I probably should have done this before I popped in here. Do I want to just start coring? Oh, the other thing that I can do, I forgot. Have you guys finished coring? Yes, it looks like this stuff is all cored now. How on earth are they coring this freaking fast? It can't have been more than like a year, right? I'm gonna have to look at the calculations for that again, because I was under the impression that reducing the cost no longer reduced the time it takes to core, that it still took 3 years. But what I'm seeing here implies to me that the cost is being reduced by, or sorry, the cost reductions are actually reducing the thinger as well. So we will give them Kuba. Kumbana. Yaka. And Batamba. And what is this? Mabata. Who's next? So, Nipemba is next. Guess we'll do both of these. And what is this? I actually didn't need to give them Ndongo. Ndongo is in the Thanger state. Ziku. I'm reasonably sure that it's Ndongo, right? Yeah, Ndongo I didn't need to give to them, but that's fine. I should have cored this myself because it's part of the trade region. Alright, so Bharati Central Africa is doing its business. We are merging these armies together. We are going to do this for now. And once this finishes up, we can give this province over, and then we can declare on Bunyoro again. So, how are we doing on overextension? We have some provinces here, and I think I might just want to core them all. I don't want to cap on admin power. Speaking of capping on admin power, we should probably swap to Diplo as our focus and have that go well. I should actually talk to... I have a friend who works in AI design, and I actually don't know what the field that he works in is, even, because there's so many different usages for it. So I have legitimately no idea what specific implementation of AI he does, and that would be a super interesting field to learn more about. So I should actually go talk to him at some point and ask him, like, hey, what kind of projects, like, are you even doing, right? Like, what is it that you work on? Because I'm very curious about that field. Okay, so we have these guys just chilling up here, and things are expanding pretty quickly at this point. We now have these guys as a tributary of Ming. I can... it wouldn't be a corporate secret in practice because he just joined a new company. Obviously, whatever he's specifically working on for them might be a secret, but it's not my estimation that he wouldn't be able to talk about the generalities of the kinds of stuff that he works on, because it's not like he's not like he's been working for the same company for a long time where they would have a lot of a lot of control over what kind of stuff he can talk about, because he can't talk about the stuff that he works with his company on, but he can talk about the generalities of his work, I would think. Anyway, let's see here. Also, I think he was planning on making his own company at some point. And I don't actually know where that went. But I'm actually surrounded by, like, a huge number of really smart people in my life, because that's what happens when you live in Singapore, is you just end up with a lot of, like, ridiculously smart people around. Peter isn't Singaporean, but he was smart enough that his company sent him to Singapore. that's like an entire classification unto itself. The kinds of people that you get in Singapore. I mean, I was not sent here by a company. I sent myself here because, I was dating a Singaporean. But the general, like, quality of the expats here is, oh, you are some, like, super genius in your field. That's why you're here, right? It's a weird place, because it's just seeping with talented individuals in a way that, like... in a way that I've certainly never experienced before in my life. Like, I've never felt like when I was in South Florida that every second person that I ran into was some sort of genius. So Singapore is, so it's basically the highest GDP country in the world that doesn't have oil, if I recall correctly. And assuming that it's held true over the last couple of years, which it might not have, but I think it probably has. So Singapore is a city-state. It is it's a city of about 6 million people, I think, at this point. The number keeps increasing, right? But it's a very small island. There's no such thing as like a rural area. There's like, I live in like the middle of nowhere. Like, I live in Nowheresville, and I live in a 13-story apartment complex completely surrounded by other 13-story apartment complexes, and like there's a train station within a couple of blocks of me, and if you go any direction it's 13-story apartment complexes for miles until you start hitting the malls, right? Like this is again the middle of nowhere, right? I live in the equivalent of the suburbs or the rural area, but it's extremely urban in a way that, like, you would think I was in downtown New York City, but I'm not. Let's see. In terms of exports, mostly patents and copyrights, I think. Singapore does a lot of scientific research. Particularly, Singapore really benefited when George Bush decided that he was just going to outlaw biomedical research completely. He didn't technically outlaw biomedical research, but functionally he did with some of the things that he put into place. What that ended up doing is causing a shit ton of American scientists to move over to Singapore. So there's now a bunch of there's a huge amount of biomedical research done in Singapore. Singapore invented the gene gun. I'm trying to remember what it's called. They invented CRISPR. And they're the source of a lot of different things, way more things than you would necessarily expect from such a small nation, because there's a lot of support for, so I have 53% overextension right now. It's good to know. How long will this take? It'll take almost 2 years. So I'm coring this shit a lot slower than my vassals are. Let's see here. But yeah, so the primary export of Singapore, because there's no natural resources, right? It's an urban city, right? They do have like a little bit of a farming community that works locally, so you have like local egg production and local production of things like that. You do have a few local businesses that do that kind of stuff, but I don't think those are meaningful exports. I don't know that they export that shit at all. I think that that's more of the government's attempts to have the capacity for self-sufficiency, because it has strained relations with its neighbors for a variety of reasons that we don't need to go into. But basically, the neighbors in Singapore are friendly when they're friendly, but when the politicians in the local in the region feel like drumming up their base and, you know, doing sort of populist bullshit, they're basically riling them up against the Singaporeans, because the Singaporean population is majority Chinese, basically, and it's a pocket in a sea of Malays in this region. So anyway, let's see here. So what else? Yes, that's the basic gist. Singapore is a country that has... Actually, you know what the primary export of Singapore is? To be perfectly honest, extremely talented people that are sick of working their asses off for someone else to profit off of. Like, that's basically the dynamics. So Singapore exports Singaporeans who then go do amazing things in other countries. So a Malay is... So Malays are an ethnic group in Southeast Asia. It's sort of a blanket term for quite a few sort of like subdivisions, right? But the Malays are the primary ethnic group in Malaysia, which was formerly known as Malaya. The interestingly enough, the I in Malaysia is actually from Singapore, because Malaysia used to include Singapore, because they anyway, it's a whole thing. But part of the reason that the relations are a bit strained ties directly to the fact that Singapore used to be a part of that. I don't know. Actually, now that I don't actually know, I don't know whether Malay is a Malay word or if it's an English word. I don't know. I've never heard anyone refer to the Malays as anything else, and I mean, it's a huge ethnic group here. I wouldn't expect that Malay was just a British term, but I mean, I could be wrong. I don't actually know. I do not know. I do know that the way that I guess it depends. No, I don't know. Now I'm actually really curious. I'm actually legitimately very curious. So, because they do refer to the Chinese Singaporeans as Chinese, and Chinese is definitely an English term. So, but part of that has to do with trying to the sort of centralization of the Mandarin and Hokkien speakers into pretending that they're all one ethnic group, right? Because they're not, right? Like, Chinese is not an ethnic group, right? Chinese contains multitudes, right? It contains multiple distinct languages. It contains a lot of different things. But anyway, it's a whole thing. But I don't actually know. I don't know whether the word Malay is an English word or not, because I haven't heard an equivalent word that I would think of as, oh, okay, this is the word for the Malays in Malay. So, I guess I could just check. What is the Malay word for Malay? It's funny, actually, because the word is Bahasu Malayu or Malayu. So it's Malay is definitely the local word. It might be a weird pronunciation, right? So my thinking is that Malay is a local word. Yeah. I've actually done a lot of playthroughs as Malacca. I really enjoy playing as Malacca. I like playing as Malacca and setting Johor as my capital. Because Johor includes Singapore. Oh, speaking of which, we're actually on the map right now. So Singapore is actually, if you look at Johor here, see this weird thing where the sea goes in a little and then stops, and it goes in a little and then stops? That's not how the actual map looks. In the actual map, there's a whole body of water that goes straight through here. The ocean goes straight through. And it cuts this little bit off from the mainland, and this little bit cut off from the mainland is Singapore. Fun fact. So Singapore is actually on this map, but this map looks extremely weird because if you look at a map of Malaysia, you're going to see that Johor is cut this way. Like, it's not shaped this way. It's got this growth on it. It's like, what the fuck is this growth? And it's like, oh, that growth is the country I live in. Okay. But it's particularly weird because if you look at some of the nearby islands, like this island here, this island is so much smaller than Singapore, and it's on the map, even though there's no reason for it to be. But Singapore, which is actually reasonably relevant in the time period of this game, not represented even physically on the map. I don't think that Singapore necessarily needs to be its own, like, separate division here by any stretch of the imagination. They could do it if they wanted, but I don't think any reason to. But, like, it is definitely amusing. So, Bintan, I don't know where Bintan is. Anyway, it's interesting stuff. Let's see. So we're at 56% overextension. We only have 0 stability. I'm going to wait until I finish my overextension before I do the stuff. And these guys, are going to core this stuff eventually. Who do I want to declare on now? I feel like we've got a truce with Ming for 12 years. And I feel like it makes a degree of sense for me to declare war on someone that's a tributary of Ming. And Tondo is a tributary of Ming. That's interesting. If I declare on a tributary of Ming, then I can potentially either piece Ming out manually, which is probably going to be hard because they have so many troops, or I can just take that as an excuse to take a bunch of territory from Ming. The issue with that is if I do that, then I'm going to stop coring all this stuff. And we don't want to stop coring all this stuff. We do want to keep this stuff coring. So do we want to actually let ourselves wait for a... I guess we don't need to wait for a 13-year truce, though. Either way. Either way, we don't have to wait for that. We can just finish coring this stuff, and then we declare war on them again via their tributaries. I will say that the tributary system is a huge weakness, especially in the late game, for the like sort of people like Ming, who are these big nations that are going to have tons of tributaries. Because I can just keep declaring war on Ming, and sure, I'm only able to take half as much territory off of them in each war, because of the fact that every province is going to cost twice as much, and of course I'm going to have more aggressive expansion. But nobody cares about Ming because Ming has completely consolidated its cultural group. So nobody's going to give a shit. Ming's the only Confucian nation in the world, and they're the only nation with any of the Chinese groups. So, Chinese culture. So nobody else gives a shit if I take territory from them. So aggressive expansion ceases to be relevant. So what do we want to do? I don't think we're going to go after Ming yet, which means... But then again, by the time we actually consolidate our troops to where we want them to be, we might be totally willing to go after Ming again. We have Guj here. Actually... I have spare thingers. I just remembered this. I still have spare client states, which means that since I have spare client states, I could take 2 client states worth of territory off of Ming right now and not have any problems with that whatsoever. So never mind. We're actually going to keep diving Ming and keep shrinking them down because I think that's what we want to do. Ming now has 871 development. We do need to start catching up on Great Britain. We have less than 100 years now, but we'll see. Well, the thing about it is that I'm not actually weakening Ming's economy by very much. So every time I declare war, right, I am just pissing them off more and more and more. And I'm not actually... I'm not basically putting them into debt. I'm not doing anything that's going to cause them to want to dishonor an alliance. One could potentially argue, right, that like Ming would have a vested interest in not like joining in to a fight just because I'm clearly going to win the fight. But the AI doesn't work that way. Like, the AI doesn't look at how powerful one side of the alliance chain is when it makes that kind of decision, for reasons that I think make sense. It's very difficult to program in so basically balance between a nation protecting itself from clearly superior enemy by just not getting involved, and a nation thinking, if all of my tributaries are just getting eaten, I'm going to be completely devoured myself as soon as this truce is over, right? So, like, if you have an aggressive nation in the region, so, like, as an example, I'm clearly an aggressive nation in this region, just conquering everything. Ignoring all of my conquests is a great way to get all of Europe annexed, because that's basically what happened to Europe, right? So it's not a great strategy to just completely abandon everyone. If Ming attacked me while I was in Europe, that would be hard because they would have a truce with me. But if Ming decided to attack me while I was... Sorry, not in Europe, in Egypt. If I had all of my troops over here in Egypt when Ming attacked me, they would have roughly a year and a half before they got through all of my fortifications. And in that time, I could bring over an army of sufficient size to just demolish their army. Because at this point, I have the Leviathan military, right? Like, attacking... I could even just build an army if I wanted, just like I just did there, to deal with Ming's army. Because I just do that twice, and that deals with Ming's army. There are positions where they could attack me where it would make my life harder, but they would really need to form a coalition for that, and I'm not allowing the truces to expire for long enough for people to form a coalition. So... the coalition mechanic, I think, would be interesting if there was a way for the coalitions to deal with the sort of truce breaking. Not truce breaking, but the breaking a coalition via truce, which is a strategy that is just extremely powerful. Yeah, I'm just juggling my truces. So basically, I had my truce expired with Ming for maybe like half a year before I declared war on them, while I just moved my troops over. But while I was at war with the Ottomans, I don't think I was even out of truce with Ming. I think for the very end of the war I was. But by that point, I'm already ready to peace out with the Ottomans and move on. Is it time to go after the filthy Brits? I have 0.76 corruption from too many territories right now. And I have... I have the ability, if I want, to create another client state and have this client state just work all of this for me. So I could create a client state in this region, and that would actually be really useful for me. So do I want to go after Tondo, which is a tributary of Ming? They're allied with Ternate. Ternate is not a tributary of Ming. So if I declared on Ternate, I could actually take... I could basically take all of Tondo and all of Ternate in one war. And that might be valuable. Yes, I think I want to do that. But do I want to declare on Ternate, though, or do I want to declare on Tondo? I think I want to declare on Tondo. If I declare on Tondo, that will bring me into a war against Ming again. And if I can take enough of their forts quickly enough, then I might actually be able to piece Ming out of the war really fast. If I can just get a white peace with Ming, that'll reduce the sort of cooldown for me to dive them again. So we're going to wait for our troops to be out of the Black Flag, and then we will declare war on Ming again. I mean, technically we're not declaring war on Ming, but we're basically doing it. Yeah, Indonesia I haven't done a very good job with. I'm not going to lie. Indonesia I should have consolidated earlier in the game, and I haven't consolidated Indonesia, and that's been a sizable mistake for me. But yeah, I think I'm going to give all of this territory. I'm just going to give all of Tondo over to a client state, and then I think I'm just going to give all of these things over to that client state. Let's take a look at my Liberty Desire now, because I do need to check. The relative power of all client states to Bharat is 38%, which is giving me 28% Liberty Desire at this point. So my client states will eventually start to have actual Liberty Desire, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's see. What are we going to do here? We have 3,000 to fully reinforce. Ming has actually built more troops now than they had at the start of the fight. Interestingly enough, Ming has rebuilt their army for the war. And Oh, but if I declare war on Tondo, then I'm gonna stop coring this shit. I don't want to stop coring this shit. Fine, I think we'll declare war on turn 8 instead. So we'll wait until we can get our troops to our ships, which is actually pretty much instantly. As soon as these guys get to Yangzhou, they can solo Tondo and turn 8. Who is going north? Is anybody going north? These guys are going north, and these guys are going to go to Yangzhou as well, actually. Am I going to send them to Yangzhou? Yes. This fleet's going to go into Yangzhou as well, and these ships will pick up the first army, and then the second army will be picked up. But I do want to form a client state over here before I start declaring war on people like Britain and Spain, because it's really, really annoying to micromanage your troops to take control of like dinky little islands in the middle of nowhere. It's just really annoying to try and do that. But if you have a client state in the region, the client state that you have in the region can do the job for you, and that saves you a huge amount of hassle. So I think we are ready to declare. I do declare war on you. We're not going to set Tondo as co-belligerent because it turns out it doesn't cost extra Diplo power to do conquest, even if I don't. And we're all set. That's something that I didn't even realize, and it just goes to show you how you can legitimately do world conquests without actually knowing all of the mechanics. Oh, scutage is super useful. Oh my goodness, don't get me started on frickin' scutage. That's actually a good point. That didn't even occur to me to put them on scutage so that I could just keep declaring war on Ming. I don't think I would want to anyway, because I really love my vassal swarms. But what's really good for scutage for me, as someone who I like to play as Byzantium as well quite a lot. And if you're playing as Byzantium, what you can do is if you give control of provinces on the east coast of the Ottoman territory, so you give Biga and Kocaeli over to your vassal, if you give those to Athens in particular is useful, then what's interesting about that is that if you can get control of the sea here, then they can't get control of these two things because they're not at war. They'll have military access, but they won't be at war. And since they won't control both sides of the channel, and they can never control both sides of the channel no matter what they do, you can completely lock them on one side of the strait or the other, and there's no way for them to get back. And that is a very, very powerful tactic that is just so damn useful. It's so useful. We have 40,000 troops chilling over here. Where the hell are you guys going? They're going to join that army, that's fine. You guys are going to pop over here, I guess. And this army is going to start dealing with rebels, question mark. Yeah, we'll just deal with unrest here. One of the really nice things about humanism, and particularly if you have humanism plus offensive, but if you have a bunch of modifiers that reduce separatism in your provinces, it's better for you to take the provinces yourself and then gift them to your vassals in the first place, because if you gift the provinces to your vassals that way, it takes less war score to take them because you are going to have more administrative efficiency than your vassals do, which means that the overall war score cost is reduced, and that's great. But it also means if you have things like humanism, let's see, let's go here. If you have things like humanism, then the separatism separatism is based off of who conquered them, right? So what you can do is you can take the territory, you get the reduced separatism, and then you give it to your vassal, and the vassal only has to deal with a smaller amount of separatism instead of having to deal with the full separatism value that they would have. So even though like they don't benefit from your ideas in the sense of like national or like global unrest reduction and things like that, they do benefit from the reduced separatism because you're the one who technically conquered the province. And that I find to be a very cool and interesting interaction. Do I want to keep it? Yeah, I'm going to keep influencing people. There's no reason not to. Oh, and I have the ability to start constructing the Panama and Suez Canal. So we are going to construct both of these. Yahoo! So once we finish these projects, we will have an easier time navigating the world. Panama Canal is much less important, honestly, than the Suez Canal, because we already have like complete control of all the things. So we don't really need it that much, but that's fine. Over here, we do need to carpet siege, so we will finish this fight. How are we doing over here? You guys are here. Oh, is there a... No, that's the wrong ship. Okay, so that's been sack wiped. We're going to move you into the capital. And... we can... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's super interesting. So these guys do not actually have access to a full pathway here. Is this actually the fastest way to get there? It can't possibly be. It must be faster to go this way. Because I control this, right? Huh. Weird. So these guys are going to get on the ships. And then, never mind, they're not going to get on the ships because the ships got into a fight. Alright, so we're at 51% war score. We haven't even taken the capital of the target nation yet, and we're at 51% war score, so that's going pretty fast. Let's see. What is the status on our truce with the Ottomans? Magellan bonus. By Magellan bonus, do you mean a bonus for circumnavigating the world first? The first nation that circumnavigates the world gets a bonus to their naval tradition, which is a fundamentally temporary bonus because it's just a bonus that they get immediately. And they also get, I think, 100 prestige. So their prestige is going to pretty much cap out if it's positive, and if it's negative, like if you had negative prestige and you circumnavigate the globe, it's a huge deal. Generally speaking, if you as the player doing it, if you're doing what I tend to be doing, if you're doing these sort of world conquest type things, where I don't tend to worry too much about whether I'm actually going to finish the world conquest and actually get literally everything, because I find the early game mechanics more fun and interesting than the late game. But it's fun to go into the late game with the highest amount of advantage that you have, and then be sloppy and lazy and not actually finish your world conquest. Because that is how I roll. And yes, there is a confirmed vassalocracy decision, but confirmed vassalocracy is, in my opinion, that's much more of a, like, thing that is based off of conquering this like whole sea, the Mediterranean Sea, because you have to be the strongest, like, whatchamacallit, you have to be the strongest in all of these like places at the same time. Generally speaking, I think you're going to usually do that by conquering everything as opposed to actually using your light ships for it. But I mean, that's just me. It just seems like the easier way to do it, right? Like, if you're Great Britain, you might as well just conquer your way into control of all of those things as opposed to thingering. So, here's a question. Do I have any real reason to keep this going? I guess I need to wait for these guys to fall apart. Go. And let's see, you guys are a little bit injured, but not very much. You guys are gonna pop over here. And what else do we need to do? This is from my mercenary army, actually. So these guys need to consolidate together. So we are going to check if I take all of this and I guess now that I think about it, if I want to give all this stuff to a trade company, then I'm going to need to get them close enough together. So I should take more, because yeah, I'll definitely take as much of Tondo as I can in this war. I don't think there's much reason not to. We can also declare on Brunei and finish annexing them. We've already got a core here, so because basically I lost that to British separatist rebels that I forgot about. Because the British spawned a bunch of Brunei separatists over and over and over again, and they spawned like 40,000 of them. And it's like, oh god. Let's see. Oh, really? You can do confirmed third vassallocracy with Asian nodes as well? That's interesting. Which ones? So, Coromandel, Gujarat, Gulf of Aden, Bengal, and Malacca. Oh, we're almost done with that, actually. Oh, you have to complete maritime ideas. So I actually have this done, but who's going to do maritime ideas? Like, let's be honest. Like, maritime ideas is not great. The ships can repair in coastal sea zones is actually really cool. That actually is cool, I will admit, but you know what I would say? So I'm like, look, I'm looking at maritime, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking, what would make me consider taking maritime? The bonus that you get here, ships repairing in coastal sea zones, is actually really good. This is a really good thing, which will basically make it so that there's much less micromanagement necessary for your navy. If I was going to redesign maritime in a way that would allow me to say conclusively, this is something worth taking, and this will make me a god on the sea. This will make me able to fight in the sea better, right? I mean, but fighting on the sea is naval ideas. So let's see. Does naval ideas have it either? They do. So they have superior seamanship, which gives them 10% bonus to their naval engagement. If you could get engagement width increase from maritime, it actually would be worth taking, potentially. The problem is that maritime is just not... I feel like maritime just doesn't make a huge amount of sense. I just don't. You get a bonus to your naval tradition from protecting trade. Okay, fine. You get a bonus to your national sailors. This is fine, but it's not amazing, because if you get merchant marines, the national sailors modifier, generally speaking, is only relevant if you have all of your heavies all out. So what is this going to do for you? In practice, this means that I can leave my heavies in the trade fleets even during non-wartime, which is basically what I would say is that's what this is going to do for me. Let's see. Global ship repair, plus 10%. If that increases it by 10% if depending on what this means by 10%, it's either trash or it's actually potentially pretty powerful. And they will be adding the Marines. That is true. So maritime might be improved dramatically by it. But just based off of what I'm seeing here, I legitimately just don't see what the purpose of most of these maritime idea group things are. I feel like they're trying to differentiate it from trade, right? But trade is just better, pretty much, than maritime, because maritime doesn't give you bonuses to your military, because that's a naval, and it doesn't really give you bonuses to your economy, because that's trade. So why do you exist? I feel like maritime should just be removed from the game and replaced with just naval ideas is what you have, because none of these bonuses, except for this, are things that I think really belong. And I would actually say that this plus 10% ship durability is pretty nice. I would just move this bonus to here. Maybe put this somewhere in here. I don't even care. But it's very hard to imagine someone legitimately taking Maritime unless they're doing some RP thing. Because you're spending so much just for a little bit of extra convenience, and that just seems like a strange investment for me. That's the hot take that I have. I find it very hard to imagine Maritime actually doing something useful. There's no way on earth that this was faster. It would have been faster just drop the ships down here and do this manually. So... And it looks like we are going to need to get back in the ships to do that. Oh, these guys are actually... You know what? Never mind. We're not going to get back in the ships. We're just going to move these guys down here. Alright, so what's next? So these guys are sieging this down. That's all well and good. Do we have our people working on Thinger? I'm pretty sure we do. But yeah, hopefully the addition of the Marines is going to have the desired effect. I do think that the Marines have a very uphill battle in their potential utility. Because, like, I'm looking at the Marines and what they've said about the Marines, and I legitimately don't see how they'll be terribly useful. Because that shock damage received modifier is, like, what are you even doing? Why would you make Marines weaker? That's just crazy to me. Because the Marines are, if they're weak against shock, they're going to be useless for basically the whole game, right? Like, you can't use a unit that has a 25% extra damage modifier against shock damage. Those are just going to be... That's basically like Ming troop bad, right? Like Ming troops with low... whatchamacallit? With low Imperial authority. So... if you have Ming troops with low Imperial authority, bad levels of, troops, what purpose do they serve? So hopefully they are improved pretty dramatically. I don't think I actually need to take these provinces, now that I think about it. I'll take this province, but I don't think I'll need the other two provinces. That should be fine. Because we can't... This is 100% war score anyway. Oh, actually it's not, is it? I might actually be able to do this. Because I forgot, the Imperial is... It says that it's 50% war score for this. 25% shock damage received better than -3 to rolls. Well... I don't... That's an interesting question. So, I don't... I think it depends. Honestly, it depends on a lot of things. That's something to get into, because it depends to a degree on RNG, but it also depends to a degree on how the quality of your general. But the other thing is that nobody's getting that -3 penalty to rolls. I'm sorry, but nobody's actually doing a naval assault. Like, no one's attacking from the ocean into that -3 penalty. So, because it's crazy to do so, right? It's an insane thing to do. So since that's an insane thing to do in the first place, it lends, like, it makes it difficult to, like, it really requires that there has to be it has to be a replacement for something that is actually going to happen in the game, right? But yeah, and if you're attacking like an island, one province minor, for 99% of the game. That was funny. Okay, let's deal with their revolutionaries. Even if it's better for fighting like a one province minor, when you're fighting a one province minor for basically any time that you're going to be attacking a one province minor, it doesn't really matter even, because like you're going to have such a huge advantage over them in terms of your military offensive. Because if you don't have a huge advantage over them, you're just not going to attack them, right? You're just not going to go in on like the knights until you have way more troops than them, right? You need to have enough troops that you can just sit. It's like, well, I'm flanking you with my full flank width, so it doesn't matter what you roll or what I roll, I'm still going to obliterate you, right? Like, that's the key there. But you are right that, hypothetically speaking, in certain circumstances where you are absolutely forced to do so, they could be valuable with the current design. That said, I'm not anticipating that the current design is going to hold. I don't think it will. I'm pretty sure that they're going to rework them a bit, or they'll be valuable because merc spam will no longer be a thing. Like, that's basically what I'm thinking, is that merc spam will either become non-viable enough that people legitimately do it just for that, just because of the fact that it's not going to come out of manpower. It'll come out of sailors. But it's an interesting thing. We'll see how it goes. That would make a lot of sense. That would not surprise me, honestly. So Tondo is going to be added to the coalition, except they're not, because they're not going to exist. I mean, they might. They might be a one-province minor after this, because I don't actually know if I have all their territory. But we are now going to go ahead and create... How are we doing on overextension? Oh my goodness. We got so much of the overextensions. So who has a good amount of development? I guess I should just look at the development map, huh? I don't have my normal set of things here because this is my Linux install, and so I don't have everything set. Yeah, the game ends in 1821. But, I mean, the playthrough ends when I finish conquering the world, which may happen earlier than that. Or when I rage quit, which happened. Rage quit. I never rage quit, I just get bored. That's not true. I'm sure I've rage quit something at some point. But generally speaking, I don't know, I guess it depends. Does it count as a rage quit if I'm just, like, so annoyed with myself that I don't feel any reason to continue? Because I'm like, I could have done this so much better. I could have done this so much better. I have so much better strategies that I could use in the next attempt. I want to just do the next attempt rather than this one. I guess that kind of counts as a rage quit, right? Close enough. So we're going to assign this to a client state. This client state is going to be called the... Yeah, I guess it kind of counts. It's just not the typical kind of rage quit that most people... I get much more annoyed with myself than I have ever really gotten annoyed with hangers. With, like, any... Like, I very rarely get annoyed with, like, an actual game so much as I get annoyed with myself for having done badly. But... I don't know, though. I don't really even think of it as a rage quit. Because a rage quit implies that I'm giving up. Whereas when I feel like I could have done better, I immediately want to do another attempt. And actually, early on in this run, I actually felt like I could have done a much better start here. And I wish that I could restart. But I didn't actually want to restart just because of the fact that I'm kind of just killing time right now until the next patch is released. The next patch is going to change the way that mercs work. You'll note that I didn't actually start building merc regiments until really late in this game. Part of that was just to get an idea of if you're only using manpower regiments and you don't use any mercs, how difficult is that, right? Like what kind of concerns do you have for manpower and stuff like that? So that was one of my concerns there. So, if I give them... I can't give them these provinces over here. I don't have a pathway to expand them out. So that's a problem. Also, I call this Malaya, even though clearly they're not going to get to Malaya anytime soon. Because if I put them here, I don't have any provinces here. But the way that I would need to do it is I would need to take one of these provinces off of Britain, give that over, and then expand from there. So I do think, however, that I'm going to give them a bunch of these islands because I can. They're going to take everything that I have cores on over here as well because it doesn't matter. I wasted a little bit of mana coring them, but that's fine. So, let's see. Tay-Tay. And this is... The other thing that's going to be nice, by the way, is that the next patch, one of the quality of life changes that they're making to that patch is they're going to change it so that no matter how you give vassals territory, you always get the benefits of giving the vassals the territory. It's not going to be like, oh, well, if you give it to them this way, then it improves their relations with you. And if you do it this way, it reduces their liberty desire. And if you do it this way, it does it this way. None of that crap. You just give them the province however you want. You can give it to them because you can assign these to... Actually, can I assign you to client state? No. I can't assign you to an existing client state, yes? I was just making sure that I couldn't just give this province to them, because that would be convenient. But yeah, if I do declare on Britain, we can do this. Do we want to bring 100,000 troops over to the British Isles and blow up Britain? I think we might want to, yes. And we also have, if we look here, we have a bunch of troops here. So we can potentially get some good work done here. Okay, you guys are going to go pick up this army. This is which army now? This is not the Merc army. This fleet... This guy's going to get picked up and brought down here. We're just going to pick all these guys up. We'll drop them off here, grab these guys, and then we will come back to Europe. I think the time's come to go after Europe. So do we have any cores that we need to make? Moluccan. You know what? Yes. So we're going to core you. Shibe. Shibe, Shibe. Oh, baby, won't you wait? Okay. Let's see. This is Northern Territories. Northern Territories. We will grant them a province. Lanzhou. Oh, nice! That's 98%. Perfect. So we have Buru, and we have these two. Where's Buru? I can't core that because it's got a person sitting on it. So we're just going to go ahead and core all this. It's fine. 71% overextension. How are we doing here? So rooting out corruption, we have... Yeah. I'm pretty sure if we get ourselves espionage, we should be able to not have to worry about the too many territories limit at all. The concern about the too many territories limit at this point in the game is not the financial cost of it. The purpose of it is that if it gets too high, then if I get that plus overextension, there's actually no ways to reduce my my corruption. So my corruption will just automatically be increasing continuously, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. So do we want to just dive in here? I think we should be able to get here. Oh, never mind, this is over here. Oh well, that's fine. Ships will lose a little bit, but it's okay. How are we doing over here? These guys are going to cause problems for us, so we're going to need to pick these guys up again. And we will drop them off in Kadiri, because I'm pretty sure these guys are going to go there. Turn 8 separatists shouldn't cause any separatism there, I don't think, because I don't think turn 8 is at the proper location for that. Like, I don't think this will be a problem for me. Yeah, they control the province. I don't get any extra separatism because this is turn 8 separatists. It's not separatists that are like Balinese or anything like that. That was actually potentially scary. I should have paid attention to which nation that was, because I do actually have a lot. Muthul Solam Thotham is so huge at this point that they have a lot of stuff. So, my Merc army is ready to pop over to Britain. And we can accept this, and accept this. I have so little legitimacy, it's kind of ridiculous. We need to pop this up. I didn't actually do, for those who are curious why I have so little absolutism, I didn't bother doing court and country this run. And that might come back to bite me, but I don't think it will, honestly. I don't know how critical court and country really is, honestly. It's nice to have that extra 5%, but at the same time, I feel like you have a lot of time, and it requires destabilizing yourself pretty considerably to get yourself court and country. And if you have a lot of nice claims and permanent claims and things like that, that slowdown might not even be worth it. Timeline feature? Oh, this thing? Yeah, I really like this thing. It's super fun to watch. Should we do like an instant replay of like? I would love for them to expand on it. The problem is that if expanding on it too much requires that you save a lot of information, right? It does require that, because there's so much information that's stored in this game. There's so much like data that would increase the size of your save files by a huge amount potentially. I don't know how big of a difference it would be, but it seems to me like it might be sizable, and it might increase load times as well if they don't do it in exactly the optimal way. So let's see here. Basically, the more that it has to save the exact state of the world, I guess. I mean, I don't know how much they already save, like, to be honest, right? So they might actually save enough that they could expand on it with just the stuff that they already have in there. So that's entirely fair. They might not need to actually expand on how much is being saved to expand on the timeline. But the timeline's really fun. You know what? I'm just going to look at the timeline, because I'm curious what the last 30 years have looked like. So we'll just go ahead and do this. So we started as Orissa. We expanded reasonably slowly at the start. I think Bengal is now my vassal. Yep, this is the point where they're my vassal. Meanwhile, we are securing complete control of the African coast to keep the filthy Westerners out. We have the really weird New World where... this is the annexation of Mexico. Mutosolum Totem is becoming the most powerful nation in the world. Well, the most powerful nation that isn't me. It's the 1600s. We formed Bharat, and we are moving steadily onward. Creating our client states. I'm actually going to pause this. So, yeah, this is. A religious map mode would be really cool. That would be nice. Oh yes, because it probably saves. Maybe I don't know actually if it does. I love the timeline. I'm gonna look at the timeline in like a slower and more methodical manner once I've gotten closer to finishing the playthrough. Let's see. So you guys are doing your business. How are you doing on unrest? 0 unrest. Okay, cool. What else do we need to do? We need nothing right now. So these guys are doing their thing. I guess I probably should have. Oh right, these guys are all like threatened. So. Oh, these guys are neutral toward me. Can't vassalize you, right? This game does have multiplayer. I don't usually play the multiplayer in these games. I don't find it as interesting. I like to be able to just pause the game and just sort of, like, chill. But, let's see. We have just cored a bunch of territory, which is good. We have a shit ton of soldiers heading for Great Britain. Pretty much the second those soldiers get to Britain is when I want to declare. I think I'm going to declare on the Ottomans with just like a hard declaration rather than do something else. These guys are chilling here. Do I want to build another fleet just to pick them up? This would be 80. Just slightly, it's going to put me slightly over my limit, and it's not sufficient to pick these guys up, so I don't think so. I do love just privateering the English Channel for all of its frickin' money. So good. So who else is here? Friesland. So Friesland has a ton here. They are part of the Holy Roman Empire. I am going to have to be a little bit concerned, because when I declare on Great Britain, I do not know how much territory I'm going to be taking here. Probably quite a bit. So, where are my ships at? You guys are chilling here. You're fine. I have 42,000 troops just chilling in Africa. Have I finished you yet? Nope. So once I finish this, I'll give it over to Central Africa. I'm in the process of building the canals right now. That was what that event there was. So at some point we will finish these events. I don't know how long it takes, actually. Is there a way for me to keep an eye on the... Ooh, I like that. Let's see. And do I have... I do not have... Oh, I do, yes. So the Royal Commission Act gives minus 0.1 to yearly corruption as well. So that's very valuable. So the Jain influence has decreased. This fleet has arrived here. I think we're going to push this fleet over here. We're going to get an admiral in charge. So my goal right now is when I fight them. Oh no. So army reformers give morale. I'll just take this guy, it's fine. And do I have... I don't even have any inflation, do I? Are you of the right... Dhabi is not an accepted culture. I think I'm going to take this instead. And... any of you guys actually accepted? Oh, Javanese is accepted. I don't want tariffs, though. Increase tariffs, just increase your thingers. Colonial range was 20%. And I am currently working on one of those trees, so I'm going to wait until I finish the war with Britain before we do that. Hey, they're ahead of time! Very nice. So does the fact that this is controlled by my vassals mean that I don't have control over the speed at which it grows? Is that what's going on here? Wait a second. So there should presumably be somewhere. So we have control of 53% of the tropical wood trade in the world. That's good to know. Now, tropical wood trade is not the same as tropical wood provinces. So let's be clear on that at least. Let's see. We've got these guys here. Where's the other fleet? The fleet is on its way. And they did pick up the guys over here, didn't they? They did, yes. Alright, so actually this other fleet that I currently have just chilling here, do I want... Nah, I'm just going to do it with 100,000. I don't think I need more than 100,000 troops. Famous last words, by the way. I don't think I need more than 100,000 troops to do this, so we should be fine. Let's see. Okay, so it's going to cost a considerable amount to do. We'll do it eventually, but not right now. So, Great Britain, how are you doing in armies? Great Britain now has 75,000 troops! I'm going to have a bigger army than their entire army. Oh man, I'm so happy that I decided to start pirating over here. Oh, piracy is great. So... we've converted the heretics of Choctaw to the one and only true faith. Yep. Piracy is amazing. I'm super happy. So, where'd you go? There you are. Alright, so once these guys get here, we can immediately file this declaration. Of course, we are going to bring them in here with less than stellar timing. We're actually going to get these guys on the ships and pull them out of here, just so that we can not deal with stuff. So, Austria will join. And that's going to make it a little harder to accumulate war score against them. But it's fine. I don't even need to deal with any of their holdings over here. My primary purpose right now is just to take control of the colonial region over there. So take the capital of Lothian. We do have the 13 colonies, British West Indies, and Newfoundland. We might want to do some business over there as well. And it occurs to me that I should have checked... and we should be fine there. You guys are going to head to the nearest fort. Where's the nearest fort? There's a fort in Montgomery. So let's pop to Montgomery. You're going to arrive on the 3rd. So this fleet is just going to pop out, then pop back in. I have 400 ships. Oh man, okay. These guys are going to repair damaged ships, which is just the one. And then we're going to pop out here. And these guys are going to jump right into me, which is less than stellar for me, actually. So these guys are going to pop over here, I think. And do we want to get engaged here? It's not a great engagement for me. I don't think I want to be in this engagement. When will we arrive? The 10th. When will we arrive here? The 11th. So we can't actually escape. That's fine. Actually, we might be able to. Nope. Okay. And that means that we are going to have to make a decision here. We do have twice as many ships, but the issue is that... And I do have a lot of mobility, so that's useful. That is a lot of troops consolidating on one location that I can just pop into and obliterate. And let's see here. This fleet is doing very poorly. We just rolled a 1. Not a huge fan of that. These guys are going to Dogger Bank. And that's interesting. There's some ships here. But these are all transports, pretty much. So I think we'll be fine here. I think we're just going to sit on this. We'll lose some ships here. But I think we'll win both of these battles overall. Because... I mean, unless we keep rolling basically 0 while they roll really high. Are you guys capable of rolling? Okay, good. You are, in fact, capable of rolling under a frickin' 8. So that's good, at least. So we just won this battle, and we're actually losing this fight over here because we just cannot roll for the life of us. And I think we are going to have this fleet retreat. Look at that, 16 carracks destroyed from that. It's insanity. These guys are going to go ahead and repair damaged ships. That's still going to leave us with 94 ships out here. And I should have actually pulled these guys back sooner. There wasn't a lot of reason to stay engaged there. So these guys do have... let's go ahead and repair damaged ships. We still have over 100 ships that aren't damaged here. So we're just going to pop these guys out here and call it a day. And these guys are actually... Okay, yeah, good. So let's go... What is this default repair threshold anyway? This is insanity. The default repair threshold is nuts. So we just won the siege in Montgomery. I would love if the default repair threshold was a ship-by-ship thing, and they would automatically detach. That would be great. So we're going to wait for them to start moving toward Coventry. Once they do, we're going to dive them. This is a... Oh, wow. They're fighting much harder than I would have anticipated here. And especially considering that it was just a bunch of infantry. Huh. Yeah. So, you guys are going to just pop to here. We should be able to catch them. Boop. Never mind. You lied to me. Fine, we're just going to wait for these guys to move. We're now locked in, so we'll dive them in Cumbria. So, what else do we need to do? So, we're sitting on 5% war score. And how are we doing in the colonies? This army's just sitting here still. And we can... just keep chilling. Now, the Austrians have no navy. So the Austrians literally cannot actually get involved in this war in any meaningful way. I mean... They can do some crazy things with military access, I'm not going to lie. It's possible that they literally run their army all the way over here by just getting military access with all of Europe and then getting access to the Ottomans or something. That would be really funny, actually. It's not that unlikely that it's going to happen eventually. But let's take control of their capital. I didn't realize that I didn't have control of this yet. And we will send this fleet over here. And we're going to split this fleet in half. I'm not comfortable splitting it in half because I lost a bunch of my carracks. Speaking of which, we're going to need to build a bunch of carracks. Oh, you know what the other thing is? I just realized this. I forgot that I had not... I hadn't upgraded my heavies. I think my heavies are upgraded again. The later naval technologies upgrade your ships super fast. So, what? You don't want to quarter the troops. You can't handle the troops. Oh, they're actually going to lock in. Okay. So we're going to dive them here. And yeah, we've only got 9% war score right now. We do have quite a lot of work to do. But I think we should be... okay, actually, this army is going to pop over to Ulster. And this army is going to be the one that does the carpet sieging. Okay, so this first army is going to pop over to Orkney. We're going to move these guys over here. So we're going to try to take control of the entire northern half of their nation at this point, and we'll see how successful we are in that. We do not need this army to go north anymore. We have confirmed that there's nobody over here, so since there's nobody over here, my little minions can deal with the problem. I'm going to give these guys an actual general. We're going to be fighting 2-1, which is not great, but hopefully they don't get stack wiped. They did not get stack wiped. So we're going to just retreat these guys to here, and the guys of Lothian who stopped moving for whatever reason. We're going to turn on you. I don't know why you stopped. You really needed to keep going somewhere. Going nowhere was not an option, friend. And now we have to reinforce these guys. So this army is just going to keep moving south and sort of punching their way through all of their armies. This army here is going to pop over here. We now have control of one side of this channel, so we don't have to worry about anyone coming from Ireland and diving us. So we're at 17% war score. We have most of England carpet sieged at this point. We just lost control of a general. Life is sad. And then your generals die. And that was... Did I see a mark here? No, I did not. These guys are going to go here, I guess. Sutherland, we're all set. And we can now go here to Shrewsbury. This is not the best way to go here, because if we went to Coventry, we would potentially be able to lock them in, but it's okay. It looks to me like they are going to a tiny little peninsula where I should be able to catch up to them and do good business. They are going to Dorset now, and we do have enough of a numerical advantage that I'm not even going to worry about the fact that the guy who was supposed to lead these guys is dead now. Okay, Sutherland needs to send folks here, and we need to send these guys to Ulster. Do we actually? No, I'm not gonna mix my mercs and my thingers. The mercs will take control of Ireland while the regulars handle the rest of Britain. Okay. So these guys are going to do this. We're going to send somebody to Kent. Send somebody to Sussex. and sends this army up to Gloucester. And our colonial navy is doing its job quite effectively. And these guys can now leave 2 troops behind. One of them's going to go here. The reason we're leaving these troops behind is that we want to prevent these guys from retreating back this direction. And it looks like they're actually going this way. I should have actually looked at where they were going. I don't anticipate having too much difficulty here. It would be a little hard to have trouble at this point, you know? Like, there comes a point where you're so far ahead that you should be able to do whatever you damn well please. So we should be able to stack wipe these guys here, I think. And that is a yes. So we just stack wiped that army. These guys are just popping over to Desmond. Gonna take the other side of Ulster. And this army is going to dive over here. They built a cannon, which is not a great idea, because right now cannons are going to be really expensive, and they're not going to be able to actually win a fight. So I don't know why they started building cannons, honestly. So what we're going to do is we're going to take control of all the things. So we could take control of the colonial region, but I don't really see much reason to. So I think instead we're going to take all of... Is there a fort over here? Oh, god damn it. There's a fort in Brunei. Shit. So I need to get some peeps over there. I'll deal with that later, I guess. So we will not be taking Brunei yet. They have control of this island here, and I can't do anything about that immediately. But once I take this island, we will have control of that. And we have a lot of little islands all over the map that we want to just take control over. Take Hawaii from them. Take this from them. The other thing is that by taking all these little dinky islands over here, we are not going to be getting a lot of aggressive expansion with anyone other than England itself, because no one else is going to care about any of this crap. So this is a lot of war score that we're just going to be accumulating that is basically free to a degree. Now then, what else do we want to take? We have British Africa to deal with. And do we want to take control of British Africa? I don't think we want British Africa right now. So I don't know how much I'm going to be able to take. I might only be able to take this 41% comfortably. So we will see how much I can take once I have fully sieged all of their stuff up here. And can I... where's the rest of my fleet? Okay, 188 ships here. We're going to move these ships over here because I'm going to forget about you. And then we're going to have to deal with all of their frickin' carracks all at once. And that's going to be very unpleasant. So... So now at 30% war score. We're not going to piece out Austria. So since we won't be able to piece out Austria, think we're set here. I think that's everything. What else? We're gonna have. Is this both my fleets? Yes. So this is 48 ships. They are 3-deckers, which is not quite what we're looking for. That's okay though. If we lose them, that's not actually that huge a deal because we can just rebuild them. And we're going to need to pay to rebuild them anyway, so... we are not actually sieging this as quickly as we could be. 481 ships. Unfortunately, only a small portion of them are actually going to be involved in the fight, but we did take one of their ships. And let's go ahead and repair damaged ships. Send these guys to London. And then the fleet attacks again, so their injured ships versus none of my injured ships. All my injured ships are gone. And there we go. We just gained another Carrack. So, where are you going to retreat your ships to now? Because you should have retreated somewhere smarter the last time. We're going to go ahead and repair damaged ships again. We've won the Siege of Desmond. And weirdly enough, the Ottoman Eaters are sitting here helping us out with Britain. That's so funny. Okay, so it turns out they're adept at eating more than just the Ottomans. So we've taken Desmond. We are fully sieging all of this. Once we've sieged all of this, I think what we're going to do is we're going to move over... Oh, actually, is this Austria? Nope, this is the Excuse me. I was like, oh wow, Austria might actually have a name. Nope, never mind. Never happened. So these guys are going to split up. And... again. So why are you enthusiastic about this? Presumably there's a fight going on that I'm unaware of. All of my mercs are going to get together. We're now sitting on 37% war score. We're now at 38% war score. And we have the ability, should we choose to, let's take a look at how big the Austrian army is. So, Austria has a 100,000 troop army somewhere. Britain has 100,000 troops somewhere. And we do not have this sieged yet. So since we don't have this sieged yet, I think 41% is something that we can do, and we can take a little bit more than this if we so please. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit more somewhere. Do we want to just take control of... I don't really see much reason to take their colonial territories right now. So what do I want to start taking? Do I want to take something else that's within the same state as London? I guess that would make a degree of sense. Let's see. So London is in this state. So we could take Sussex. If we take Sussex, that's getting us pretty much the maximum that we're going to get with our current war score. Unless, is this... Do they have an increased enthusiasm from ongoing battles? No. Do we want to wait or otherwise... I guess since we have all these troops running around up here, we might as well bring all these troops back to London first. At the very least. there's not any reason to peace out immediately when we could just stay in it for a bit and weaken them more. So we're going to consolidate all of our troops together into different areas. Because right now, I mean, if we peace out, then that's fine. But what do we get out of piecing out, right? And honestly, not a lot, because it doesn't allow us to move our troops around any easier or anything along those lines. So there is another battle engaged somewhere. And one thing that we could do, we have a huge number of troops over here. Unfortunately, we don't have any transports. I don't want to move these ships all the way over here to siege this down during this war. I don't think it's worth it. So we're not going to. Oh, hello. The British Army's over here. So I only have 2,000 thingers here. I only have 2,000 cannons. So this is not a good army to fight with. And let's see. We're now down to 35% war score. Why did our war score go down? That's weird. Let's see. We have 38 ships here. I think what we're going to do is this army is going to... I actually have enough ships here to literally just walk across the canal. So we're going to just walk across the canal into armor. We're going to see what happens when we do. And these guys actually... Everything else is good. It's not great to be getting into an amphibious assault over here, but it shouldn't really make any difference. Because unless they like have a giant army that's just going to show... Oh my god! That's a problem. They have a huge navy here. Luckily, they only have the one important ship. Can we... I don't know why I can't split or merge units when... It doesn't make any sense that the other ships can't move elsewhere just because these guys are busy fucking around with transporting and stuff. Okay, so this ship's gonna jump over here, and we lost way more ships than we would have liked there. Go ahead and repair damaged ships. A bunch of people want military access. Okay, so we're going to jump onto another fort. Coincidentally, this is a fort that also has thingers. Do we want to... Where are you? Since we're going to go through Hampshire first, so we're going to go to Hampshire. Okay, you guys are going to get a leader. Ooh, you're going to get a very good leader. And then you're going to pop over here. So, we're taking control of another fort here. Hopefully this doesn't tick. It just ticked. Shit. That means this fleet that doesn't have any carracks is the one that's stuck in combat. Meanwhile, like 36 carracks are fucking around with the transports again. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong here? They don't have any carracks. Doesn't actually matter though. Their ships are just so good. And we just rolled a 1. We're actually going to retreat away from here. We don't need to be in this fight. No, not with 0 morale. Okay, so we're up to 41% war score now. We can peace out for the 44% victory if we want. Do we want to take Kent as well? Maybe. So Great Britain will be added to the list of coalition countries if we do this. And that's kind of cool. Who wouldn't want a coalition forming up of Great Britain, right? So this will not add a state over here. It will add a bunch of states over elsewhere. But that's not that important. And this is going to be how much development? It costs 222 to settle this. Let's see. We're gonna do this? I think so. Because like it looks like the British have sent all of their troops over to the Americas for unclear reasons. And this will give us... Is Oxford also part of this? I guess it is. Do we want to take Oxford as well? I feel like we can probably get Oxford added to this. I think we're going to do that. I don't think it'll be difficult to get Oxford added to the list. We just need to get all of these things sieged down again. Alright, so you guys are sitting at no morale. You guys. Your thing. And we're wiping army after army along the way. That's giving us, you know, piddling little ticks of war score that aren't really that relevant, but they are ticks of war score. So the Austrian army is here. Austria is going to try to help Britain at this point, but I don't think Austria is going to be relevant here. By the time this becomes a problem, we should be done with both of these. I just want both of these sieges. That sets us up a pretty considerable amount of war score. And this army is going to dive the Austrians, I think. Do we want to dive the Austrians? Do we have any reason to fight the Austrian army right now? No. So we're going to keep fighting the English instead. We're going to go sit on this. Because it turns out that we're actually still at the point where we can easily accumulate more war score. And since we can easily accumulate war score for right now, we might as well do it. So this army is now coming back this direction. We're actually going to move over here. And they have withdrawn from that position, which is great. They've canceled the siege. They're now back on the siege. Let's see. We now are at 51% war score, so we can take Oxford. Can we take more? Do we want to take more? Because we're going to get aggressive expansion in Europe now, and aggressive expansion in Europe is a little troublesome. Let's see. We could take control of the territories from this colonial nation. I'm not going to worry about that. That's just war score that we don't need to spend. We actually have a blanket siege starting over here. We have separatists spawning over here. What kind of separatists are these? Let's see. I wish that I think I can declare, I think I can demand this. I just need to know what its name is, so I need to declare it by name off of this. Oh, actually, British Africa, I can start taking if I want. Do I want to take anything in British Africa? Yes. All of these coastal provinces are part of a trade company, including Ondo. So I could take all of this. This is going to give us 25% overextension. Only 25% overextension? For 61 more score? What the fuck? Why is this... Oh, because most of the stuff that I'm taking is colonies, so it's not giving me any overextension at all. Gotcha. Let's see. We're over our admin power cap, so taking this will be good. And... the Ottomans will get -1 from this. What else do we need to do? I think that's it. I think we're just takes this 61%. We might be able to take a little bit more from them if we want. We could like take this as an example, but there's not really any reason to. We're gonna need to declare on who next. Is this finished now? This is finished. Perfect. So we'll be able to declare on Bunyoro soon to get, and we'll have an army here to do that. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think we're ready to peace out. We're taking this, which is going to finish up a state. We're going to take a bunch of colonies over here, which we are then going to immediately start transitioning this whole region over to Bharati Malaya. I can pronounce the things. And this will give us a connective tissue here to take all of the Moluccas with our nation, I think. So yes, let's file this declaration. And we can now start handing over provinces. So, you are... Malaya. We can grant a province. We will give them Mondo. Manado, rather. We can grant them... It says their overextension will increase, but it actually won't. But I'm glad that it actually tells me that their overextension will increase, even though it's not. Because what that means is that that's one of the places that is a colony. But it's a thing that I do not currently control. I think I am, in fact, going to grant all of this to them as well. Because we can... Do we want to give them Sakam? I'm not going to give them any of those yet. So what is this? Sakam and what? And Midag. So this is Palu. I'm going to give them Berao. Balungan, Kutai, Samarinda. So Palopo, Maksar. Now these are places that are not giving them overextension because these are things that I already controlled. The reason that I'm giving them over is because they're states that I don't need, and I can probably get myself below the cap again just by giving them all this crap. So we have Tidor. This is what? And Ternate. How much stuff do you have now? They have 385 development already. Jesus Christ. So fuck. This is Wasteland. Yosudarsa. Daru. Hanwababa. And Lay. And Madame. Alright. What size are you now? Because I do have to be a little bit concerned about their size. Only 415, that's fine. I'm going to give them the Solomon Islands. And anything else that I need to give them? Don't think so. This is controlled by me directly, but there's no way for me to give this to a client state. Interesting. This is considered an overseas province. I guess this is part of Oceania. So, I guess we're gonna core these. And do we have any choice other than to just core the rest of this stuff? I don't think so. So we're just gonna core the rest of this. Where's Benin? Yes. So all this stuff we want to core. So let's just start coring everything. Don't think we have any other territories that we're going to give over to peeps. So this is Lanauan separatists. I do not have any territory that used to belong to them, I don't think. I do. So I do have to worry about these separatists popping into this province here. But Bharati Malaya is all set. They now have all that stuff taken. We can intervene in a war to aid the Ottomans against Hungary and Scandinavia. That seems like a great strategy. Let's go ahead and help out the Ottomans. So we have a truce with them expiring in 2 months. So isn't that convenient? These ships are going to pop over to Sussex, I guess. You guys are going to pop over here and be used by these guys to get over there. These guys are going to do the same thing. Just pop them up to here. And I can just move them in here, actually. It's probably faster. And let's see. We're at half manpower right now. We're not quite filled up. I'm going to wait for these guys to finish. And let's see. You guys, do you have any damaged ships? No. So we're just going to wait for this fleet to finish. Army though. No, this fleet doesn't have any damaged ships either, so these guys can just pop out here. And we have 174 light ships here. I don't think we need this many light ships, do we? This is presumably my pirate fleet, right? I think that's what this is. So we're going to go ahead and privateer in the English Channel again. Increase our trade value from 0 to 79. Boom. Yahoo. Now then, hard times indeed. Alright, so these guys are already across. These guys are going to pop across against them as well. Though I don't know why I'm sending them across when I should just be sending them into the ships. So we just need to get them in the ships. Let's do that. And then we will drop them off in Sussex. And we have the ability, should we choose to accept it, to declare on the Ottomans now. So we have 100,000 troops right here. These troops are going to pop over to the other area. Let's see. How damaged are my... We're just going to move them. I'm going to move over to 100,000 troops. We should be able to pretty easily dive the Ottomans and do some good work. And who knows? Maybe by the time we finish this fight with the Ottomans, we'll actually finish this canal. And if we finish the canal, we'll be able to do some good business. 93 legitimacy. One sec. AFKFO. Second. And I have returned triumphant. Let's see here. So you're, interestingly enough, this is actually occupied by Hungary. So that's fortunate. It's going to mean that we're going to have to deal with territory that we can't actually occupy because somebody else has it occupied in another war. I need to give this to my client state. So, Bharati, Central Africa, Grand Province, Rukwa. Where's Rukwa? Rukwa. Boom. So, Bharati, Central Africa can now core Bunyoro. We can declare war on Bunyoro whenever we want to finish them up. Now then, what else do we want to do? Do we want to declare on them now? It's a little tempting to actually just declare on them now and just take control of all of that. Because we can do that while we're fighting the Ottomans. I don't think I want to, though. This is convenient. Britain has actually given me the ability to pull Bharati Egypt into their territories. So by colonizing this province, they have opened up an avenue of conquest for me. So I'm really happy about that, because this means that I don't need to take any of this shit for myself, but I can take all of these provinces here and expand into this territory with Bharati Egypt. So Egypt will be able to take this swath and this swath. I don't think I'm going to give them all of North Africa. That would be a lot, but we'll see. Anyway, we can now take a look. How big is Britain now? Britain is now sitting on 1,342 of their own development. I think they lost about 150 development there. Maybe they lost more. I don't actually remember what they were at. I should probably start paying attention to that kind of stuff, but paying attention is for elves. We're coring all that stuff, so we cannot annex it, or not, so we can't convert it. We've got revolutionaries running around in Bremen. These guys are coring up. We have virtually no unrest here. This is glorious. 4.5. And we have the ability to make new states, apparently. We've increased our state limit. So northern Thailand has 92 development. Northern Thailand. Oh, Thailand. So northern Thailand is around here somewhere. I don't remember where Thailand is. Oh, I didn't realize that Thailand was... Huh. Interesting. I don't know why I thought that Thailand was on the east coast. I mean, the obvious answer for why I thought that is that I'm a crazy person. The Shan Hills. And what else is there? I have 5 new states, right? So, Central Burma. Here's Upper Burma. Central Burma is this. So this will also mean that we have less corruption from too many territories as well. And, okay, so who's next? What? I was only able to make 2 more states? Question mark? Oh, I guess I didn't get a new state technology. Oh ho ho, though, look at that. We have 5 more states coming out soon, and that'll be almost completely irrelevant. But then we also have administrative efficiency plus 10%, and that's the point where we are expanding at literal just maximum speed. So we've already started eating away at the great powers. Spain is actually smaller than you'd think. They have 158 subject development, and that is their colonial nations, which I automatically will take control of if I take them out. So 1,342. We basically are looking to weaken the Ottomans, take them down to size, and do the same thing for everyone else on this top list. And as we start mowing through this list over and over and over again, we will start shrinking down all the major powers. The minor powers, because they can be fought and conquered in one war, are generally speaking not going to take very long. I don't need like truce cycles for them. And since I don't need truce cycles, it's just a matter of doing the actual conquest. So, we are going to declare on the Ottomans, but we're not going to do it yet because we have no reason to declare on them until after we have brought our troops to bear. No reason to declare now. The Kiel Canal is something that... Wow. So they lost 10 absolutism because they screwed up court and country, so sucks for Russia. Yeah, Russia's getting crushed up here. Russia, more like Crushia, am I right? Yeah, it goes bad. So, we're going to declare on the Ottomans, and who are they allied with? Kazakh. Kazakh is where? I don't remember. Kazakh. I guess we'll be able to... there. So, Kazakh will probably be dealt with by just the Western Expanse and the Northern Territories on their own. I don't really have to worry too much about that. We have 100,000 troops here that are all together for some reason. Oh god, so I am an idiot. So we're going to detach the mercs, move them up here, and then we're going to split this army in half and send them up here. And then we're going to split you in half and send you up here, because I apparently merged all of these units together, which was not what I wanted to do. Okay. So, we now have our mercs together with a slightly smaller army than they had last time. We do have a pretty sizable army just chilling down here, so we should probably bring them up to speed. And we have the ability to declare on the Ottomans now. We're going to go ahead and do it. We have imperialism, casus belli. We're going to take advantage of it. We cannot, however, get control of their capital because somebody else already has it. So... that's interesting. They have a bunch of colonies in Africa. Colonies do they have in Africa? It's not a colony. These aren't colonies as far as I can tell. That's a little weird, but whatever. We're going to just use the imperialism casus belli anyway, I think. And we are going to basically just try to get all of them completely carpet sieged. What is our truce timer with Ming? Ming, we have 6 years before we can go after Ming again. So I'm thinking that we're going to make the declaration on the Ottomans. We're going to start taking control of as many of their fortifications as we can. And then we're going to just start carpet sieging them. They are losing a war right now against someone else. And they're losing that war pretty badly. So my thinking is that we should be able to comfortably just walk into all of these forts. And there we go, that's who I'm looking for. And we can get rid of this person is just trash. And this person is just trash. And our army professionalism is at 95% now. These guys are going to the wrong location, so I want them to actually pop over here. This is drylands, but it's fine. We'll still, at the very least, have a neutral fight going here. So we can just take a look here. They have 180,000 troops, and we can now figure out where we're going to go. I think we're going to just send these guys up here. No. We're going to send them here. And these guys are going to go to Ankara, I guess. So the hope here is that we're able to basically just punch our way through here. And of course the canal is delayed. It does look like if you don't control the province and you instead have a client state or whatever in control of the province, that you do not get... Oh, these guys are retreating to here. Oh, friends. Oh, this is bad for you. Oh, this is very bad for you. There's only 13,000 of them, and they are going to get crushed. So that's 13,000 troops just gone. They're going to evaporate. These guys are going to the wrong fort, it turns out. I thought these guys were going up here, but it turns out they're going the other. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god, I was not paying enough attention over here. Holy shit. That's a problem. We just lost a huge number of ships there. Yikes. That galley capability is pretty intense. So, do we want to upgrade our ships since they're all wounded anyway? We might as well. So we're going to go ahead and upgrade all of our ships. That should help prevent that from happening again. These guys are sitting in a fort. It should be fine. Unfortunately, that does mean that it's going to be a while before we can get some of this business done. It looks like we should be able to lock in to here effectively. Venice is fighting the Ottomans there. Take control of this fort over here. And we're just going to keep on keeping on here. It looks to me like they're trying to consolidate this army. Wait, what? So our military professionalism has made our deserting officers very attractive to other countries. So much that they're not properly vetting the defectors they recruit. Our spy masters report that we have managed to get a number of agents into the service of the French crown. That's 75 spy network instantly? Holy shit, professionalism is amazing. So we're going to pop up to here. I think we should be okay. They have 150,000 troops somewhere, but a lot of them are probably not actually ready yet. And let's see here. So I'm going to send these guys to do all this business. These guys are going to pop here. And once we've gotten to here, we can actually see if there's any armies over here. And if there's no army here, which there is not, we can continue doing this. Let's see, if we were to detach our damaged ships, that leaves us with basically nothing left, so we're not going to move in on that. So how are we doing on Carracks? We have built most of our Carracks over here, but not all of them. And that's fine. But yeah, I should not have underestimated the Ottoman Navy. I underestimated it simply because I did not have any trouble at all just now. And I figured that that was just going to continue to be a trend. So we now have the ability to just send people to completely carpet siege this region. Again, I do not know where their armies actually are. My guess is that they're somewhere in, like, Hungary or something. Because they have an army. I just don't know where it is. And these guys are chilling down here somewhere. They're just hanging out. We can put them to the Ottomans, but there's not really much reason to. Oh, the Ottomans are chilling in the... Oh, there we go. So we figured out where they are. They're chilling in the very far north. They are nowhere near any terrain that's actually important right now. So what that means is that we might be able to just fully carpet siege, like, basically their whole nation uncontested here. So where is the actual army here? There it is. So this army is just going to keep moving forward to keep getting vision. And as long as I have vision everywhere, I'll be able to identify... These guys are actually over here. I'll be able to identify whether I have to deal with any actual threats here. And if there is a threat that shows up, we can easily deal with it because our army is actually God tier. We're going to pop over here. And this is the advantage of, like, being able to set Ming as a rival and then just keep taking so much territory off of them before they get unrivaled. We currently have -1 yearly. It's going to take 82 years for this to completely dissipate. and the game's going to be over at that point, so who cares? Okay. But yeah, power projection is a very, very nice stat to have a lot of. And these guys are going to move over. So there's 40,000 troops from the Ottomans. They are here. So there's 80,000 troops from the Ottomans. So do I want to pick a fight? I think I do. It looks like they're going to try to siege back these provinces. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the 90,000 troops that I have here, and we're going to try to scare this army off with our troops here. I don't know where they're going now. They're going to Raqqa. So, let's take a look here. What we want to do, first of all, is we want to try to get... If I can take all of this, then that is 14% overextension that we can give to... We can't give that to Egypt, actually. We can't give it to Egypt without the connective tissue, so we're not going to bother with this. Not yet. Instead, we're going to take all of this, because I think we can. That's not what I want. Oh, new Splendor ability. Also, do we want to start a Golden Era? Yes, because when else would we be starting a Golden Era? It's not that far away. Let's see. We're going to do Liberty Desire from Subject Development minus 0.33%. And that should help us quite a lot with the power of the basic Liberty Desire of our vassals. So, let's go pop in here. So we have numerical superiority over them here. So it's just a question of whether we can catch them in favorable terrain for us. It looks like they are actually going to dive the Hungarian army here. And the Hungarians might actually... if the Hungarians decide to... Oh, that's not good. If they decide to reinforce here, which it looks like they're going to. They're setting them to force march, and they are going to reinforce there. Oops, shit. That means that we should be able to jump in on this fight. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that morale difference. That's kind of scary. That Hungarian army, man. I'm pretty sure the Hungarians are going to lose this fight, and I want them to. I want them to lose that fight. Pop over here. That cancels their movement. They're now going to start going where? Oh, they've now got two different destinations, and one of these armies does not have a leader, so we are going to dive the army with no leader and wipe them. What are you going to lock in? Are you going to lock in at some point? These guys are going to where? These guys are going to Hama. So I could actually dive both of these armies, and I think I'm going to. Because I might as well. And it looks like they are actually going to go there instead. So I guess I could wait for them to lock in. If I wait for them to lock in, though, there's no guarantee that I'm going to be able to prevent this from happening. These guys are now locked in, so we're going to dive them. And I think we're just going to dive them with both armies. If we just dive with both armies, we can get this easily. And look at that! Oh my god! These guys are going to lock into Raqqa. When they do, we just wipe them. Jesus Christ. Oh man. Okay, so that escalated quickly. So this is going to be, what, like 80,000, 90,000 troops just obliterated in the blink of an eye? Because these guys are almost certainly going to get wiped just as quickly as the last ones were. I mean, I might have rolled a 9 in the fire phase there, that first fire phase, but I have such a huge advantage here that, like, yeah, it looks like I did, in fact, have, like, a 9 or something. But that's still just the complete obliteration of that army. Well played. Okay. Now then, we have 43% war score. We do not currently have a thinger. We don't control their capital right now. And we're not going to be able to control their capital. So it's a little tempting to do a quick peace here and just take control of this amount of territory just for the sake of it. But I think I can actually get quite a lot of war score here from going a little bit further. I think we can still get them to... We can get them to feed us a lot more war score, basically, just because we have... They're completely alone, pretty much. I guess not completely alone. They have an ally over here that... well, actually, because we'll be able to potentially... It's so funny thinking of the estates as actually having any relevance to anything. Like, oh yeah, those events that fire for estates every now and then, that's a thing. I can invest in new technology. So if I take modern bureaucracy right now, I actually get access to... Oh! If I take modern bureaucracy right now, that not only gives me the innovativeness, which is whatever, it also gives me the ability to do some other stuff. So, diplomatic relations, this is not accepted, this is not accepted, not, and not, right? Oh, Javanese is accepted. Oh, but this is tariffs. Do I want... Do I have the ability to accept some more cultures? How do I accept cultures again? I don't remember what screen that's even on. Let's see. Where is that screen? The change culture screen. It's not in religion, right? Does it not pass by it? Oh, it's under government. I'm an idiot. We actually have 3 more promoted cultures available, so let's set these guys as thinger. And let's see, anything else that we need to do? Not necessarily. We do have some more states to make, so Shan Hills. Shan Hills sounds like it would be something over here. But I've already stated this stuff up, actually. I wouldn't think that any of these would be Shan Hills, huh? So Zhejiang is one of the things that's on this list, so let's do this. We have... It's unfortunately just giving us like random states in this list instead of starting us at the first one. So Upper Burma and Lower Burma. This is Thailand. So here's Lower Burma. Go ahead and state this up. We can. Shan. Oh, here's the Shan Hills. Well, it's all in Burma. Okay then. Upper Burma is one of these, right? Yep, Upper Burma has 70. Champa is down here, right? Yeah, Champa's right here. And we are done with states. So how are we on this? We're at 58. We did not actually accept... Bengali culture is not an accepted culture in Bharat. I need to fix that. So we're gonna set this person in charge. Oh, apparently I can do it anyway, even though they're not an accepted culture. Wait, Bengali is an accepted culture. What am I? I'm so confused right now. I'm very confused why that said that it was not an accepted culture, considering that they're literally part of my cultural union. That might be a bug because they're part of the cultural union, maybe. So we're at 45% war score right now. 46% war score right now. And if we take control of this fort, then if we take control of that fort, be in good shape. We have all the manpower in the world at this point, so that's useful. 47% war score. And we could actually send an army over here. Where's my actual army? There. This army is actually going to pop up here. How many troops do the Ottomans have right now? Ottomans are down to 78,000 troops. I think that all those troops are fucking around in my territory right now. And that means that I don't really have to worry about them. Yeah, they're taking control of this, and that's fine. If I were to tell Kazakh that they should peace out, how would they respond to me? My guess is a giant fuck you. That is a giant fuck you. Alright, so I could try to take control of their capital and then piece them out with a white piece. And that is the siege over there. That's fine. We just won the siege of this capital. Do we want to piece out Kazakh separately? We do if we can, but I don't know that we can. 36, 36, 43. So if we wanted to piece out Kazakh separately, we're probably going to need a considerable amount of extra thinger. Let's see. So the Western Expanse needs to take some territory as well, now that I think about it. I'm not giving them anything right now. Let's give them these provinces. If I just take a bunch of territory over here, then I can decide who to give it to, which is super useful. So we can take control of as much of this as we want. So we're now sitting on this as the cap. This is full overextension for 2 nations, but we're going to be taking territory with much more than 2 nations. So I feel like I want to take something closer to this. So I don't know if it's going to be feasible to accumulate that much war score. To be honest, I think it might not be feasible to get that much war score without being able to take control of their capital. But we're going to try at any rate. We just won the Siege of Kartli. That gives us control of a little bit more war score. Pop over here, pop over here. Everything also played. So we're at 58% now. And we have the ability, should we choose to dive these guys. I think we're going to dive these guys. I don't know if we'll arrive in time. We may not. There's a supply shortage. We still probably have 2 more ticks of attempts for them before we actually arrive. It's going to take a while. Oh, that's not good. These guys are starting to take over territory that will prevent me from doing it myself. So, they will not accept my offer yet, but they're getting very close. So I think we'll be able to get a thing like this soon. How much do we need to core still? We have a lot of stuff to core because we just added on a bunch of stuff to core. So hopefully this doesn't tick. It did not. And we can now keep on keeping on. We're going to try to siege down as much of this shit as possible. Unfortunately, we have to be concerned about them. Revolution is here. Oh, interesting. So Spain is now the revolution target. And I can't get this right this second. So I think we're going to take the gamble that we can get. Don't really want autonomy changing going up. So we have the ability to try to stop the... God damn it, they ticked this. It's so sad. Alright, well, they ticked it, but then we immediately wiped their army. And unfortunately, we can no longer demand that province. So, it's not a big problem, but it is a slight problem. If I could have ticked this quicker, that would have certainly helped. The particulars there are going to help us a little bit. And let's switch on. Okay, you guys are going to pull back down south. Have a bunch of random troops that need to consolidate together. There's a lot of Ottoman particulars running around now. And they are going to start losing me war score, because that is a lot of Ottoman particulars. But, and this is important, because they spawned, I now have even more reasons coming through, which means I can actually take even more territory than I could before. By quite a lot, actually. That is quite a lot of extra territory. So this is 115% overextension for us, which is a pretty considerable amount for our vassals as well. And this will completely eliminate the Ottoman presence down here. And then the Ottomans will be a very easy enemy to just sort of deal with, because we'll have the thinger. We are going to wait for this to tick, because the particularists aren't going to tick first. So we might as well wait for this to tick. This will hopefully tick. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It didn't tick. We're not going to wait it for the 92%, because then we're going to start losing control of these provinces to the particularists, which might actually overall reduce their desire to peace out. So I think we're going to do this. This is going to give us 75 is a pretty decent amount of stuff. And we are prepared. You know who was not prepared? The Ottomans. They were not prepared for that, because holy shit. So, get out of here, particularists. You're in the wrong country. Let's see. We're going to just go ahead and grant a bunch of provinces to Bharat Arabia first, because we want to give them all the stuff that they need. So Sada is first. We will grant them Jazan. We will grant them Bisha. We will grant them Turubu. Turubu. Where is... This is reverse. Can I give them Jeddah? I can't. So I can give them Jeddah even though it's... Oh, never mind. It's not the one that's... it's Mecca. Can I give you Mecca? Yes. So, Taif... Madin Sulaim might have taken a little bit too much territory in this region, honestly. Allah. And Jabal something or other, Jabal Shamar. And Hafar. So that's this region consolidated, Yarhu, and we are now going to give them control of this stuff. So, Grant Province. Shit. Okay. It's a great name for a province. Wazit will cause them to be overextended. This will cause them to be overextended, and so will this. Okay. So, we've now given 100% overextension to Bharati Arabia, and they are in a good position. The birthplace of the revolution is Spain. They are a revolutionary republic, and number of states plus 10. That's actually cool. It would be cool to become the target of the revolution, but we're not going to do that on this playthrough. Welcome in, Bakira Slamat Kichi, etc., however that's pronounced. I do not know. Is it just me, or is my shirt disappearing more and more as time passes? I feel like this shirt isn't actually this like even close to the same color as that one. This one usually doesn't disappear this much. Is Spain my biggest rival? Right now, no. They're the second largest after Britain. So Britain is still... I mean, they're technically not my rivals because they're actually too small to be considered rivals at this point. But I don't actually have any valid rivals, unfortunately. But yeah, Spain is roughly tied with Great Britain. But in practice, Spain is actually considerably weaker than Britain, and is going to... They're going to cause fewer problems for me, I think, because they have a large portion of their development taken up. Like, if you look at that list, they actually are substantially smaller than Britain, and a good portion of their development is the 300 development that their thingers have. So, Odishi... The poor Ottomans. This is so many... There's no way they can deal with all these particularists once we're done here. Like, just think about the fact that they have, like, 200,000 particularists that are spawning here, and they're... What are they going to do about them? So, we're going to take Trebizond, and that is bringing us right up to the Ottomans again. We're going to give these guys Erzurum. And we're going to give them Mush. We're going to grant them Bitlis. Particularists are basically rebels that want to give more like local autonomy. They want to basically reduce the overall, like, the monarch's control over everything. So the particularists are not generally a huge issue, but they're the thing that spawns when there's no separatism or anything or religious strife or any like larger scale problems. They're just angry because they're because you have pissed off your populace sufficiently that they don't like you, because they have no particular reason to be going after you other than you're an asshole, basically. It's not like they have separatism or anything like that. It's just that your unrest is so high that even your normal people are upset with you. We are going to go to the Ottoman Eaters and give them some territory. Grant them Erzincan. Grant them Divrigi. No, that's... I'll give them that later, when I actually control it. Intab and Antioch. So, let's see here. We've got... How big is Bharat Arabia now? They only have 292 development. They're actually very small right now. So, giving all of this to them is potentially valuable. The Western Expanse has expansion of capacity up here, so I don't necessarily need to give them any more Ottoman territory, right? They're going to take a few pieces, obviously, that are in their thing, but Karakoyunlu I could potentially go after. Their independence is guaranteed by the Ottomans, and they're willing to what is wrong with you people? This is madness! Okay. The Ottomans are willing to help Karakoyunlu right now because they hate me so frickin' much. That's interesting. What do I want to do about my current... I should have pumped my stability when I had the chance, actually. That's fine, though. Ottoman Eaters, I think I'm just going to give them... How big are the Ottoman Eaters? Ottoman Eaters are at 210 development. They're not that big. So I think I'm going to, at the very least, give them this full line. I'll just give them all that. So Ottoman Eaters are where? Okay. Grant Province, Azrak. Yeah, we'll give them Azrak. So Grant Province, Sueda, Tadmor, Araka, Mardin, Hizen, Okay, so that's gonna reduce my overextension just to this, right? I just have those provinces now. So where does that leave us? We still have time before we can declare on Ming, right? We have 4 years before we can declare on Ming again. How big are the Ottomans now? Okay. For a second, I thought the Ottomans fell off this list completely. So the Ottomans are down to 931 development. So that is actually really tiny. How much war score is that right now? So it's 200. They are 2 wars away from being annexed. So one thing that I could do, and I think this will work actually, is if I declare on Karakoyunlu, right now we have a really long truce with the Ottomans. Right now we have a truce with them for 12 more years. If I declare on Karakoyunlu, I can piece the Ottomans out of the fight relatively quickly. That'll give us a white peace with the Ottomans. So we piece the Ottomans out of the fight, and then we... I think this is what we're going to do. This is going to work. So we're going to piece the Ottomans out of the fight. We'll annex Karakoyunlu. It'll be great. And we will continue on. So we have all of the conquests available. Shervin will join Do we want to declare on Fars instead? They're allied with Astrakhan. No, because I don't want to take all this territory from Astrakhan right now. So first we're going to deal with Karkayunlu. So, Karkayunlu, how's it going? Imperialism. Time to have some fun. We're taking your capital. And now the Ottomans join the war. Yes. Yes, no, question mark. And why would I need people to help me get there? Oh, these guys are popping over here. I don't like that. 31st. Okay, we're going to fight off some of the Ottoman thingers, I think. Because they're coming straight to me. They're coming right for us, Ned. So you guys are going to dive. Where's your capital? It's over here. And I did not set Sherbin as a co-belligerent, I don't think. And I probably should have. So these guys are going to putter around. These guys are going to all come back home. These guys are going to Mosul, so hopefully we can get these guys out of the line of fire here. Qazvin is the capital, which is this is my territory, so I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. All right. Anyway, right, this thing here. Gotcha. Do we want to take their capital immediately? Not necessarily. Okay, Ottomans, how willing are you to peace out? We need to wait 10 days to find out. So, you're taking out their particulars for them. I'm sure they're very happy about that. These guys should just retreat back. These guys are going to where? They're going to Bitlis. No! Where are you going to Bitlis? That's not good. I don't know where this army's going. Oh, they're probably just going to here. Okay, we're fine. Let's see. People, it's just butter. It's so great. The particulars. Okay, so Hungary's got their army over there, and we will. I think what we're going to do soon is we're going to take control of enough territory here to give us what we want. If I give this to my colonial nation, I think I can make. Or no, if I give this to a client state, then I should be only 0.68 from too many states. It's the 20th of February. How much do we need to peace you out? Very little. So we need very, very little to be able to peace the Ottomans out of this war. So that's great for us. I'm super excited for this. So these guys are... Because their capital is already under siege, right? Their capital is already taken before the fight even starts. And that's one of the most primary indicators of whether someone's going to be willing to peace out, is whether their capital is currently occupied. It doesn't matter whether it's occupied by you or not. It just matters whether they control their capital. So we're going to sit on Karaman. So this army is just going to do its thing. Basically just re-carpet sieging their whole nation to piece them out. And once they have pieced out, then we'll be able to take 100% war score annexing these guys. I think we can annex them, right? Yeah, we can trivially annex Karakayunlu, and we can get these cores over here working again, because right now we're not actually coring anything. Our timers are stopped while we wait for us to not be at war with the Ottomans anymore. Oh, I knew that Elam wasn't the capital, by the way. I just didn't know where their capital was, so I just sent the army over here because it was a fort that was nearby. But thank you for the information as well. That's Good to know. How are we doing here? Okay. So we're basically there. As soon as probably another month ticks, this will be over. And that will give us a very short 5-year truce with the Ottomans, which we can then exploit to just dive them again soon. And I think we're gonna do it that way, because in 5 years they will probably not be at war with these guys over here anymore, and they'll be even smaller than they are right now. So it'll be easier for us to accumulate war score against them. Wow. The Ottomans gain minus 25 prestige due to signing a separate peace while having more than minus 10 war score in the first 12 months of the war. That is funny. I didn't even realize that was a mechanic in this game. I don't read those screens too closely, but that's just funny. Alright, so this army is going to pop back down here. We're going to merge this army together, I think. And actually, we have an army just chilling in the northern territories right now, doing absolutely nothing. We might as well bring them to bear against the Karakayumu army. And we got a couple of conversions done. So, nobody... So we don't actually have any cores that we need to worry about over here. So all this stuff should be coreable at this point. And this core is... Wow, this is going fast. It's already halfway done. So once they finish coring all that stuff, we can give them the rest of these provinces. We're at 46% war score with these guys. And this army is going to get a leader. I'm going to give them this leader, because this leader has slightly worse siege. And this army is our other set of mercs. Shervin, I think, is involved in this, so we'll just sit on Shervin and piece them out. And we might want to annex Shervin as part of this. I think we can, actually. We can probably just annex this whole collection. So I think we're going to do that. So you guys are going to too far south right now. I guess I could use a forced march, but I'm kind of lazy. Okay. They're just like running their army away, like, ah! Alright, so meanwhile, we're going to take control of Shervin's capital. These should just get carpet sieged. It doesn't matter if the carpet sieges go here, because this is the primary antagonist, so I just need the war score. I don't need to have everything sieged. And these guys are spending a lot of time and energy running around that I probably don't need to bother with. Okay, these guys should probably get in position for the war against Ming. War against Ming is happening when? I have 4 years before I'm declaring war on Ming. So I guess they should get in position for the war with Spain. Spain is probably next on the chopping block. Portugal is allied with Pawnee and Salish, though. So Portugal is tiny and irrelevant. I don't need to do that. Revolutionary Spain is allied with Holland, and they have a rank 25 military. They only have 100,000 troops for some reason. They have no manpower. Are they at war right now? I don't think so. So presumably they're between wars. They are sad and pathetic and wanting to... I guess they presumably became revolutionary Spain because of the fact that they lost control of everything to rebels. So they probably lost a bunch of territory to rebels right off the bat, and then lost a bunch of troops trying to murder rebels. and all that jazz. So these guys are ready to come pick up this army. The thing is, though, that Spain should have enough money to afford to just build a swarm of mercs to take over where their manpower has failed them. I am not going to worry too much about this war. This war is just something that I'll be dealing with sort of automatically. We're gonna just keep on keeping on. The noble rebels here. Do I want to piece this war out before I start the next war? I do, actually. I would prefer to have this war pieced out before I declare on Spain. So, with that being the case, we're going to take these troops, we're going to bring them down here. This army here is... do I have a route straight to... I actually have a route now all the way through to my other territory. So that's great. So we're going to be able to declare on the Ottomans again soon. We're going to actually be able to declare on them again at about the same time that we're able to declare on the others. We have 0.5 infantry. Oh, yes. Yes, please. Give it to me. So that's a supply limit modifier that is sorely needed. I have way too many frickin' things. We're going to start coring up territory that is not giving us overextension, because these are just coring up our states. Get those off the list. We have Kong separatists. We don't have any cores from Kong or anything. Here we go. Oh, whoopsies. Whoopsie doopsie. I forgot to actually set this to trade company territory, so that's going to help a lot. And we have all the other ones done already, right? The problem is that if you are a nation that's Asian, you only get access to 3 of the thingers. So have we sat on this province yet? Yes. We now have control of Shervin, which means that we should be able to do this full annexation. I'm not positive we can do full annexation, but I think that we can. I should be able to, there's no question. These guys are only like 60% on their own, so... So this is full annexation of their ally, and that's 54% overextension total. Do I have the ability to afford that right this second? Yes, I can. So if in the worst case scenario that I don't have the ability to give this territory up immediately I say worst case scenario, the scenario that I'm definitely going to be in, where I can't actually immediately give this up, we're still fine. We're just going to have a little bit of overextension. So Karakuyunlu is going to care about this, and the Ottomans, who we already have a truce with, and we are set. Send this demand. Full annexation, Yarhu. And we now have these guys popping back over, and we have complete control of this region now. The only issue is that we do have a lot of corruption coming out, but that's fine. Now, do we want to... How are we going to deal with this situation? We have a little bit longer before these start getting cored, I think. And I'm going to check. Apparently Bharat Arabia is the only people that have a core on this, so that's interesting. I'm going to make sure that I don't have any more provinces I can grant to people. I can actually give these guys Yasuj, which is what? That. Don't want to give them that. How big are you? Bharati Arabia is 200. They're tiny. Yeah, we're gonna give them Yasuj because that gets them up to 98%. We're going to go to Western Expanse and everything that we would give them would cause them to be overextended, so we're not going to give them anything quite yet. Do we want to declare on Spain before we give out these territories? If we declare on Spain before giving out these territories, then we will have some slight difficulties. How big is Hungary right now? Hungary's at 900, so Hungary is actually more important to go after than the Ottomans now. So what we're going to try to do is do one more quick war with the Ottomans, and then from there we should be able to expand into Hungary and create a Hungarian eater, a Hungary eater, if you will, that will do some of this business. Anything left that we want to do? I could start coring this stuff so that I can just pass it off cored, but I don't really see any reason to do that. I'm not going to core any of this crap for them. And let's see. We have a no idea available. Look at that. State propaganda. Give me that 20% reduction to aggressive expansion. That's totally relevant at this point in the game. Actually, it's going to become relevant really soon, now that I think about it. Because as soon as we start diving here, we're going to be getting a huge amount of aggressive expansion, and there actually are quite a lot of nations that are still around there. So somebody just died because of course they did. My leaders are always just falling over dead. So many freaking troops. And this is delayed again. And that's all well and good. So, Holy Roman Empire is sitting at minus 0.1 imperial authority. Because of all the heretic princes, I guess. Interesting. So, all them Protestants. Okay, plus 5% discipline, not too bad. And we actually got this completed, which is kind of cool. So who's going to fight here? Oh, Hungary is going to fight the Ottomans here. All right, these guys are not going to do this. We're going to get both of them in the boats. And we're going to start sending them towards Spain, I think. Are we ready to peace out? How close are you to coring this shit? You're going to core it very soon. I say peace out when I actually mean to declare war. Peace and war are the same thing, just so we're clear. Let's see. This is a problem, actually. Before I do this, I should bring my fleet that's over here, because I actually have very few Carracks left, because I lost a bunch of Carracks in the north in the battle with the British. So I think we might want to wait for those Carracks to arrive before I get involved here. Let's take a look. Revolutionary Spain has 100,000 troops. They have no professionalism to speak of. And they have 25 ships, 25 heavies. It's possible that they'll try to fight me. Let's see. Their siege ability is trash. Their morale is trash. Professionalism is trash. Their tradition is okay. So they have pretty much nothing going for them right now, militarily. I think I'm willing to try it. I have 100,000 troops here. I'm a little concerned that they're going to run into trouble, but I think it'll be fine, question mark. So these guys are just going to wander around. I don't actually need spy networks at this point. Spy networks are actually pretty valuable. I should be sort of making spy networks in some of these people. Because a spy network will give you increased siege ability against whoever you have a spy network with, which is very valuable. Okay, Bharati Arabia, we can give some more provinces to. So, what are we going to give them? We're going to give them Dashtistan. I'm going to give them Malamir. I'm going to grant them Shushtar. And we're going to grant them Korum. Korumbad will make them overextended. Samawat. Also, saying that I can give them that will get them closer to 99% overextension. There we go, Elam. So we're going to give them Elam. They're now at 99% overextension again. And how are you guys doing? Did you core any of this shit yet? Any of this shit? I don't actually know if they cored any of this shit. This is a very inefficient way to check. So the Western Expanse. That is Melikates. That is overextended. Ganja. That doesn't look like this is going to work. So that's fine. That is 100% fine. We do have a little bit longer to wait before we're going to be able to core that up. But we got our overextension down a little bit. And that's useful. And do we want to start spending to core this shit? I don't think so. So we have, this is extremely close. This is very close to being irredeemable at this point, but we're not quite at the irredeemable phase. We're going to be fine. And let's see here. We have these guys chilling over here. So once my fleet arrives, we will declare on Spain. We should be able... Who are you allied with? You're allied with Holland. So Holland exists somewhere, apparently. And if we can take control of either Ceuta or Gibraltar, then we can lock down this army here in Africa, and that'll be great for us. So I think what we're going to do, because it's the easiest strategy here, I think we're going to go to Gibraltar, and we'll send them from Gibraltar to Malaga later. We know that they have at least 25,000 troops here, right? So with them having 25,000 troops there, that means that we simultaneously know that they cannot have a larger army than we have on this side of the strait, because they have less troops than is viable for that. Holland won't even join. So, oh, this is interesting. Wait. Crush the Revolution is a casus belli that gives 50% aggressive expansion, 150% prestige, and 50% cost for conquering, it looks like, everything. I don't have a claim on Madrid. One moment. Crush the Revolution might have just given me... I've never actually used this casus belli. So... I think we're going to go with Crush the Revolution as a casus belli. It seems like it's a better casus belli. As far as I can tell, it's a better casus belli. We should be able to take control of everything. We should be able to win easily. It seems like there's some sort of like penalty to them wanting to peace out if you do this. But despite that, it's probably better because the reduced cost means that if you do win, you have the maximal capacity to win as hard as humanly possible, basically. So they're going to go ahead and lose all these ships to us right now. That's a yes. And we are going to transport these guys to Gibraltar. So these troops getting to Gibraltar will mean that we can take Malaga in seconds, and then we can just start diving forward to siege down all of their other shit. So if we take control of enough territory of theirs, then that will be very useful. And interestingly enough, Revolutionary Spain has a bunch of troops chilling down here that are going to be not a problem for us, but a solution for us. Because by investing all those troops down there, they're not investing those troops up here, which means that now we know where we know that we're safe, basically. We know that we are very, very safe. So, given how safe we are, I'm going to take control of this province, and then I'm going to start moving down south, I think. The Spanish fleet is going to be a little bit of a problem here. I don't know where they're going exactly. Yeah, they're going to stick to the interior. They're not going to try to come out here, I think. So, interestingly enough, 18 ships just popped out at me. And they are all transports, so these transports are just going to get wiped. I don't know where they came from or why, but that's fine. They can troll themselves as hard as they so please. So we do have control of this, which means they can't come from the south, and since they can't come from the south, we're going to just move these guys north and get them in a safe position. So what we're going to do is we're going to repair the damaged ships, and what that means is we're going to not do it manually, but we're going to click repair damaged ships, we're going to move these guys in here, we will repair them, and then we will pull them back out manually, because if you do repair damaged ships, for whatever reason, they don't do it in the obvious place, they go all the way to your own frickin' territory, and it's completely unnecessary, but they do it anyway. So, goal now is to start carpet sieging all of these provinces. So, Crush the Revolution is... How is this won, by the way? The capital of Madrid needs to be taken. Perfect. So, this army is going to move forward. And... I think I might just move them to Valencia, actually. Because if these guys are in Valencia, then I can actually see people coming from any direction. And I don't really have to worry about it. So, let's see here. They still have only 100,000 troops. So they haven't built some new army up here in the ether somewhere. So I should be fine. Sevilla can be taken. Hey, look at that! We have our vassal swarm showing up. I love my vassal swarm so much. Every game that I'm in, if I have the ability to have some like little AI baby, you know, just running around helping me out, it just makes me happy. Like, I remember like even in RPGs and stuff like that, when I'm playing Grandia, the first Grandia, there's the ability for you to turn the have each character just manually control themselves. So they just do their own shit, whatever they feel like. And you can set them to have like a particular AI, or you can have them just do what they want, and each character has a different like personality, so they'll do different things. And I really like to just like do boss fights by just setting all the characters to, you know, choose for themselves what they're gonna do, and it just makes me happy. It just does. All right, so what are we gonna do here? We have the ability to just hoard all that stuff if we want. We just won the Siege of Madrid. We can move over here, and it looks to me like they do not actually have any troops in mainland Spain. Like, they don't have any Iberian troops, as far as I can tell. Oh, we did not give them a general. Let's give them this guy. Okay, so if we can take control of all of their forts here, I think there's actually an achievement for crushing the revolution. Supposedly, if you get 99% war score against them, you can get the crush the revolution as an achievement of some sort. Let's see. The revolution of Scrub. Control their capital and have at least 99% war score. So that means that I'm going to need to get 99% war score against them at some point. But we'll see how it goes. It doesn't necessarily need to be during this war, because this war is going to be a lot harder to get to 99% war score, just because of the fact that we're going to have all their overseas holdings to deal with as well. I'm not going to actually send these guys over here to Carpet Siege, just because I'm concerned that people are going to show up over here. So, this is surrendered. Okay, are we ready to start sending troops down south? No, we are going to take control of both of these sieges. Once we take these two, we'll take these two. Then we'll move the entire army down south. We're not going to do it piecemeal. We are sitting at 27% war score already, and it's been, what, like 2 months since we started the war? We still have 2 more years before we can declare on Ming. So, in terms of how quickly we are progressing apace. We are in good shape to get everything done, I think. So, they have military access through Portugal, which means that I have military access to Portugal, which means that they are fucked. Did my fleet show up yet? Yes, they did. So 50 ships. These are 3-deckers, and I have the ability to upgrade them. We're not going to upgrade them, though, because I'm pretty sure that's just the transports. And by pretty sure, I mean 100% sure, because there's no way in hell that those ships cost that little to reinforce. I am actually just going to move these guys over here, because the probability that there's somebody sitting here is damn near 0. I'm going to pop over to Roussillon. 35% war score now, and we can... We could, I guess, start sending troops down here, but there's no real reason to. So, we won the Siege of Leon already, and that means that we can now just move down and start sieging down Tlemcen. Meanwhile, we will finish carpet sieging you. So there's revolutionaries spawning in Japan. I'm sure that Japan will be fine. I am sure that Japan will be fine. That's not a lot of troops. One of the interesting things about vassals is that vassal states, because they have a set like penalty to their force limit and stuff like that, they actually get very little penalty for being vassal states if they are sufficiently large. The penalty just isn't terribly relevant. What? Oh, look at that! Was this controlled by me? Or was this controlled by Thinger? I don't think that... I think this was all... Yeah, this was all Spain. So Spain just lost control of all this shit to Kutai, get wrecked. And that's great for me. So, what do we want to do here? We have this province to take. We have all this shit. Okay. So that's not giving us a penalty for a fortification or anything like that. It's just... Okay, what I can do, actually, is I can set this to just the overextension 0 provinces. And take every province that gives 0% overextension first. So we are going to need to control the thing over here if we want to do that. Also, can we... Dismantling the revolution. Actually, look, let's cancel this. We have, for whatever reason, the ability to do this now. I don't know why we couldn't do it before, but we're actually going to have them concede all this shit, because if we do that, then that should shrink the number of things over here that are viable. I don't want too much. Kumasi. Don't want this. We do want this. So, Midway we want, Tonga we want, the Kurils we want. Do we want the Kurils? Yes, we want the Kurils. Galapagos Islands we want. I don't think that's part of a colonial region. Fernando Po. Yes. Yamdina. There we go. Nauru. And this is... Okay, so that is all of the colonies that we can take. This is 67% war score to get control of all of the territory that they have overseas, pretty much, and that will allow us to get some good benefits. This will probably give us control of most of the tropical wood provinces in the game, if we just do this, because we've already taken control of most of the stuff that Britain had. So, and we've already taken control of most of the stuff that most people have in our neck of the woods. So, send all these guys down south. We won the Siege of Roussillon, which means we can send these guys up to somewhere. We're at 46% war score. Are we going to... Why do you have such high enthusiasm? Is it... Oh, they have high enthusiasm because they... Do they have a plus 50? Crush the Revolution Casus Belli gives them a plus 50 to their stuff. So we really need to do a lot of work here. We are not actually going to dismantle the revolution, though. We're not going to do that. I don't know if we're going to do it ever. It's such a convenient casus belli for us, because while it does give them the plus 50 bonus, at the same time, that plus 50 bonus isn't terribly relevant if we can just siege down their entire nation. And do all the thing. we want this army to... Yes, we're going to leave these guys chilling here. And this army is going to pop in here. Do we want to head... We are actually going to just leave that process to those guys because they can do it easily. We could move these ships over here to deal with this, but we're not going to yet. And canal delayed, imagine that. And let's see here. Occupied by revolutionary Spain. So apparently, Morocco's at war with revolutionary Spain. They're trying to do a reconquest. Interesting. That's going to hurt my ability to get up to full war score, unfortunately. So we should be able to dive down here with these guys. I'm going to take these galleys that aren't relevant and move them over here so that I can confirm that we don't have any people here. And we are not going to do that, actually, because this Navy's going to jump into us. So we should be able to easily take them out. They don't have any meaningful ships here. And once we've confirmed that the army isn't here, and they are not, there's no army here, so these troops are safe to do their business. These guys are going to come down here. And this army is going to basically just... Oh, hello! Marakatatopu is chilling over here. Yahoo! That is a lot of random separatists running around. So Spanish Niger is already fully sieged. And Spanish La Plata has a bunch of troops sitting on it. Unfortunately, they've got a lot going over here as well. Let's see here. So where are you guys going to? We've won the Siege of Dara. So they still have high war enthusiasm. They're going to have high war enthusiasm for most of this war, I think. It's going to take quite a lot of work before we get them to have less than high enthusiasm. Let's take a look here. Their enthusiasm is 26. So they have revolts, we're making gains. Occupied and besieged provinces is only 13, which is a little surprising considering that we're currently sitting on their capital and a bunch of other shit. So, that being said, we have no enemies down here. So this army can pop over to Figwig. These guys can pop down here, and we can just keep on keeping on. At some point, they are going to run out of enthusiasm for this war. Morocco's decision to attack them is ambitious, one might say. I'm actually going to go to Lagote first. These troops can't run away if the Spanish troops are in Mizab and they're heading north, so we're gonna do this. 66% war score. They are still at high enthusiasm. We have almost all of their holdings in both Africa and Europe sieged down now, except we forgot about Spanish Italy. So they have all that territory over there that we need to siege. Interestingly enough, the Spanish Baltic is in the process of getting sieged by one of our vassals, and life is good because vassals exist, and vassals are super badass and do all the great things that we want them to do. So I don't know where the fleet is. Do we want these guys to just get up and go? I don't know where the Spanish army went. They don't have a huge army left, though. So, since we don't have to protect the southern flank necessarily, they have some troops down here, but they don't have very many. So, if we don't have to worry too much about the southern flank, we can basically just start consolidating these guys together. Actually, you know what? We'll just send these guys all up to here. These guys are already going to here, right? Yes. So these guys can... you know what? I'll leave them going there. It's fine. These guys will come up here, and these guys are going to merge together and basically pop over to Tittery to act as... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I don't like corruption. Corruption is bad. Don't be corrupt. Okay. We have brought them to medium enthusiasm. That plus 50 bonus only goes so far, friends. So if I do this, then these guys are probably going to run away or something stupid, right? Okay. We can actually just dive out here, because I don't know why they're coming this way, but it's really dumb of them too. We have way too many ships here. Claim fabrication. Yay. I do think, actually, that the espionage tree is pretty good for the late game. The early game potential of being able to fabricate for your vassals is pretty strong, but it's not top tier by any stretch of the imagination. But what is actually pretty solid is that minus 0.1 corruption and then another minus 0.1 corruption that you can get by doing it twice. That by using the policy. If you use the policy in addition to the sort of norm, it's pretty solid. Where are you guys going, by the way? I'm confused as to... I thought I sold you guys to go to the ocean to get picked up. Did I not tell you guys to do that? Because I'm pretty sure that's what I told you guys to do. Either way, it's fine. It's not like we just had 90,000 troops sitting on casualties for no damn reason or anything. Oh, wait. Let's see. These guys are, for whatever reason, trying to blockade their own provinces when I have 270 ships right next door to them, but... Oh my god! Italy! The invasion commences. I didn't even need to send these guys over. Oh my god, the Ottoman eaters and all of my glorious vassals in Africa are running straight into Italy. This is so beautiful to observe. Look at it. It's like 100,000 troops just coming out of nowhere. Okay, so it's 1742. We have one more year before we can declare on Ming. You guys are clearly over-prepared here. Do we have any... Do we want to just core this stuff? Because I actually do need a lot more war score than you would think to take all this stuff, just because of the fact that they get that pretty... It's a pretty massive bonus, that plus 50. But while that plus 50 is a really massive bonus, it's not nearly as massive a bonus as having the war score cost for everything, just baseline. Everything being half cost means that if I can get to the point where I can do... So as an example, with my current war score, with a conquest casus belli, I couldn't have actually taken everything that I'm taking with my current war score, right? Now, that being said, obviously you're not looking at conquest being the casus belli, you're looking at imperialism being the casus belli. We actually might be able to get this to 99%, so since we're pretty close to 99%, we're going to go ahead and get that achievement, because we can. I don't think we're even going to need it to take control of everything that we had originally planned to take. Totem is doing the work. And these guys are just going to chill here while Morocco takes their territory back. And do we need them to sit here anymore? I guess we don't. We can pull these guys back out of there. And is this the right place to be? Where's your port? Nope, port's on this side. Whoopsie doopsie. There we go. Defenders desert, 64% chance now. We're at 86% war score, 87% war score. And let's tick this down. They're still at medium enthusiasm. They're not at low enthusiasm yet. They still are just all too happy to keep this war going. They want it. They have all the reasons. They need to protect the revolution from the filthy monarchists. But it's not going to happen, friends. It's just not going to work out for you. I think we're going to be able to get this up to 99% war score. And unfortunately, we do have some separatists spawning here. It looks like the separatists are going to fight each other. Is that what's going to happen here? Competing separatists? No, the Moroccans are fighting the separatists. So we're now at 94% war score. And we're just so close. We're so close. Do we want to wait? How much more war score can we get from their capital? We have 10 ticking war score, and we can get 5% more from the... Well, we can get way more than 5% more, but there's not 5% more to obtain. I think because of how long this battle has been, I think we are going to just accept that now is the time to get the revolution crushed. There's just no reason not to, I think. So we do have an army from revolutionary Spain puttering around down there. So the hope here is that they don't take any new things from me. But in practical terms, we have them pretty close to 100% carpet sieged. I guess we can get a couple of more provinces sieged over here. We can get these islands sieged. I don't think it'll help us too much, but it'll give us a little bit, and we're just going to need to sit on this war until we get to 99% just to get that achievement. The alternative is, instead of doing that, we could we could peace out with them, take control of all those outlying islands that we were planning on taking. Let's see how much war score we can take right now. We can take the 67% that we were planning on taking anyway. That involves conceding Peru, La Plata, and Australia to me, and taking, I think, basically all of their colonies everywhere in the world. The only exception is these colonies down here, really. Let's see. So, with that under control, we could conceivably... I'd love to find out, actually, if I could create colonial Italy by giving one province, like Salento, over to the Ottoman Eaters, and then just expanding through from there. Because I can make something adjacent to my client states. So I should hypothetically be able to do that. Alright, so what else did we want to take? So this is 67% war score. Do we have any other colonies to take? I don't think so. I don't think we even have... There's no forts or anything that they've taken control of out there. So at this point, it's a matter of taking control of their actual nation. So, and if I wanted to, I could call off the concessions here and just start going ham on Iberia itself. Because those concessions, I don't think are getting the bonus from the thing. So with that being the case, I could conceivably take... I don't want to take all of this, though, because taking all of this, I can't make a client state out of it. If I take all of Italy, I can hypothetically make a client state out of this, right? Just give this just give this, and then this to the Ottoman Eaters, and then make a new client state that is in Italy. So I can hypothetically do that. If I can do that, that's great for me, and so we're going to want to do that. And do we want to take a bunch of Spanish territory? Do places like Leon still exist? Yes. There are still nations over here that are viable to release. So I could, if I want, release a nation and just feed them. Just look how much fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can take all of Iberia, can't I? I cannot quite take all of Iberia. Look at that. All of Italy, like 99% of Iberia in one war, if I so chose. I don't think we want to do that, though. Legitimately speaking, I do not think we want to take all of that territory, because I can't feed it to a client state. And I could, however... Oh my god, we could reenact the Big Blue Blob, and I could just create Catalonia and Leon and just feed everything to Catalonia and Leon. Oh man. I don't know how much... It doesn't look like Catalonia has much of its... much of this core, though. But actually, Catalonia has a lot of cores here. This is Aragon. Oh, Aragon is a thing. How many cores does Aragon have? Do I want to do... I think I'm going to do this. We have... Oh, we only have one slot left. We only have one relation slot left. So... Oh, the reason the war score cost is so low is because of compounding things. So first of all, we have maximum administrative efficiency. Technically, actually, we have a little less than the maximum. The maximum we could have would be a 2% higher than we have right now. We're at full legitimacy. Actually, we might be able to get it even better. Oh my. We only have 94 absolutism. And we have an absolutism cap of 100, right? Yes. So if I was able to, and I could get this even higher. But if I had full absolutism, ooh, friends, I think we're gonna do it. I forgot that we were in the golden era, so I actually had, yeah. Well, I could do harsh treatment. That's, I guess, an option. Do I even have any rebels to harsh treat? Yeah, this is not worth it. But what we're going to do instead is I have a parliament, and because I have a parliament, whenever I want to... Oh no! No! You filthy savages, why did you pass? Why did you pass it? You're supposed to be debating permanently so that I can reduce my legitimacy whenever I want. God damn you. Ugh. Okay, do I have any vassals that I don't have a royal tie with? Probably not, right? I keep hitting yes to this bullshit. And we got royal ties with you already. I think we have royal ties with everybody already. How many royal marriages do I have? Is it plus 0.1 per royal marriage? Probably. Oh yeah, the thing with Parliament's great. I find Parliament amazing for absolutism because there's a bunch of ways to increase your autonomy that do not reduce your absolutism, and that allows you to increase your autonomy and then shunt it right back down. There's ways to reduce your legitimacy, which allows you to spend monarch points to pump your absolutism. There's so much that you get out of Parliament, in addition to the -1% to national unrest, and you're like, I have like 100 provinces that are getting 10% bonus to all of their stats. Like, I love Parliament. Like, I know that Parliament gets a bad rap in this game, but there might, you're right, there might be cheaper options. I wasn't even paying that close of attention to it because it's like, generally speaking, my other things are better. That is unfortunate. Harsh treatment. Oh, there we go. So this is good. This will give us +1. I was just thinking that I would have the... here, let's turn off the subject roles. So that was... Oh, I can do it again. Yes. Let's see here. I really want it. Yes, I do too. The only problem with doing it is like, oh man, that's a rough like thing to do. Can we not do harsh treatment unless? Oh, they need to have 30%. Okay, so I clearly don't do enough harsh treatment, right? So we only have a couple more things that we can do harsh treatment on. Both of them are... Increasing stability would pull all of the Iraqi separatists off the list. And it wouldn't affect the cost of the Farsi separatists. It doesn't directly increase your absolutism to do so. That's all of Iberia. I didn't need to. So we have enough absolutism right now that we can literally annex Iberia in one war with 88 aggressive expansion. Portugal would be willing to join a coalition off of this. I cannot imagine why. So the reason that this costs so little is that you have a lot of modifiers that are stacking together. Some of them stack multiplicatively. Some of them I'm pretty sure are stacking additively. So we have, obviously, the administrative efficiency, which is coming from a variety of factors. One of the factors is that we are Bharat, and Bharat gets 5% admin efficiency. Did we finish the canal here? Are you done? When did you finish? Why didn't you give me a thing saying that you finished? Nice. Watching this, please do. Thank you, Vizier. I'm very happy that you approve. Yeah, the vassals get the events, but I keep getting events telling me that the vassal got an event and basically screwed it up. So I was expecting to get an event saying that my vassal finally finished the damn job that I set them to 1,000 years ago. I didn't realize that I wasn't going to get an event at the end just saying that it's done. Let's see. I think we're gonna wait on. Are we though? I'm gonna wait one more month. We're gonna see what we have at the end of that month, because we are technically taking more territory down here. I guess I can also just send my ships and. Oh right, these guys are going to the Baleares, so we should be able to do that, and. We will get these guys over there. Once they're there, we will send these guys to... What am I thinking? I have plenty of ships to do both. So we're going to split this fleet in half and send the other half down here once those guys get off the damn boats. We're at 96%, and they are now at low enthusiasm. It took a little bit of doing, but we got there. Okay, so this fleet is going to pick this army up, and this army is going to try to wipe the Spanish army down here. let's pop down to here. Because my vassals are almost certainly not going to bother getting into a fight with them. Vassals are just... They're just like the rest of the AI. They're cowardly. So we have taken that fight. We got the Imperialism cost display against somebody. We're at 96% more score. Where can we get the last 4%? The last 2%. We just need 2 more percent. 2% war score. The Baltic is completely annexed. Just 2% war score, friends. That's all we need. And it'll tick automatically with time, but it takes, I think, several months for us to get... Oh, nice. So the canal is apparently ahead of time, despite the fact that they're already like 3 million years behind time. I'm not sure what their definition is of ahead of time, but it does not match my definition by any stretch of the imagination. Where is my fleet? They're right here. They're going to the Gold Coast, and chase this army down. They're going to Abomi, so once we get to here... Oh shit, our Truce with Ming just expired. Well, come on. Come on, 99%. So I don't think this fight will actually give it to us, because I think we... Oh, there we go! This revolution was crushed. The achievement just ticked up on my screen. There we go. So, I apparently need 7 naval morale to get this navy can... I should probably do that at some point. So we've got the revolution was crushed. Wasn't expecting to get that achievement today, but we're in good shape here. Let's see, have rebels... enforce their demands. We keep trying to do that on Byzantium, and it keeps not working. But we are now ready to peace out here. What? Ongoing battles, -7. Okay. I was gonna say, like, what the hell even? Okay, so at some point, that ongoing battle is gonna end, and then we still have... They do not have the ability to piece them out here. Wow. It is not easy to get them to do a 100% war score. They only have 24,000 troops left. Oh, life is good. So these separatists are puttering around here. They're not relevant to my interests. Do we want to... The war exhaustion is only giving us +4 right now. So I think that we are ready to say, well, there's nothing they can do that's going to turn this war around. They don't have any soldiers, and everything is fine. So I think what we're going to do is... they actually do have some soldiers, and they're over here. So we are going to pop over... Why do I have 100,000 troops just still chilling here? I have 100,000 troops just waiting next to me. Okay, let's take a look at Ming. How are you doing? We have 200,000 troops for Ming. Still, Ming is... It's very difficult to get Ming all the way down. And let's see, they still have 80... It's so crazy, just the ridiculous... It's so hard now, because they don't get a penalty for not having tributaries. It's very, very difficult to have them explode. Because the Manchu, the filthy bastards, are now a republic. Because reasons. So, screw you, Manchu. You're supposed to still be Figure bombers. Okay, so... Still no, which is weird, because I would think with low enthusiasm you should have the ability to peace out for the amount of war score that we have here. There's an ongoing battle apparently somewhere. I don't know where it is. It's probably a naval battle. And this is Spanish separatists from Portugal. There we go. We have the ability to peace out. There's a 100% war score victory. This will pull us out of all of the wars that we are in, which means that we can actually just navigate all of this overextension however it's going to happen. So, let's do it. Boom. They have to give us this gigantic list. And now we have... We lost the Crush the Revolution Casus Belli against revolutionary Spain. What? So, Iberia was taken in one war. And not only did we take it... Let's be clear here. I didn't just take Iberia. I took literally all of their, like, empire in the east. Like, it's not like I just took only Iberia. I took Iberia and everything in Southeast Asia. It's glorious. I'm so happy right now. Oh, man. Crush the Revolution is a great Casus Belli. Let's see how much we reduced their thing from by. Yeah. So they are down to 538 development. They were... So that was what? 1,000 development in one war? Is that what that was? Because they were at 1,400 before? Get wrecked. So, not too shabby. The thing that is shabby, though, is, yeah, that's a 255% overextension. Let's fix this problem a little. Just, figure something out over here. So, first things first, we have the ability to give Bharat Arabia their things back. So let's do this. Bharat Arabia, we are going to... You're apparently in debt. Let's fix that. So we'll give them Samawat. Samawat is going to be at the top. This is in reverse alphabetical order for whatever reason. Was it Kazanaya? And they still have not actually cored everything that I gave them before. And Karbala. Which is pretty intense, actually. So, Had... Is that Haditha? Oh, I thought that was Haditha for some reason. So, Tikrit. Tikrit is not available. Kirkut, no. So, I can't give them any of this territory right this second, which means that I'm probably going to be doing some other business over here. So, in terms of Bharat Iberia, do we want to form Aragon or do we want to form Catalonia? This is Catalonia's core. Catalonia would give us cores over here. Oh, right. Yes, we only have one. So we're going to go over our diplo relations limit. It's fine. It's fine. I can't chunk all of China because the particular thing that I had there gives a 50% reduction in the cost. I can only do that to the revolution target. I can't do that to China. So China, because I can only get a 25% reduction, so I can take most of China in one war, but we can't take the whole thing. We're not going to be able to take out Ning completely. Unfortunately, that is my sadness. So Sugla is controlled by the Ottoman Eaters. So Ottoman Eaters are how big now? They're really small, right? They are 242 development. So yeah, very tiny. We're going to give them Moria. We're going to grant them Corfu. And do we want... So we have a couple options here. I think we want... So I can't just make a thing out of you, right? Correct. I cannot create a client state in overseas provinces, but what I can do, potentially, let's find out. So Ottoman Eaters are going to be granted Salento. I can create a client state in Italy now. Yes. Very yes. So I probably want to create a client state in with Napoli being the thinger, which means that I should give the Ottoman Eaters control of, I guess, Calabria? Let's see. Take the mandate CB is like 75% reduction, though, right? Like, I don't have the. I can't get to take the mandate, Casusbli. I'm Hindu. So, but yes, if you have to take the mandate, Casusbli, yeah, you can take Ming very quickly. Let's see here. 55%. Do we want... We can't get a client state over here yet. But we are going to release either Catalonia or Aragon. Aragon, I don't think, has as many provinces that are cored because they lost all their cores at some point. Their cores have faded to a large extent. Yeah, most of the Aragonian cores are just gone. So we are going to... we're going to grant a province to the Ottoman Eaters. We're going to give them... I think we're just going to give them Lucania and Salerno. So... Lucania... Salerno. Okay, by doing that, we have the ability to form in Napoli a new client state. We will create a new client state. So, the Kingdom of Naples. No. Let's see. Oh, it's only 50%. Interesting. How would you get that much reduction then? Because Ming starts out with like... Doesn't it start out with like 1,200 development or something? Let's see. So what are we going to call you? That's a bunch of random hotkeys being pressed instead of... So this is Brati... I thought Germany, because this is going to be going north into the German provinces. So we're going to do this and chunk. We've gotten the Casusbli to go up against our own vassal that we just created. And we are going to set you guys to look like this because it's a pretty distinct color compared to that, but it's kind of gray. Let's go with this, it's fine. They're not going to be competing with anybody in this region that way. Alright, so now we can just give Bharati Germany everything that we want. Do we want to give the Ottoman Eaters some more territory? We've got these guys up to max. So Ottoman Eaters are... How big are you? You're small, right? Looks like Hungary's eating most of this. So we now have... We have 37% coming out of relative strength of all client states. We are probably going to want to annex. Look at that overextension; it's insanity. Let's see, grant provinces to something. I should have actually just integrated this stuff already. If I had cored this stuff, I'd be in less of a difficult position here. Western Expanse is going to be expanding north. We're going to give the Ottoman Eaters some of this territory. We're going to give them this stuff down here, so Rabba, because we have to get this situation under control. Secret. I want to have as much available overextension to hold on to Iberian provinces as possible. Mosul. Yeah, that's fair as well. Is that the reduction there is quite a lot. So is this chord? Probably not, right? This is not chord. This is not chord. None of this shit is chord. So I think we're going to actually give. Oh, actually, we have a lot of territory to give them. I forgot. So the Western Expanse actually has territory that I needed to give them in the first place. So Grant Province. This is Tarek. Okay. Grant Province. Turkey. Grant Province. Dagestan, Shamaki, Melekates, Ganja, and what are you? Shaki. Okay, so we've given them all of that. That's putting them at 100%, or that's putting them at 60% overextension again. Let's see how big they are. So the Western Expanse is sitting at 538 development. That's a lot of development. I don't know that I want to give them these provinces down here. That's a lot of territory to give them. We're now approaching the point where we're going to actually legitimately want to start integrating some of these vassals, because we could, for instance, integrate Japan. Oh, speaking of which, the Kurils we can give to Japan. There we go. And they fought off their rebels. Alright. Also, I have provinces to give away down here. So we have the Bharati Malaya is going to get all the provinces that are available to them, I think. Maybe not, actually. Yamdina gives overextension. I don't know where this is, but I apparently don't have a chord, so we'll give it to them. West Timor, we do not have chord. Wenzhou, we do have chord. This we do not. Taglok, do not have chord. Surabaya, Sumbawa, we do not have chord. Sumba, do not have chord. Sumba, do not have chord. Why is their overextension decreasing as I give them more territory? I'm confused right now. It says that their overextension is going to increase, but it keeps going lower. I wonder how big they are now. Alright, so I think that's everything that we don't have chord now. That we can give them. Now these provinces are not actually going to reduce my overextension or anything like that. So that's something to bear in mind. But I can actually give them this province if I want. And if I give them Palau... Wait, what? I can assign this to a trade company? Interesting. I can create the Philippine charter. So it looks like the stuff that's out here is far enough away that it's not considered to be part of Asia. I guess this is all part of Oceania, which means that this is probably also Oceania. Nope, this is the Moluccas. This province is... Okay, well, that's all fine. So this belongs to Thinger. Can I set you as a... This is not the right button. Where's the button that I'm looking for? That's not the right button either. Yeah, it's a little weird the way that all plays out. Let's see. This belongs to the California trade node. So because it belongs to California, I can almost certainly not set it as a thing, right? Yeah, because California isn't a thing, so that's not in that. So Midway Island is also part of the California trade node. Midway can't be added to a thing, so we might as well core this. Let's see. What else do we need to do? So that's reduced our overextension by an amount. And we still have over 100% overextension. So what we're going to do now is we're going to figure out who do we want to release. So let's pop to here, and who are we going to release as a vassal? We can release the Papal State as a vassal. So funny. Let's see. Catalonia will receive 5, and Leon will also receive 5, interestingly enough. So we could release either one of them. If we release Catalonia, I would think that Leon is going to be a weaker vassal. Is this Leon? No, this is Galicia. Leon is 13, 11, 8. I'm going to go with Catalonia because I prefer to go with Catalonia. It just reminds me of using Catalonia to... My first world conquest was Big Blue Blob into Holy Roman Emperor into world conquest, and it was a lot of fun. And it's just I might as well just release Catalonia again, because Catalonia was a core component of the whole strategy that I did that with. So they're going to follow Catholic faith, which is not great. Let's see. We go ahead and release them as a vassal. We have too many diplomatic relations now. And are we going to integrate? Oh, did Catalonia used to have cores all the way down here and now they don't anymore? That would explain a lot. Because I seem to recall Catalonia having just a gigantic amount of cores. It was like all of Aragon was cores of Catalonia. That explains to me why I'm like, this doesn't seem like a lot. Okay, so we now have the ability to give basically everything to Catalonia. So go to Catalonia, say sup. They start out with 10% Liberty Desire, so that's fun. Okay, just gonna grant them a bunch of random shit. It doesn't really matter what I'm giving them, because everything that I'm giving them is going to be doing stuff the same anyway, so... I do now want to get to the thing that's going to give me the most efficiency. If I can get directly to 99, there we go. So this is going to give them 99% overextension. That is what we want to give them. So that is some border gore right there. Let's see. That puts us down by probably not very much. We have a shit ton of administrative efficiency. We have probably not dropped our overextension by that much. Getting these guys to 100% is probably only getting us to like down by about 50%, to be honest. So, but that being said, I don't know if I've decreased my stuff sufficiently elsewhere to make up for it. So I do still have... I did not actually give Bharati Germany any of Germany. So let's give Bharati Germany all that stuff. You will get a Bruzy. We will give you this. I think I'm actually going to give them everything that I can. And a Kuna. Do we need to give them this? I'm wondering whether we want to give them these or whether we want to leave this in the hands of the Ottoman Eaters. I think that the Ottoman Eaters are better off focusing on the Ottomans. It makes for a slightly uglier border, but I'm going to be integrating them all together anyway at some point. We should now be under 100% overextension. We should actually be under 100%. This is a lie. We're not actually at this value. So some of my provinces lack cores, and that is a lot of provinces that lack cores. I'm not going to lie. But, okay, I am going to lie, but I'm not going to lie about that. I'll lie about other things in different times. So do I have... What else are we gonna do? This is all Catalonia stuff. So we do have more stuff to give away down here. The question is whether I want to give it to... You know what? I'm actually going to wait a day. We're going to see what happens in a day. Am I below the threshold for 100%? We're still at 105%. We need to give away a little bit more to peeps. We can't give it away to Arabia. There's no reason for me to deal with the negative events that come with 100% overextension if I don't have to. It's just wasteful to have it over 100% when I can easily get it below that. So this... Where's Ardalan? Who is this that I'm dealing with? This is the Ottoman Eaters. Why? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so yes. They are going to go ahead and take this and this and this. And this would cause them to overextend, so we're not going to give them that. So Bharati Arabia is going to expand through the rest of this, and they're going to take control of the Fars territory, and that's all they're going to do. We should now be below 100% overextension. And do we want to core this stuff, or do we want to core it with Catalonia? I think Catalonia is probably going to take a while. They just got formed. They're going to take a while to actually core any of this shit. I have plenty of administrative power to core stuff. I think I'm just going to core everything. I still have a bit of corruption, actually. Ooh. That should be dealt with by this. It's fine. We get rid of all of the things that we need to core. And once we've cored all of this, we have the choice whether we want to give it to Catalonia or not. I'm probably not going to give any of it to Catalonia. I think we're going to just... we're just going to be sitting at max states from now on. We are very close to finishing espionage. once we finish espionage, we do get this, and that will allow us to keep ourselves safe from increasing corruption for the rest of the game. As long as we don't go over 100% overextension for any meaningful period of time. So, these guys are here. We are going to... You guys already have some folks you're transporting. That's great. Where's the rest of my fleet? So we have these guys on this ship. These guys are down here. And they are popping all the way to Ming as well. So that's going to be an extra 100,000 troops moving into the Ming territories. And these guys can just pop back over here. Alright, so too many states is, I think, no longer a problem. I don't think we need... No. We do not want to reduce our total number of diplomatic relations. So, we do, however, want to start annexing someone soon. I guess what we can do here, we can go ahead and do this. Give us a little bit of foreign maintenance reduction. And recruit a minister. And do this. That will give us access to this thing. And we have just a little tiny bit left before we are able to get that corruption reduction. We are still at plus 0.05 per year, which, yeah, we're definitely going to need to start dealing with that issue. We do not need to continue building a spy network over here. This was just done to give us a little bit of extra siege ability. I start building a spy network in Ming and call it a day. I could build more troops. That is fair. I do have the ability to build a larger army, and I might as well just keep building. That is a good idea. I'm used to actually running out of the stuff. Let's see here. Yeah, we have enough to build 3 armies around here. Yeah, now is the time to start doing that. Unfortunately, that is going to cripple our professionalism. Professionalism is going to go through the floor. Let's see, what is my professionalism at? We're already at 80%. That was so fast. Oh, man. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's see. We have this going. We're at 98% overextension. We have our marriage offer. We're going to accept it, and then we are going to strengthen government. That'll give us a little bit more absolutism, and thus a little bit less thinger. We got the conquest casus belli on you. Ooh, that's a lot of manpower, but that's fine. Let's take some more professionalism. And let's see here. We have 50,000 troops here. We have another 23,000 troops here. We got 60 grand up here somewhere. I think we're ready to dive Ming again. Let's do it. We have a bunch of tributaries and all that jazz, but we shouldn't have any real difficulty here, I don't think. So these guys are going to pop straight to Haizhou. This is farmlands, so I think if we send these 2 armies together, that will be sufficient. And how are we doing in terms of competitors? We have Hungary, which we're going to need to start bringing to task. We have Great Britain, which we have a truce with for how long? We have 4 years before our truce ends with you. So that is basically an eternity. And in those 4 years, we should be able to get a lot done. Now, are we comfortable fighting Ming and someone else at the same time? Yes, but who else at the same time? It varies depending on who we're actually going after. So northern territories are easy to expand forward. We're going to, I think, declare on... Oh, these are Kazakh and Khalkha. So if I declare on Guj, that will bring these guys in here. They're all tributary states of Ming, which doesn't mean anything. So once this army gets up here, we're going to declare on Guj and start consolidating all of this. I think this is 26%. This is 18%. 9%. I think these guys are small enough that the northern territories can annex them in one go. What, you weren't expecting mercs? Well, if you don't use mercs, you end up using a lot of manpower very quickly. We're already using 20,000 per stack just from the 24,000, I think, just from the cannons. So the manpower costs start stockpiling very, very rapidly. And these guys can just jump straight to here. You guys can do what? Guess they can come help over here, question mark, maybe? No. We're gonna leave them here to repair. And these guys have already repaired, so they can go somewhere else. Where do you want to go? Do you want to help Japan? Sure, let's go help Japan. Ooh, army tradition. Let's do it. 20 army tradition is pretty significant at this point in the game because there's not really a lot of time for it to deteriorate away, so those kinds of bonuses are a little bit more permanent than they are early on in the game. So we now have a chunk of their army heading here. I'm going to go ahead and just pop these guys back in here to prepare. Hopefully we tick this quickly. I want to tick this in the first one. Okay then. That works. So these guys are going to come over here together. We have a huge amount of troops here, and it's not a sufficient force to outnumber them, but it's pretty dang close. We're gonna wait, we're not gonna dive them immediately because they do have slightly more troops than us overall, and it doesn't make any sense for us to bait them out early. Okay. So, 79,000, diving in, Yahoo. They are going to help, they are not going to help. They've changed their minds, and there we go. That's a stack wipe done. And we now have the movement speed increase. Can we use that to dive you? We cannot, no. But we can go over here, we can wait for you to lock in. Once these guys lock in, we can just dive them. That's gonna wipe that army. Then we can go into Haizhou and wipe that army. So this army is basically just going to be responsible for carpet sieging, because there's no reason for them to try to do anything else, I don't think. These guys are doing a forced march, and I hope that I get here in time. It surrendered, unfortunately, on the first tick, so we do have the ability to take them out anyway, I think. I mean, it doesn't help if we get zeros, but even with us getting a 0 followed by a 1 on the roll, we still stack wiped them. This army is going to pop in here, and let's see here. We have this army here. We're going to go ahead and move them north toward Guj, I guess. We do have 54,000 Ming troops still chilling over here. They have a total of 100,000 troops, which means that's half their army right there. And we can just do this and start moving inward. reason not to just walk in over here. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that they're not going to have an army over here that I have to worry about. So, we still have some troops here. We're going to send some to here. This army of 10 is just going to pop to here. And then we're not going to actually take Ningguo. That's fine, we'll take it later. Wuchang we did not do a thing for. We're going to go ahead and burst this down quickly. And once we siege this... Whoa, 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 friends, hi, how's it going? Hey, Ming, you have an army here. Who'd have thought? Let's be friends, shall we? We're not trying to, like, annex your territories or anything like that. That's fine. I wasn't exactly, I thought you were over here, so it's fine. Okay, so we will win this fight over here. These guys are going to get blown up, and that's not actually a huge problem for us. These guys are going to run away, and actually, this army near the coast. Yes, these guys are near the coast. We're just going to walk them over here. Isn't V... Is V faster? What does V do? What does V do? I don't know. What does the V button do? I don't know. I don't know all of the shortcuts in this game. If there's a more efficient way to carpet siege, I don't know it, and that implies to me that it exists. Okay, these guys need to run away. We won the siege of Chengdu. You guys can just pop over to Shan. Oh, they got caught. Okay, well that sucks. I guess this army is probably fucked. Question mark? Nope, they're not fucked. They are actually going to be able to retreat to safety. Oh, never mind. I thought that there was nothing there. They actually escaped. This is amazing. Okay, you guys are going to get in the boats, and this army should be able to fight the Ming army here. We should be okay here. So I don't know where they're going, but we will catch up to them wherever they go. So we won the siege of Haizhou. That's great. Moving right along. These guys, we now know where all of their armies are, so since we know where everyone is, we can expand through the southern reaches safely. I mean, as safely as ever, anyway, considering that these guys are running around freely. These guys are actually going to pop over to Wenzhou instead, because these guys are trying to chase toward me. So I don't know where they're going exactly, but we're going to stop to... Okay, so these guys are right here. These guys are going to go to Hefei. And let's see. Whoa, very nice. Got a very nice general there. Over our military general. That's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and fast siege you. We have 52,000 troops sitting on that fort over there. And where are you going? You're going to... there. I don't think I'll be able to catch them, but it looks like I can. So we're going to catch them here. This will cost us a lot of manpower, because this is going to be a pretty even fight. It's Farsi separatists. What? Where'd you come from? When did you spawn? I don't remember you. Are you a thing that exists? Okay, that is unfortunate. Why do I have such a huge deficit in numbers right now? Just won the siege of Wuchang. I don't think I'm actually going to go in there, because I think this fight's going to be over by the time they even get there, and then I'm just going to suffer a bunch of attrition. It turns out I was wrong. They're still in the fight. Okay, you guys are going to pop over here. You guys are going here. That's great. You guys are going to pop over here, and then we are going to get this done. So that was us taking a lot more damage than we needed to. These guys are heading south, so I don't know where they're going exactly. They're retreating somewhere through Wuchang. Ah, Wuchang is... They're probably heading due west, would be my guess. Are they? No, they're going from here to Jingzhou. Oh, Jingzhou is... Nope, that's not me. Yep, Nanyang. So they're going to Nanyang. That's so weird. So, at any rate, this army is the army that was just involved in that huge fight. And I'm going to just pull these guys back to my own territory once we finish this siege. Alright, you guys pop it on. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I could see how that would be faster. To be sure. So these guys are just going to chase down their army that's going this way. They're now trying to rebuild all of the regiments that they just lost. These guys are now going to lock into where now? To Jinan. So bad idea, but I'll allow it. And by allow it, I mean exploit it. And you guys have all retreated down here. We are going to put you to Waichou together with you guys. You're going to head to Waichou as well. And let's see. The rest of their army is still puttering around up here. These guys have arrived, and they are heading to that province. Which, since they're locked in, we might as well dive. So we should be able to win this fight pretty handily, I think. And we can now figure out what we want to do next. Hefei. Hey, Ruthless. Alright, so they have 10,000 troops sitting on that thing. We have taken that out. Just keep on keeping on. And that fight is going very, very well for us. So that's great. Jeez. And let's see. What's the likelihood of our peeps over there doing their job? Probably not super high. Let's see. I'm gonna have to actually send an army over there to deal with that, I think. I probably have an army sitting in India, huh? Yes, I do. I have an army just sitting in India. We're just gonna move them over here. At some point, they'll do the job. And audit checks are coming out. So our yearly corruption is getting reduced. In addition, we have unlocked a bunch of policies. So we can get the Royal Commission Act if we want. And do we want the Royal Commission Act? I mean, considering that we're not even doing this, we should probably be doing this. Let's see. So yearly corruption reduced, and we are all set. So we now do have the ability to annex our vassals if we want to, but we don't have a strong need to either. So we just won that fight over there. These guys are heading to Zhongyang. We're going to wait for them to lock in, and then we're just going to dive in. This is hills, unfortunately, so We will have the penalty unless we get there first. We get there first by 1 day. So we're going to be on the defensive here. They are diving into my army across a river. Look at that. Oh, look at the melt. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Oh, good. 3,000 troops lost. They lost like 20,000 or some ridiculous nonsense. Okay, we're up to 49% war score. War's been going on for like 2 weeks. I don't think that's true. We've probably had the war going on for a pretty decent amount of time. Do we want to go after Gouge? I'm actually thinking that I probably want to dive Gouge when I can pull Ming into the war. So these guys are pulling north. I'm gonna just send these guys down this way. These guys are clearly trying to lock. Okay, these guys are all heading to Hefei, and they're locked in. We're probably not going to be able to get them here, but it looks like we are, because they stopped going to the place they can actually get to, and decided to go somewhere else instead. So we have 67,000 troops here. That should be plenty to deal with anything that we're going to have to deal with here. These guys are just going to keep on finishing up the carpet siege. You guys have finished whatever the hell you were doing. Looks like you were sieging a fort or something. And we are going to... Nope, they weren't. They were just chilling there for no reason. Okay, so took that out. You guys can pop up here. And you guys can pop over here because there's nobody that's going to chase you now. We have... this army is going to get wiped because they charged into territory that turns out these guys were coming to. And let's see. We're not going to be able to get that very... No. Bye. So we now have 58%. How much could we take if we actually piece them out right here? We can take... Because we have... Loyal subjects is kind of tempting, but no. Naval engagement is what we need, because we need to be able to have more of our ships damaging at one time. We have just all of the ships in the world. So, we have the ability to expand these guys if we want. Their overextension, I think, is pretty close to 0 right now. It should be 0 right now. So, if we decide to declare on Gouge, we can do that with a really small number of troops and get that annexation done really quickly whenever we want. So the question is, do I want... How's my overextension right now? We're at 95% overextension, which means if I do take a shit ton of territory from Ming, I'm going to have to deal with the overextension somehow. Which means that I should probably wait until I finish dealing with the overextension that I've got before I peace out with them. This will be done next year in March, so it's like 6 months away. This army can split in half, question mark. I'm actually just going to start moving this troop up. Let's split this army in half. We're going to send half of it over this way. We're going to send the other half over this way. I just need to be able to deal with relatively minor armies in more locations on the map. Because, like, this army should not have been able to do that. They were only able to do that because I don't have any power projection in that location. So we are going to, I think, we don't need to force that, I don't think. And because we are dealing with the Thinger right now, okay, these guys are going to go fight these guys and take them out. Never mind, gonna wander off into the middle of nowhere. So instead, we're going to get you guys. You're going to... Where? They're going to Shanghui. So they're locked into here. We can just dive them here. And that will work well. These guys are doing their thing. These guys are popping up here. And we will quickly annihilate that army. That is 20,000 cannons. Not how you do it, friend. You don't stick 20,000 cannons completely undefended. Just waiting to be obliterated by my army. Not a wise plan. So this army is just going to do its thing. And we have a few more months before we can peace out. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to try to take... I think I might just want to take 100% overextension off of this fight. Whatever that translates to. I don't actually know what that's going to translate to in terms of war score. And once we do that, that'll be Ming off the list of people to attack for now. We have Scandinavia, Poland, Hungary, and Great Britain as major nations that we need to deal with. Whoops, was not paying enough attention here. That's fine, these guys are gonna just pop up here. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna lose this army, because I think that these guys are gonna arrive before these guys do. So... So this army can now just walk up this way, and we did lose that fight, and these guys are going to arrive, and they are hopefully going to wipe. Yes, they are. And these guys can move forward, and we are all set. Slowly but surely, we are just sort of moving forward. We finished coring some of this stuff, but we're still at high overextension, so... I think what we're going to do, actually, is... never mind, we're probably going to have a lot of coring to do here. So we're going to wipe this army and take that out. Boop. So Farsi separatists are fucking around over here. And where is my army that I sent there? They are not there yet, so I don't have to feel too bad about this. And... next on the list is waiting until March, I guess. So we have Spanish separatists. Oh, right, Spanish separatists. Imagine that. It turns out that the Spaniards are going to start causing problems. They don't have very much stuff, though. So as soon as I finish coring this, just pumping my stability by 3 should deal with the Spanish problems. So we just need to finish coring everything. Okay, so they have a 44,000 troop army. They are heading to Ningwu, which is mountains. We don't really want them to be fighting us in mountains, but we might not have a choice in the matter. I mean, we have a choice. We could just not fight them, I guess, if we wanted to be weirdos about it. Do we want to let them lock in and go into Ningwu? I think we're going to do that. We're going to let them lock in. We'll go into Ningwu. It'll be fine. We have them outnumbered severely. We have a huge amount of... Whoa, there we go. That's a lot of cores finishing all at once. And actually, do we even want to fight this army? I don't think we need to, right? So interestingly enough, just getting rid of the overextension has done this. We have a tiny bit of overextension. That's going to increase the cost here a little bit, but not that much. And we are going to do a 2-tick. Do we want to do 3? Do we want to go with 3? No, because I want to start coring this stuff immediately. So, if I take this, that is not going to cost very much. It's 32% aggressive expansion, and we can now take the rest of... Do we want to take the Manchurian territory? Why not? We're going to do it. So we're going to take this. We're going to go over here. And I think we're just going to do something along the lines of this. This is 120% overextension. If we took that, this is 116%. We're going to give a bunch of it to the Northern Territories. We're going to be under 100% overextension, and we should be able to core most, but not all of this in the initial burst. So, are you ready for this? I think we're ready for this. Alright, we're going to piece them out. This is an 80% peace offer. We now have dangerously high overextension. We will fix that by giving the Northern Territories, that's who you are, right? Northern Territories. Northern Territories are being granted a bunch of random shit that gives me overextension. Oh, Pinguian is huge. So do I want to start annexing Japan right now? I feel like we're probably at the point where Ordos and Yan'an and Ningwu and Taiwan. Cannot give them that. Datong? Datong. Yes. Nope. Oh, Datong is something that I already had, so we don't need to give them. So that's fine. I think that's just all we're going to give them for now. And we now have the Northern Territories expanded out a bit. And let's take a look at how much it's going to cost to core everything that we actually have. Spanish separatists are back in the mix. Weirdly enough, I'm not sure why, actually. That's very strange. Oh, because my overextension is now 125%. Gotcha. So as soon as this goes down from all this business, we will be able to do it. I should have actually taken it up 3 times, I think. Have anything else that we can do to reduce our overextension? Or not my anything to reduce my unrest? I don't think so. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and just start coring everything. I shouldn't have been doing that one. That was something that doesn't give me overextension. Okay, so wait a day. Overextension is 96%. And this is 0.9. So I could do harsh treatment. That's going to be really expensive. How are we doing here? So I've got all this stuff cored now. it wouldn't take much to prevent these guys from spawning rebels. Speaking of not taking much, it would take about what I can get out of you. And that's not going to be quite enough to do the job. Okay, I think what we're actually going to do is we're going to cancel some of these to get this monarch power back. And we need 169, which is how much we have. So I'm not sure why. Oh, because why do I need what? Why did you change? Okay, weird. That said I needed much less than I actually need. So we're gonna boost stability. That'll get the Spaniards under control. Or not? Shouldn't that have reduced it by... I am so confused right now. You know what I can do? This will reduce my unrest, right? Yes, it will. So what we're going to do is we're going to strengthen government. That pumps us up to 100%. That should hypothetically deal with this problem. Are you... Okay, they're at 0. So there's a 0.4% chance. So there's like a 1 in 300 chance that this ticks. Just watch as it's going to tick. Okay, so these guys have been eliminated from the list, and we should be able to now just wait a bit until we can do the next war. So Ottomans, we have truce with you for no time. We do not have a truce with you. So we can declare on the Ottomans if we want, but I don't know that we want to, because I feel like the Ottomans are already weak enough, and the Ottoman eaters should be focusing their attention on Hungary. Hungary is allied with Scandinavia, Württemberg, Venice, and Morocco, which is a gigantic alliance chain. So if I were to declare on Morocco, then I could take control of all of this. Do we have a thing with you for a few more years, right? Yes, we have 2 more years before we can declare on Britain. We have the separatists here not dealt with. Let's deal with them now before I forget. And we have a bunch of people who need to get to the coast. This army is the first of those merc armies I have. This is another one of those merc armies. Who are you? This is 2 armies that I'm just going to split. And you know, actually, one of these is just going to chill here, I think. We're going to take these guys and do this. So this army here is just going to... Why? Okay. Okay. Let's see what's next on the agenda. So we have a royal marriage offer. I don't think I'm going to take it right this second. A rebel uprising that is sitting at 0%. And I don't think we need this royal marriage right now. We're going to wait. Thanks, Vizier. Hopefully we are able to get full completion here. Oh, actually, here's a question that I do not remember the answer to. Do I need to have that myself, now that I think about it? Yeah, I forgot about that. So I think for this achievement, there's a decent chance that I need to control those territories myself, which means that I need to get rid of that vassal. Let's see. What is the foremost surveyor of Jagannath? So, or it's non-tributary subjects. So it doesn't matter. We can take this. We just need to take control of all the wood. That's not wood. That's not wood. That's not wood. Naval supplies. That's not wood either. Is there wood down here somewhere? There is tropical wood in Terra Austral. So, how long do we have a truce with you for? 13 years, Jesus. And they are continuing to colonize my territory for me. Thank you very much. They are very tiny now, though. I feel like one more war against them should be fine. Portugal is annexable soon, probably, question mark. So, Venice is an obvious choice to expand into next. Do we have any need for Diplo power moving forward? We have public punishments available. Can agitate for liberty. Why would I? I don't know that I even need to keep pumping my Diplotech right now. I feel like Diplotech isn't really that important. So I think I am actually going to send someone over here to annex Japan. And we can take a look at my policies here. I do not need overseas dominions. I should have actually removed that earlier because overseas dominions is not terribly relevant. And instead we're going to take the Vassal Integration Act. So that will allow us to annex Japan pretty quickly. And I think we're going to start annexing Malaya. Do we want to annex Malaya? No, we don't want to annex Malaya yet. We have too many fucking island fort bullshit down here to deal with. So let's see here. Are we going to accept the Northern Territories thing right here? Not. I don't. Fine. It's fine. Why do you all have such trash legitimacy anyway? That's my question. So we just won this battle. We've dealt with the separatists here. We can set you to deal with the rebels. Supply limit of 52. We have Ottoman separatists running around here. Who is this? Oh no. 10 reduced trade power. Whatever shall we do? So if we declare on Hungary directly, then we're going to get into a war that's just this massive, gigantic war against everyone all at the same time. I feel like it's probably better if I don't declare on Hungary directly and instead declare on Morocco. So while I've got Morocco under fire, I can then declare on Venice in a separate war. If I'm in a separate war with Venice, that will, I think, be the most efficient way of sort of opening things up here. I could then attack Venice. If I want to, I could attack Scandinavia. They're only allied with Hungary. So what I can basically do here is just start going in on this whole alliance chain one by one. We can go after Morocco, and that pulls Hungary into the war. Hungary is unfortunately the largest nation that we have to deal with in this alliance chain. But their whole alliance chain is pretty big. Venice is pretty large. They're going to require more than one war to annex, I think. They will not require more than one war to annex. Interesting. I mean, technically they won't require more than one. If I take 100% off of them. But that means I need to start seriously consolidating my client states, I think. I think that we need to do it. We need to integrate... How many of them? We're annexing Japan. We have a monthly increase of +1 despite the fact that we're annexing Japan. We have the Northern Territories over here. We have... How much are we spending annexing Japan right now? What, 11? Yeah, we're annexing them 11. It's crazy. So if we annex them, and then we annex Malaya... we don't want to annex Malaya yet. Malaya we'll deal with later. So we'll annex Japan. We could annex Arabia, I guess. Arabia is pretty close to their maximum. If we were to start annexing you, it would take us about 20 months. So this is not going to be feasible. We're going to have to wait a little bit. We're going to finish Japan, I guess, before we annex Arabia. But once we've annexed Japan, we can then annex Arabia. Egypt, we can expand west and take control of huge chunks of this territory. Central Africa might actually be small enough that it's worth it to just annex them. Nope, they're not small enough. Okay, so who else is in need of getting annexed over here? How many troops do we have? We have so many armies at this point, it's kind of ridiculous. So we have multiple sets of troops over here that need to be picked up. We have a bunch of them that can probably just be left behind. We're going to leave all the other ones behind. We're just going to pick up the 100,000 troops that we have here. That, I think, is sufficient to get the job done in the West. And how are we doing here? These guys are up again. They exist again because of the fact that I got that legitimacy drop. We're going to go ahead and do this, and that will give us the full power of this. And these guys can pop over here. So, these guys are popping over here. We're going to fight Morocco and Hungary at the same time. Fighting Morocco and Hungary isn't going to be that big of a problem, and we're also going to be fighting Venice. Venice is going to be a little scary because I do not know how terrifying their navy is going to be, but we're going to try this. We unfortunately only have 70 years left, but 70 years is quite a long time. Okay. Hop these guys on the boats. And this 100,000 I think I'm just going to leave in Europe. That way I don't have to keep ferrying people back and forth. I just wanted to make sure that I was getting the war with them done quick. Giran, we will go ahead and core. So we're going to be sitting on significant amounts of stuff for a while here. So the Spaniards are still below 100%. They're still below anything, rather. Fortunately, we do still have corruption. We're going to have this for a while. So even having the audit checks and the Royal Commission Act together, we still do have the threat of Thinger. And the Ottomans aren't even a great power anymore, so that's kind of cool. We're going to just pop down here. And anything else that just... It's like ants. There's all these little tiny armies running around all over the place. I think these guys are actually going to... do some business. And what do we have over here? We could actually go after the Ottomans if we wanted, but I just don't think there's much reason to. The Ottomans are going to be sort of a red herring right now because they don't control their capital, probably. I'm not going to be able to get sufficient war score to justify it. So, if we take control of the... Wow, that is much longer fight than I was expecting that to be. Let's see here. We just cored some provinces. Okay. Next. Oh, good. So we have 50,000 troops here. If we declare on Venice, how many troops does Venice have? We're not going to declare on Venice first, but it's important to know. Venice has 150,000 troops, and they're all going to be right here, right? Like, there's no way they're going to be anywhere else. So we're going to go over here. We will dive this army, take that out. Once that army's dealt with, where's my other fleet? These guys are puttering around here. They're just standing here. These guys are just standing here. I have a bunch of troops that are just standing in the middle of it, goddamn nowhere. I'm going to send these guys over here. This army is... I don't think I need this army here. The Ming army will deal with Gouge as well. I'll just move them in there when I need to. For right now, we have... That's 25% done already. That's pretty damn fast, actually. And let's see, Corchin is a one-province minor now. I could declare war on them, but I'm not going to bother. We have a lot of business going on over here. We have these guys ready to pop. Take this army out. Should probably give them a general. This fleet's going to pop over here. And how are we doing? We have one more year before that other stuff will work. Air apparently exists now. The separatists that we were seeing all the way back when have successfully done their stuff. Alright, so Morocco and Hungary do not seem like a terribly powerful combo in terms of navy, because the Ottomans are still in control of the ocean, it seems. Or maybe not, depends. Alright, we're going to declare this anyway, it's fine. These ships will just chill here, and we can upgrade them if we want. Do we want to upgrade them? 12 ships. Which ships need to be upgraded? Okay, we're going to do this because and then we'll detach the damaged ships. These guys. So here's the Moroccan army. That's not how you... That's not where that is. Got the Flying Dutchman here. Let's see. Do them once and time it. Do who once and time it? Let's see. So, Hungary is now in a war against me. And that's great. Interestingly enough, that also called Hungary in against Spain. And are we ready to... Do we want to try to take out the Venetian fleet? Let's see how powerful the Venetian fleet is. They have 149 ships. The vast majority of them are galleys. And that is a little scary, but it could be worse. That is a, like, transport type fleet, which we do not need to around with quite yet. So the Hungarian army is puttering around over here for some reason. And these guys are going to pop over here. So now that they've done that, I think we're going to merge this fleet together. And I think we're going to declare on Venice. If I move this fleet to here, I think... Yes, the Venetian galleys are all here. And if I can get a one-sided enough fight here, I might prevent them from bringing their fleet out at all. So, that being said, I don't have any diplomats to send, apparently. So, we're going to wait a few days, then we're going to declare. So, a bunch of these cities will not join. And... okay then, I think we are set. We're going to declare this, and we're going to send you to Fire Ends. Oh god, they have all the fucking forts in the world. Ugh, life is sad. Why is life sad? You guys are going to have this army, and I think we're actually going to send you straight to Ferrara instead. You guys are going to go to Fire Ends, and you guys are going to be given somebody who sucks at sieging and put directly in between. So this fleet is not coming out, which means that we are safe from Venice right now. And that is 28,000 troops heading to Ferrara. Fine. Go for it. Let's see how this goes. That is going very well for us. So we have taken out that army. This army is actually going to come into support. We do know that they have a pretty sizable army around here somewhere. There it is! We found their army. Okay. So, this is going to be just a mincemeat sandwich, but 12,000 casualties on our side and double that on their side. They're not actually retreating the direction that I would expect them to. And let's see, this army is going to continue the siege here, I think. And we're going to move these guys to Rome. Alright. Where the hell are you going? Are you going to Rome? You maniacs? Okay. So don't use your forts for cover. That makes sense. Okay, so they actually just fed me a pretty sizable chunk of war score there. And we have 24,000 troops chilling over here. And how else are we going to go? I guess we are just going to putter around, and we can, I guess, send... Is this a... Yeah, this is a rank 8 fort. We can just send these cannons in with the rest of these guys, which I should have done before, and I didn't. Now, we don't have the ability to move this fleet right now safely. But we are already at 16% war score with Venice, which is nice. It looks like Venice is going to be very fast wars. What I'd like to do is get them a little bit further on the list. What I can actually do if I want is, rather than have these guys in Rome, which doesn't really make any sense, we could actually send them in the fleet all the way to Venice, or Venezia. And if we send them to Venezia, they should basically be able to take that province pretty much instantaneously. And if they do that, we can do a lot of good work. So these guys are just going to charge my vassal army. And these guys are going to dive in here. And there's 10,000 troops here. But they're not going to go anywhere that I can get to them, so it's fine. Okay, so we're 42%. Slowly but surely we're getting there. And we're at 49% on their capital. Not too shabby. Oh shit, that is a lot of manpower that I don't have, but I also don't care, so. Okay, defenders desert again. Royal marriage with Japan has ended. There we go. We just won the siege of Venezia, and they're apparently in the middle of a fight with us somewhere. Tempted to just pull these guys over here, but I don't think I can get there in time. 23rd, 22nd, and 23rd. So yeah, we're not going to be able to get out of here in time, so I'm not going to worry about it. That's one ship down. This is next day. And the galleys just do so much damage, and that is a lot of really low rolls on my part paired with a lot of really high rolls on their part as well. I was expecting this to be pretty one-sided, though. I wasn't expecting this to go well for me. So, okay, do we want to pull out of this? Not when we have a 7 and they have a 1. So we're going to wait until the next tick, and then we're going to immediately run. Oh, and I guess I should have pulled out because I just lost my flagship for no damn reason. So that's what you get when you are arrogant. So these guys are just crossover to Treviso. We have 27% there. These guys are going to dive my vassal swarm here. Also, I have a bunch of ships here that I don't know why they're here. It's weird. Okay, these guys are going to be fighting in Rome. It's probably fine. We won this siege. We're now at 32% war score, and we can get these guys back over here. And do we want to dive this army, or do we want to go to Fire Ends? And why not both? So we do have more territory to core. And we have more territory to give to our vassal as well. I think we have, at this point, sufficient war score to do what we want to do. That would be my guess, is that we should be able to... Can we get you to cancel this movement? We cannot. Okay, so we're at 33% war score. We're going to see how much we can take if we do this. The important thing is, can we take all of your forts? Because if we can take all your forts, that's really all I care about. They have a fort here. I think they have a fort in Genoa. They definitely have a fort in Ferrara. I think they have a fort in Genoa. How's our aggressive expansion? Let's see. So we would need to go all the way up to Milan if we wanted to take all of their forts in one battle. We're not going to be able to take that much war score right now. So question. This is giving me 65% overextension. We already have 89%, which means that we cannot peace out right now, which means that I think we're actually going to just take a larger peace deal from them overall. We're just not going to be able to justify doing it any other way. I think we can get here first, and we can. So they're now going to go to Rome. The issue here... These guys are no longer repairing, so they are repairing. How many ships do I have? I still have 255 ships if I wanted to dive out here, but that's just so many of these things. Let's see. So if I take this myself, then that's going to be hard. However, the other thing that I could do if I wanted is I could transfer control to my vassal immediately and just try to take literally just the forts and nothing else. But I can't because I don't have control of all the forts. So that's an issue. This overextension problem is actually mostly resolved, so we're going to just wait. It'll be fine. So these guys are going to pop into Arezzo. These guys are now going to Abruzos. They're now going to try to go to Ancona. I don't want them to go to Ancona. Ancona's not a place for them. Are you literally just going to walk straight into that fleet? We're going to just straight into that fleet, I think. So they're just going to sit here in Ancona and force my fleet out. No, they're going to dive me in Urbino. That's a strange choice. I'm curious about that choice. Let me take a look at their army quality. So, army quality, they have way more morale. They have no discipline, though. They have no discipline, they have no professionalism. So, they have a few more cannons. Do I want... I'm going to leave this army here. And... oh, I can't actually get there. I cannot get there to reinforce. That is potentially trouble. That is potentially significant trouble. I do not know why these guys are attacking me here into the hills, because it seems to me like I should probably win this fight. But generally speaking, the AI does not suicide 60,000 troops. That is generally not something that they will do. Usually, if and they're such cowards, right? They're such cowards that the fact that they're willing to dive my army that's slightly smaller than them implies to me that they have something scarier than it seems. Can you guys get here? Yes, you can. I didn't realize these guys could just walk away, so they're going to just walk away. Okay, we're fine. I thought that they were doing something crazy, and I'm pretty sure they were doing something crazy, and they changed their minds and decided not to do the crazy thing. So, what does this mean for us? That fleet is now going to the streets of something or other. This fleet is going to hit repair damaged ships, and then we now have 200 ships here. We can sit here. That'll give us quite a lot of stuff. Do we want to... Are we ready to piece Venice out? How much overextension do we have? 89% still. So yeah, I think what we're going to do is we are just going to take an amount here that is going to give us less than the... oh shit. Less overextension than we can afford to have. So what's going to happen here is we're going to move to 2 different locations. That will prevent them from going away from here, probably, question mark. Are they gonna go to Rome? They are locked into Rome. Do we want to allow them to get away with that? 14th, 15th. We have 36% war score already. On the 10th, we will finish a bunch of shit. So I guess on the 10th we can see how much overextension we can take. Nope. There we go. So on the 11th, we triggered all this, and then, oh shit, that's not great. So these guys are also going to Roma, which means that we should have the numerical advantage at the start. Or not. They did not arrive yet. Jesus Christ, they take so long to arrive. Okay, so we lost 13,000 troops there. They're all mercs, so it's not like they're real soldiers. And we are now sitting at 38% war score. We have how much overextension to play with? We have 49% overextension to play with. We actually have a little bit more coming in very, very soon. So let's see here. If we take Rome, we take Treviso, we take Genoa. Is that all the forts? No. We take Ferrara, Romagna, and Firenze, Siena. This is 49% war score. 49% overextension, rather. So this will get me slightly over the limit that I have right now. So if I take this instead, I'll be still under 100% overextension, and I can start feeding territory to Bharati, Germany soon. The issue is that this is only a 21% war score victory, and we fought all the way to 38%, which is kind of sad. That being the case, though, do we have any reason to... Oh, that's interesting. So over here, Hungary is fighting against my, like, provincial armies. And what do we want to do for this war against Hungary? I don't think I want to keep sitting on this war indefinitely. So what we're going to try to do, let's take a look at Britain. Britain is at war with Darfur. We do not have a truce with you anymore, right? So Britain is still the largest nation that we have to deal with. So we need to get control of all of their provinces ASAP. We did not peace out. We should probably peace out here. So we only need to take all of this to dramatically weaken Venice. So this will, I think, make them one-shottable in the next war with pretty much ease. And so we're going to go ahead and do this. So coalition may form between those two, to which I say, ha. And do we want to core this ourselves? No, we don't have the stuff to do that. So we're at 96% overextension. We are no longer at war with Venice, which means we now have... I'm an idiot. I could have just given all this shit. I have extra war score to play with. I could have just given it all to the people and not worried about it. That's fine. So everybody's going to pop over to Ancona, and we are going to get this party started over in the other territories. So all these guys are going to get on the boats. The boats are going to repair the damaged ships, and that's going to cause a problem because there are 9 of these ships thingers. Yes, 11 of them are, in fact. So instead, this whole shebang. Who are you supposed to be a part of? I'll figure that out later. These guys are going to pop over to the Gulf of Gabes, I guess. And where is your capital? They've taken a ton of territory. So they put their capital back in Marrakech. And Morocco is actually pretty big now. They have sizably expanded themselves. So Hungary has a pretty sizable military. Do we want to? Yes, we're gonna send these troops over to Spain. I think. Excuse me. Do I want to send all the way to Spain? Yes. We want to, at the very least, take Marrakech right now. I don't know that I'm going to actually take anything in this war with the Moroccans, because I don't know that I actually need to. This war with Morocco was kind of a feint, and it wasn't a very profitable one. I'm not going to lie. This was not wise. It hasn't paid off. So we are going to pop in here, and then we're going to say, oh shit, we need to get some of these people back on the boats, because that is way over the limit for this province. And let's see. Get you on the boats, and you on the boats. That should be fine. These guys will putter around, and we're actually going to have you guys just walk to Fez. Meanwhile, these guys are going to go to a few different locations. So we're going to have you go here, and we're going to have you go here, and this army is going to go there as well. Alright, so we should have a pretty easy time here. Do we need to actually have all these people going there? Now that I think about it, no. We don't need them all going here, but it's fine. So, the Hungarian army is actually over here. So, this was originally intended as a feint. But we could, hypothetically, start legitimately taking territory from Morocco. Oh my god. We have so many freaking troops. Just no. Just don't be useless. Be useful. Okay, we're gonna send these guys to here. Let's see. Legitimate merchants retaliated against foreign aggressive. Okay, we won the Siege of Fez, and we have the ability to dive Figwig now, and you guys can go where? You're going to Meknes. So, let's take a look at... Let's just look at our war enemies right now. Hungary has no morale to speak of. They have 112% discipline. They have no professionalism to speak of, and they have no army tradition to speak of. So hypothetically, the Hungarian armies should be very easy to deal with, as far as I can tell. So 16th, 13th. Do we want to dive them into mountains, though, across a river with injured troops? Yes. But we're not going to assume that this will work for us. I think it should. We should be fine, but we're going to send the rest of the army in anyway. It's fine. I'm always concerned that there's going to be something that I'm not accounting for that really just screws me. So... Interesting. It's a lot of money. Not diggity. Okay, so... This army has very little place to... Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter whether it has anywhere to run, because it literally doesn't have time to run. We just stack wiped them. Okay then, so we're going to pop over here, and we're now at 6%. And look at that, we have 51. I think that over here, I think that just our vassal troops are sufficient to just fight them off. Over here, they fled that front. And I'm sure if you asked them, they'd say, oh no, we didn't flee that front. We, are... what? Okay, so that is weird, because they were not a shogunate, but whatever. At any rate, we have just annexed all of this. Cool beans. We can core this stuff if we want, but we don't actually want to, question mark? Yeah, there's no reason for us to core this. This stuff needs to be given to our German vassal. Okay, so we are just going to start expanding through here, I think. And if we can... If we can punish Hungary pretty heavily here, then that'll be very good for us. And we'll just have to see if we can. So we won the Siege of Marrakech, that's the capital, which means that we're now at 22% war score. We know that they have an army down here, but we do not know what that army is. So, do we want to start taking Moroccan territory during this war? This costs a lot to core. And we do not have... Oh, but you know what? We could give this province to Bharat, Germany, and then we could make another client state over here if we wanted. We're currently over our limit, but only by... That would put us over our limit, but it would only put us over our limit by 1. Alternatively, I could actually core a bunch of shit, and I think I should probably core a bunch of shit. But if I'm going to be coring a bunch of shit, I'm not going to be spending double price for it, because that's just silly. So we're going to go over to Karasi, I guess. We're at 24% war score. We have double price for Hungarian provinces. Do we want... We just won the siege of Constantinople. Looks like these guys are going to try to dive my Egyptian army over here. We've won the siege of Dara. We're going to move on to Kef. And let's take a look here. I'll send you guys up here. So, as I anticipated, they are going over here. I think I'm going to wait for these guys to lock in, and I'm actually just going to send them this way. So, we can put a leader in charge of this army when they arrive in Macedonia. And it looks like we're not going to catch this army, unfortunately. This is Highlands. Currently sitting at 30% war score. And we don't have very much control over here. So... I wonder if we could... I don't think we can peace out Hungary right now, right? We could peace out Hungary with a white peace, or we could take territory or whatever we want from them. This will cost us some stuff to do, but we could actually take some territory from Hungary this way. But that would be silly. But we could do a white peace with them if we wanted, and that would give us a 5-year truce. But I don't think there's much reason to do that because I'm probably going to just declare war on Scandinavia anyway. So since I'm going to have to declare war on Scandinavia anyway, what we're probably going to do here is, I think, take as much territory off of Hungary in this war as possible. So rather than take a bunch of territory from our actual war enemy, like the people that we have declared on, we're instead going to take a bunch of territory from Hungary instead. There's 41% overextension already, and we can easily keep accumulating. Oh my god, we sent 2 armies here. Get away from me. One of you just get the hell out of here. So, this army is going to pop over here. And just ticked a huge amount of there. Okay, so you guys are chilling here. Let's pop up to here. And pop up to... cannot pop there. Pop over here. So we just won the Siege of Seuss. We're at 40% war score now. And do we want... yeah, I think we're going to want to take just a big chunk. We can take all of this for one of our nations, for the Ottoman Eaters. And if we can actually get control of this province here, then we could actually give all of this to the Ottoman Eaters as well. And then we don't need another thinger. And if we can give all of that to the Ottoman Eaters, they will be doing their thing. So we just won the Siege of Kef. These guys are going to lose that fight badly. We're going to head over to Tripoli, question mark? No, we're not, because that's where our vassal's heading already. So, we have 44% war score. We have a massive army chilling down here. We're currently engaged up here. Do we want... serious talk now. Do we actually want to dive Scandinavia now and just keep this war going? Just keep it sitting here? Or do we want to declare on Scandinavia when they'll bring Hungary in? Because if I could get a huge war score off of Hungary here, and I think that's actually what I'm going to want to do. Because what I can do here instead is I can basically get, and this is going to generate a truce that's twice as long as it normally would, right? What I can do is I can basically just siege down all these provinces, just go completely ham on them, and get a ton of shit done. And then I just declare war on Scandinavia, come right back in here, and then punch these guys enough that they are willing to peace out. And if I can do that, then that's great. And if they instead decide that they're going to break their alliance with Scandinavia, then fine. Then I just annex Scandinavia and don't get an opportunity to punch my way through all of the Hungarian territories. But... this is 57% overextension. And all of this is territory that I want to core with my vassal. Hey, Moroccan army, we found it. You guys need to... I'm just going to send them back here. I don't need them to be puttering around in Africa. Get them all back to Iberia so that we can get them to Scandinavia quicker. Scandinavia does not realize the trouble that it's in. 2,000 manpower is not a lot of manpower. But yeah, it does look like they have a pretty sizable army here. And it's just not going to be enough. Just won the siege of their capital. That's putting us up to 64% war score now. And we can take this 66 if we want. We can take the 70 if we want. 73. Are we ready to peace out? Look at that. That's a pretty sizable chunk taken out of Hungary right there. I think we're ready, yeah. We're gonna piece this out. And we are going to probably core some of the territory up here ourselves. We now don't have to worry about state limit because we're already, you know, going to be capped all the time. So we could wait a little bit to get that corruption to tick down, but we're not going to. It's fine. So this is amazing. Like, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives the slightest bit of a shit about the fact that these guys are not even a co-belligerent. I'm getting double the aggressive expansion for this. Okay. So 73% war score, which is in practice more of like 30% war score, but it's fine. And we are going to pop down here, and we're going to pop down here. Unfortunately, I forgot that this is going to black flag all those troops, which means that those guys are not going to be involved here. But let's take a look here. We're now sitting on 125% overextension. Oh no. What are we gonna do? We're gonna give you all these provinces. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, I was not expecting that. It's ridiculous. Okay. That is very expensive. That's fine, though. So, Ottoman Eaters are a go. So, we will grant you Macedonia, question mark, yes. Grant you Plovdiv. Grant you Karasi. Grant you Kocaeli. Grant them Edirne, definitely. Grant them Constantinople. Look at that or not aggressive. I like it. Overextension. Give them Hudavingr. That is 95% overextension instantaneously. That is crazy. Do we want to make another client state out of the Pontic Steppe? So we could make a client state here if we wanted. This is 29 development. I should have secured my way over here. So do I want to do that, or do I want to just core this myself? I think I'm going to have, let's see, 64% overextension. I think we're just going to core it ourselves. Yes, we're just going to core everything up here ourselves. And we might even core Firens and Genoa if we want. Do we want Genoa? You know what? I'm just going to core Genoa myself. It's fine. We'll have just like little bits over here that we have cored ourselves. So, once these guys arrive down here, we will declare on Scandinavia. I guess once they arrive there and we have gotten these troops over to where they need to be. I'll move everybody to Gibraltar, I guess. So we's gonna move you to Cadiz. 150,000 troops should be, I think, sufficient to handle Scandinavia. Scandinavia, oh my god. Why? Why are you so bad? They have 74,000 troops, that's it? Oh, Scandinavia. Oh, actually, is Scandinavia who I'm going after next? I guess they're not. I'm going after Britain again. So we need to go after England. And they are allied with Austria, and interestingly enough, we actually have a lot of continental holdings now. So we are now actually susceptible to the Austrian army getting involved in a way that they simply were incapable of doing before. So we have 100,000 troops over here, we have 150,000 troops over here. Do we want to go after Britain right now? I think we might want to. Austria has how many troops? Austria has 100,000 troops. That's not a ton. Britain has 84,000 troops. That is not a ton. So one thing that I could conceivably do is I could dive Austria. Austria has 600 development. So we're actually very quickly running out of nations that are going to take more than one war to annex, actually. I don't remember the exact threshold that I need to get, but Morocco is one-shottable. So if Morocco is one-shottable and Morocco has this much development, then anything below this I can take in one shot. So all we have to do is get everyone below 500 development, and then we just annex everything, right? We annex everybody one war at a time. So obviously you do still have to deal with like alliances and things like that, but that's not that huge a deal, to be honest. The alliances also let you bypass treaties and things like that. So the Ottomans are where on the list? The Ottomans have 700 development, which means they're going to take 2 wars to annex. The Ottoman Eaters are in the process of coring territory that probably, yes, they have a core on. So since the Ottoman Eaters need to core territory there, we're not going to declare on the Ottomans right now. And instead, this army, we could bring, if we want, this army. If we just bring this 100,000 troops into Austria, then we'll be fine. So 100,000 troops will dive Austria. Once we get to, where is your capital? Wien is right here. So if we dive their capital, start pounding through their stuff, we can probably white piece Austria out while we are in the process of getting the rest of our troops into position. So yeah, these guys are going to just go over here. That'll be fine. The 150,000 that we have here are going to just get onto these ships, and that'll be good. So I think we'll be set here. That's not great. Why is the elephant population in decline? So we're gonna core all this shit. We will be... So we're declaring on Britain next. We will take control of all of their overseas holdings. That's going to require that we actually get somebody over here in ships. So hopefully Malaya actually has a fleet somewhere to move these troops over there, because if they don't, I'm going to have to do it myself, and that's going to be annoying. Do we want to build... Perfect. We can build 2 more war fleets down here. And we have plenty of naval force limit for that, so we're all set. Those 2 war fleets will be able to do the job Though, I guess it'll take a while before they get there, but that's fine. Let's see. We don't need to take the Brunei territory right now anyway, so let's take a look at our aggressive expansion. Austria has 11. 11. 11. Are you kidding me right now? Wow. Okay, so Austria could not possibly care less about any of their neighbors, apparently. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to pull these guys onto the ships, and I think it's time. We're going to dive there immediately. I don't think I need to have over 100,000 troops in the British Isles. So Britain has 84,000 troops. So we're doing this. It's going to be fine. This is not our territory. I thought that this was us, but this is not us. So that means that we're going to have to move these troops into here. That is a car alarm outside, by the way. It's not my house on fire or anything like that. You guys are not moving, so let's move you. So once they move, we can declare and get this party started. These guys are just puttering around here for no apparent reason. Let us take a look at the British fleet. Naval quality comparison, life is sad, and they have 36 heavies. So 36 heavies somewhere in the world, and they are, of course, the Brits, so they are going to make me sad forever. Interestingly enough, okay, so now is the time to declare. We don't have anything else that needs to get done right now. So it's time to... Oh, actually, no, that's not true. We do. We have to start annexing somebody. So who is a good target to extinguish? We have plenty of ability to expand Bharati Egypt, so we don't need to get rid of them. Bharati Arabia has no potential expansion options. We're going to just annex them. They're done. Western Expanse is still looking at expansion possibilities. Northern Territories has the ability to expand, but they're already really big. So, considering how big they are, considering what's going on here, I think it is probably in my best interest to annex the Northern Territories. We will replace them with a new vassal once we have them both annexed. So once both of them are annexed, we will be all set, and we will be able to start making some more of these nations. We do have Catalonia still. We do need to annex them soon. And we cannot do this for 3 more years. In 3 years, we'll get Catalonia done. Catalonia is very much a stopgap measure. They are not meant to be a primary thinger. They are just too much of a nuisance, basically. Because they're not a client state, they're not going to have all the reductions to their liberty desire. So, just no. Anyone else that needs to be annexed? Absolutely not. If I start annexing someone else, I might run into problems. So, you guys can stop building a spy network in Ming, and I can now declare on Britain. Okay, so no debate in Parliament. We'll fix that. And it will be reduction in the decay of these is actually pretty good. It's pretty solid. Okay, we are ready to declare in 5 days. That's right now. So, Austria is going to join. We are not going to set Austria as co-belligerent. I don't really see any reason to try to take anything from them. We have plenty of territory to take off of London. England. So we're firing this declaration. These guys should be pulled out here. And these guys are going to go here, and these guys are going to go to here. Unfortunately, we have this fight going on here that we got a 9 in, at least, but This is not optimal. These guys should probably come help, question mark? Do I want them to come help? Actually, we are winning this fight. Kind of. We're winning this fight in the context of we're destroying ships and I'm losing ships as well, but I don't care if I lose ships. All I care about is them not having ships. So they have fled, and that is unfortunate because I wanted them to stick around so that I could do some good work here, but no such luck. Who is doing what now? Wait, what? Where's my fleet? Here's my fleet. And we are apparently... I thought that they fled, but it looks like my troops fled? I'm very confused right now. So... I don't know why we have 1,000 artillery just chilling there that are separate from everyone else. But that's okay. That is a 0 versus an 8. Ugh, if only we had common sense. So that is a huge fleet. Oh wow, that's 2 zeros in a row right at the beginning of the fucking fight. Oh wow. That's gonna... This is bad. We're retreating. I cannot believe we destroyed 2 of their ships. Considering we got 0 after 0. Like, holy shit. We outnumber them by a lot, and we do have that bonus to our engagement width, so we can actually utilize the fact that we outnumber them by so much. Did I actually send these guys out? I did not. So you guys should probably start heading to Wien. So we can send 1/2 of them with this leader, and 1/2 of them with this leader, and send them to the 2 different locations. Oh, I can't go here. That's weird. Why is it prevention? Oh my god. Well, that's a problem. We're diving an army that is meaningful. This is a significant army, and we are in like hills or something. But we stack wiped them. We stack wiped them. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Why wouldn't it be fine? So we are going to just chill here. We've now taken out half of the Austrian army, and we are already winning the sieges up here. So that's great. And... oh, nope, nope, that's bad. Oh god, that's a problem. Oh, whoa, is it though? Is it a problem? Because it seems like it's possibly not going to be a problem at all, because holy shit, your troops suck, friend. Hot damn. 3.7, Jesus Christ. So we are dealing 25% increased damage from this. We have more morale, and we have more combat tactics that's also coming from the discipline. Just Jesus Christ, friends. Oh man. Like, do you even army, brah? Okay, so these guys can actually just do all the things. So... what's it doing? It's D, right? Yes. So... the way that someone suggested doing it is presumably like this. V is not dropping... oh, yes it is. There's no noise associated with it when you drop one, so... oh, this is way better. This is so much better. That's like 1,000 times better. Holy shit. Thank you for that suggestion. I do not remember who told me that, but you are an amazing human being who I love dearly. Because that's going to save me so much friggin' time. Oh, man. Basic UI maintenance is important in this game. So Coventry has been occupied. And... Jesus. was so fast. It's so funny. Can't believe I didn't know about that for so long. It's so much faster. Okay, we're at 5% war score. Pretty small amount, all things considered. And these guys are going to go to Essex. These guys are powerful because they can. And we have this army here, and they actually shouldn't be here. They should be up north. And we're all set. So we have this army of 40,000 troops just chilling down here. And we have the ability to send them over here if we want. It looks like we do have military access through there. Do we want to send this army over here? I think we do. We know where their armies are, so we might as well send this army to go deal with their army, right? Might as well. We won the Siege of Westmarch, and we can prevent them from getting back over here. This army is just going to pop into Lothian, and that is some troops down. And this fleet can drop off. Oh, this is the wrong fleet. This fleet to repair damaged ships, and we are actually going to send this fleet over here to do the work. So let's really come back to Somerset. And that's going to happen, and then we're going to send the rest of these guys up here. Because we can. So, we want to hopefully wipe this fleet, but I don't think there's much chance of that happening here. Okay, we did beat them, and they actually lost ships, and we lost a couple of transports, which I don't like, because I need my transports. My transports are important. And we're going to let this go. Oh my god. You guys. Oh, it's so ridiculous. The sheer power of my troops at this point is ungodly. It's just ungodly. Okay. The navies, on the other hand, they could still use a little bit of work. So, Austria, we have the ability to do a peace with if we want. And the question is whether we want to piece them out separately or whether we want them... I think we want to piece them out separately. If we piece them out separately, we actually have the ability to use them to get a fight against England. And we obviously don't need to, but we get the ability to. So we're actually going to leave these guys here, I think, because... Can I do... Yes, so this is going to pop over here, and we are going to dive across. Oh, Scheisen bagels! That is a bigger army than I thought they had. This is going to be a problem. Oh shit, maybe it's not. If we still fucking win this, crossing over there and being generally as crazy as humanly possible, they have twice as many troops. Come on. I believe in you, England. You can do this. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna pull out of this. Yeah, that would have gone very badly for us if we had allowed it to. So we didn't. So they have 100,000 troops just chilling in Ireland, and that is going to be an interesting challenge. Because we have to cross that strait at some point. And let's see here. Austria is not peaceable yet. I think they will be once I've taken control of their capital. So once we've taken control of their capital, we'll be able to piece them out. I'm just going to move these guys up to the French territory because I'm not anticipating Austria being in the war for very long. So we have the ability to do a white peace with them. I think what we're actually going to do is... do what? Apparently can't core anything they have. So I think we're just going to peace out with them. I think that that's fine. I guess I could get war reparations from them if I wanted, or I could just take a bunch of money. I could make them take out a bunch of loans, and we might as well. Not a bunch of loans. We can make them take out a few loans. Piece that out. So Austria is no longer in the war, so it's just us and England. And this is... whose? So these guys over here, it's Ramacha. So Ramacha is chilling here. We're going to give Ramacha over. And this army should actually have that 3-star general probably. Alright, so these guys are now going away. I think what we're going to do is we're going to dive these guys quick. Just deal with this army. Once we've dealt with these guys, we can move each of these armies in turn. And these guys can pop into Ayrshire. And now the question becomes, how much do we need? Oh, that's interesting. Are you guys gonna dive here? You guys want to dive? You want to come over? I guess you can't. They can't because of the ships. But I kind of wish they could. Now then, we are going to have no diplomats, apparently. And... right, because I just had one, and that one is dealing with Austria right now. So, our admiral will no longer serve us. And these guys can just come on back. So, that army is chilling. That army is running away. So with this army chilling here, I now have to be concerned about how I'm going to approach this next battle. I could, and probably should, if we're being honest, just dive. Because I might actually be able to take out their entire army here before it becomes relevant. So we're gonna just move everyone into Ayrshire. We have like 100,000 troops here, and we will have the crossing penalty. Wouldn't it be nice to have some Marines involved here? And this is not an accepted culture. It's fine though, we'll just take you for now. And national unrest minus 2% is pretty useful considering the shit that I've been doing. And some of my provinces still lack cores. That's fine. So, we now have 100,000 troops here, and we are going to dive because we can. So, if you guys want to fight back, you can certainly try, and you will certainly die. So, we're going to put Buka Nagar in charge here. That's land fire damage plus 10%. Yes, please. And we are going to move you guys up here, I guess. Move you to here. These guys will just walk over here. And we should, I think, win this fight pretty easily despite the penalty. And if we win this fight despite the penalty, which we did, you can see we're killing them at a 2-to-1 ratio regardless. It doesn't even matter, friends. So these guys are going to pop down here, and we now have their entire army in lockdown mode. They cannot escape Ireland. There's nowhere for them to go, which means that we're going to be able to take out the entire British army here, and that's great for us. These guys lost military access, I guess. I guess that's not the entire British army. There's a little bit of an army over here. There are 19,000 cannons here and nothing else. So we're going to go ahead and take this siege. There's nothing protecting the cannons. What the hell's wrong with you people? Oh, these guys are going to try to escape. So, bye. Alright, so we're going to take this siege, and you guys are going to go hang out with somebody. It's 30 regiments, this is 20 regiments. Alright. We've just won this siege, and now they're like, wait a second. With that happening, what does that mean for us? So we're going to arrive on the 24th, which is not when we wanted to arrive, but that's fine. We just lost a fight off the coast of Holland, and we can now go down south if we want. We're going to go into both of these provinces from which we can get to Cork, and you guys are going to try to escape and fail. Do we want to dive here? This is 10th, this is 9th, so it's 1 day apart. That's fine, there's no problem there. We are going to hit Shift K on both of these armies. That way we consolidate our regiments into where we want them to be. And these guys are going to start moving in to where they need to be. So, 50% war score, and that is about to... I don't even know if that's going to skyrocket much, actually. But regardless of whether the war score itself skyrockets, our actual control here is. So these guys, I think, are probably going to go to Donegal. These guys are apparently going to Leinster? They're going to Leinster? They're just going to leave one province away? Oh my god. These guys are just not going anywhere. They're just going to chill here and get wiped. We can go ahead and do Shift K. Boop. And Shift K. And boop. And is that going to wipe them? Probably not. It did. That's a wipe. We just wiped their army completely. So, the British army is gone. That's 100,000 troops off the table. And that is actually a lot of war score that we've got now. So it does turn out that that was worth quite a bit of war score when we did that. And we can take this, and that is 73% war score. That should be plenty to get anything we damn well please. So we are going to take all the stuff that gives us no overextension if we want to. And we do not control this yet. So we can't take these provinces down here. I guess it doesn't matter whether it's colonial or not, now that I think about it. We don't need to focus on the colonies, because we have plenty of time to get all these colonies under our belt. So, I'd like to get this province. I really would. But it's okay if we don't get it right now. So, that being said, I could, if I wanted, do what? I guess everything that I take over here is going to require that I core it myself. So how much overextension do I currently have? I'm sitting at 46% overextension still. I have a shit ton of overextension because I'm taking this whole Pontic step for myself. So, with that being the case, we do have a vested interest in taking the stuff that gives me no overextension first. So that is going to be these provinces. There we go. So we actually figured out where these were. So we can take control of these, I guess. Any other provinces that are no overextension? So that's 17% war score to take out all their colonial nations and all that jazz. These things over here do give me overextension. And they did not actually annex Darfur, it looks like. Darfur is actually winning a war against them right now. Do I want to declare on Darfur? That won't give me access to here. I could give one of these provinces to one of these nations, actually. So Bharati Germany might actually just be bypassing Germany entirely in favor of the British Isles. So if I were to do this, can I take this? Yes. So I could give this province here to Germany, and then I can expand through Great Britain by just granting... I can make another one. I can just make a new client state. So we're going to do that. We can give control of as much as we want to Germany, and then take whatever else we want. So this is only 124% overextension right here. So if this is only 124% overextension, I think we're going to do it. We're just going to take a 100% war score victory off of them. This makes them want to join a coalition, but it makes it so that they don't have any territory left, so I don't give a shit if they want to join a coalition. You want to join a coalition? Have fun, right? So at this point, as long as we don't have any of the major nations that we are not currently getting peace treaties with into coalitions against us, we're 100% fine. Because the problem with the coalition is not that I'm not at risk of losing a war to a coalition. That's not what the risk is. The risk factor of a coalition is wasting a bunch of my goddamn time, because I'd have to deal way more to get the war score necessary to do the job. But I don't have to worry about that with these guys. Oh shit. They still have an army here that I didn't deal with somehow? Where did these guys come from? I thought I wiped their whole army. How did 19,000 troops just randomly show up? Okay, where did you fucking assholes come from? Okay, I hope I can get here in time. I think I can, yeah. So we just took out some separatists that I didn't realize were there. And how else are we gonna go about this? But yeah, I seem to have grossly underestimated just how terrifying the imperialism casus belli is. Because this modifier is clearly not stacking multiplicatively. This is clearly stacking additively with my other war score reduction effects. Because I'm taking, like, what is the war score cost for all their provinces is 244%. I don't think it's that much. Even like with, I don't think that 25% necessarily explains the difference there. Okay, so let's see. So once we've done this, we will have the ability to do a couple key things. Another advisor just died. That's fine. And didn't this person just get hired? Didn't we just hire you? Morale of navies. Let's go with. It's fine. And we can look at our things. We have a few more months before we finish the annexations. And we're at 79% war score. I don't. Let's reassign the seat. That sucks. Just reassigning the seat lowers our stability. So. We're getting there. This is insanity, though. These vassals are just so strong. Okay, 90% war score. That should be sufficient, right? Yeah. Even with this fight going on, we can still do this. Do we want to take Desmond as well? Yeah, we do, because we can. So we have 100% war score right here. We are going to take it all. It's going to be great. And we will peace out. Boom. Now let's take a look at the war score of taking all of Great Britain's provinces, because this should be 122%-ish, right? And this is 131%. So, this is great. I think we'll be able to one-shot them in the next war. I just realized that some of my territory that I took was not from them. So we now have a gigantic vassal swarm up here. Or not vassal swarm. We have a gigantic amount of territory up here. Let's take a look at our overextension. We have 171% overextension, and that's fine because we're going to purge all that, but we don't have to deal with that for any longer. So Bharati Germany is going to be granted which provinces? We're going to give Bharati Germany the Irish provinces first, I think. Oh, fuck. It's fine. It's fine. We just need to make a new one. They did not finish coring yet. I forgot that I gave them a bunch of shit. It's fine, though. So we're going to give them that. And we are going to... Then, I guess we could just form... we could just form Bharati Ireland, if we want. Do we want to make the Irish? I think we're going to do that. So let's figure out where we would want them. We'd probably want them in a place that we're not going to be able to put them. Okay, so it's fine. We will form out of Kildara. I think this is the way that it's spelled when it's controlled locally. So we're going to do that. Does it have an E in it? It's fine. If it does, then I'll be able to add it later. I forgot to change the color. Never mind, I didn't get the opportunity yet. We're going to set them to... see a good shade of green for them. Ooh, I like this shade of green, actually. I want this with this. Let's go with this. And bears. Okay, so now we just need to give them all the provinces, so... Grant you Pale. Grant you West March. That's... Ulster, Tyrone, Sligo, Ormond? Question mark. Yes. Midlands. Limerick. And Donegal. Connacht. And Desmond. So that is 61%. We'll now start granting them the Scottish territories. So we'll give them Ayrshire and Argyll. Inverness. And the Inner and Outer Hebrides. I don't have anything that would take me straight to 98% or 99%, do I? I do. I could give them Aberdeen. So giving them Aberdeen gets them up to 99%. I'm going to go ahead and just give them that. And there we go. Now, that might not be sufficient. How long do we have before this is finished? I should have waited until next month before I pieced out. But it's fine. Question mark. We're gonna wait a day, I think, and see. I think that we're still gonna be over 100%. We're gonna be at 130%. That's way more than 100%. So, do we want to make another colonial nation or another nation here? I don't think so. Do I want to put either of these guys over 100%? I also don't think so. So, this is 2% here, 7% in Genoa, but Genoa is going to take forever. This is not going to be done until way later. Crimea will be done next month. This is going to be 7%. So I do think we probably... You know what? We'll wait until the 4th of April. That's fine. What could possibly go wrong, right? Alright. So, this is 26. This is 21. They all came from this, so we're going to put them here. This just has more casualties. Okay, so we've now taken control of the British Isles, except for one province of Cork. So one war, like 90% of the British Isles. Technically speaking, we had already taken some of the British Isles. So we're going to take a look at Bharati Germany is able to be granted anything? Yes, actually, I could give them Devon if I wanted. Maybe? No. I can give them Somerset, I guess. So this gets them 99% overextension, which reduces our overextension by a little bit. And then, do we want to core everything? I don't want to core everything until I have checked next month on how this is going to go. So, we are now sitting on all this stuff. And let's take a look at the Great Powers list. Oh my god, wait, what? Chunk. Oh boy. So, we have, it looks like we have 2 wars for everyone on this list right now, which means that in terms of truce timers are not actually super relevant right now. Truce timers don't matter because we only have 2 wars, which means 1 truce timer that we have to deal with. So that's not too shabby. We are dealing with being slightly over our relations limit right now. Are we ready to just start coring all this stuff? What the hell are you? Sure, why not? Cambridge. Are we going to just core all this stuff? Again, I don't know until the 4th, so I'm going to wait. On the 4th, we will make that decision. Do I have anything? We're actually only at 99 absolutism, but that's fine. So we've cored all this stuff, and how big a difference has that made on this? 96%. We are no longer over 100% overextension, and we are no longer going to have any trouble with that. So, unfortunately, we do still have the corruption ticking up instead of down, but that's okay. France is guaranteed by Great Britain and Austria. So if I were to declare on France, then basically I could grow Catalonia a bit, because I still have a few years before I can do them, and I can reset the truce with these guys. The problem is that I don't really have anything to gain from it at this particular juncture. So, who else needs to be expanded? I guess the Ottoman Eaters need to be expanded. So, these guys here can do their business. We do not have a core here in Firens. Have you guys cored any of your shit? Because presumably, if I cored some stuff, then Bharati Germany did as well. Looks like they have. So, if I go to Bharati Germany and grant them Firens, they will still be overextended. So, they have too much shit of their own that I've given them, apparently. So, let's see here. Truce with Revolutionary Spain ends in 9 years. We do not currently have a truce with Poland. And Poland is the #1 great power. I do not have unrestricted conquest yet, though. So I can't declare on Poland until I'm ready to... oh, never mind. If I gave some of these provinces over to the Ottoman Eaters in this area, then I could actually do it. Alternatively, the Western Expanse is sitting at 0% liberty desire still, so I could actually give Astrakhan territory. They're guaranteed by the Ottomans in Poland, so don't necessarily want to dive you. Who are you allied with? The Transoxiana? Transoxiana exists. What the fuck? I thought that I wiped you. I guess I didn't. I guess I didn't take the northernmost territories, and those territories I think just expanded into even further north. So if I declare on you, then Astrakhan will join, Uzbek will not, and then I can these guys can dive Astrakhan, and then I can probably come close to annexing Astrakhan with that war. How much do you have? Total war score cost for all of their provinces is 67%. So I wouldn't be able to annex Astrakhan if I declared war on them, or if I declared war on someone else. But the alternative is, do I want... If I eat the Ottoman Eaters after I take control of all of this shit, then I can actually reach Poland with a client state. So I will say, one thing that's kind of interesting here is I do think that the client state potential of the Asian countries is actually way better than the Europeans, because the Europeans have a lot more difficulty feeding their client states into Asia, because Asia's so huge. Like, it's such a big area, and so much of it is inland. In addition, you have all these little island nations over here. You can't form client states out here at all. You have to make a client state on the mainland and then feed provinces directly to the client state instead, by basically in the actual war, which means that you're taking less war score when you do it. So interestingly enough, I think that Asia has some substantial advantages when it comes to a world conquest because they have the ability to do stuff like just feed all of this very easily to various client states in a way that it's much harder to get full access to Asia. I just think it's harder to get full access to Asia compared to Europe. Let's see here. Do we want to core the rest of this ourselves? We're under 100%, so yes, we're going to core everything here ourselves. And that will be good. So this will finish in a little over 2 years. Not too shabby. So that'll finish in about 2 years. We have these guys chilling here. I'm gonna go ahead and move these guys to Leinster. These guys can just stay in Connacht. And this fleet will split in half. Half will go here, half will come here. And now we have to figure out who we're going after next. So we have the ability to dive Scandinavia if we want. Poland I don't think is a good immediate target, and Astrakhan I don't know is an immediate target either. So if I were to dive Scandinavia, I could take half of their provinces in one war, and I could eat a little bit out of Hungary if I wanted, but I don't think I need to. Actually, I might want to, because if I just take a little bit out of Hungary, that will be pretty good for us. Alternatively, I could start attacking Transoxiana to get landed into Poland. And I just don't think that's as valuable. If I give this province to any of my client states, then I can form a client state out of Poland, and then we'll be fine. So we're all set. We have -6 from annexing our 2 things. We have this finishing. Doesn't even say. I have to go all the way to their provinces to see. So this is going to finish next year. So Arabia will be finished next year, and that is the topper. Yes, that's the top. So the Northern Territories are going to take longer than that. Do I have anyone else that I want to start the annexation process on? No, that's not going to work. We have that'll be 14 per month. So 10 months is, no, I don't want to do that. It's dangerous. Let's see. Ming is how big now? Because I do need to keep things going with Ming as well. Ming is not actually on the list here. Truce with me for 7 more years. So once that truce is done, we'll be set. The Manchu I could just annex Manchu in one war. Cool. And if I annex Manchu in one war, then I actually take Korea as a vassal automatically, which is kind of a cool bonus. Let's see. Portuguese Niger. So Portugal is probably pretty sizable at this point, right? Nope, not really. So it looks like we're just going to have to take out Scandinavia and Hungary, which we can do in one war. And then in the next war, we can just go after Poland. So we don't want to be forming a client state quite yet. So that actually brings about the question of, if I don't want to be making a client state right this second, am I better off doing some of this other shit and just getting some busy work done? So I could annex Bunyoro and get Central Africa completed. Once I have Bunyoro, Central Africa is all good. and then I'll be able to annex them at will. They're never going to be expanding any further, so that's going to be good. Let's do that, yes. And let's see here. What else do I need to do? Egypt needs to expand at some point. The Ottomans are currently pieced. They are guaranteeing the independence of Astrakhan. Fars is completely isolated, so I could just annex them, but Bharati Arabia is in the process of being eliminated, so I don't necessarily want to do that. The other thing that I could do... Did I build these ships already? I built some of them, but not all of them. We can build another one of these armies. That gets me halfway to my force limit. And let's see, who needs the thingamabobber? So if I start annexing that's 485 to annex, Jesus. So if we're annexing Arabia, Egypt is doing fine. Darfur is just chilling over here. And Portuguese Niger can be... Actually, if I fully annex Central Africa and then go after France... Do I want to go after France next? Serious talk, serious talk. We've got a truce with Great Britain for 15 years. That's ludicrous. We don't want a 15-year truce with Great Britain. That's just dumb. So instead, what we could do is we could declare on France and then try to just piece out Britain quickly. The key is that they do have a shit ton of ships up here. And we would need to get our troops over to the mainland before we would declare that kind of a war, I think. But if we declared that, that would give us a land border all the way to here, and that would allow us to create a client state here. So we would be able to create a new client state by doing that. Alternatively, and this is probably a bit more sensible, apparently Great Britain has a core here. I guess we need to take Darfur. So we have actually quite a little bit of cleanup to do in Africa. If I take Darfur, then I can easily get that expanded. We have the ability to dive the Ottomans whenever we want. And we have multiple nations that would benefit from that. But we need to finish our cores over here before we declare on the Ottomans. So, is it just cleanup time? Or is it go after Scandinavia time? I think it might be go after Scandinavia time. We're at war with Manchu and Korea for some strange reason. So Hungary will join. Pomerania will join. And let's see here. Do we want to... The concern here is, I guess it's not a major concern. So if I do this declaration, then I can just wait to finish annexing Bharati Arabia, except that's not going to be sufficient to get me below my relations limit. We're already a little bit over the cap. And if we're taking a shit ton of territory from them, that's not in my best interest. I think my best next attack is actually the Ottomans. The Ottomans are allied with Kazakh. Kazakh is a really easy co-belligerent here. They're allied with Guj, so I could do all sorts of nasty business over here. I could give this whole thing to the Northern Expanse if I wanted. Is this the Northern Expanse? The Northern Territories, rather? Northern Territories could take Guj, and then maybe they core it, maybe they don't. Tributary of Ming. And that would be if we declared Kazakh as co-belligerent. But I don't think I want to declare Kazakh as co-belligerent. Because the Ottomans have enough territory that I want to just take all of the territory I can from the Ottomans. Because we want to take control of as much of this as possible, just eat all of this, and I think that's going to work well. Okay, so we're going to declare on the Ottomans next, and Kazakh won't even join. That's perfect. So Kazakh isn't even joining the war, so we're declaring imperialism on the Ottomans. Sorry, friends, but you're done. So this is going to definitely be the end of the Ottomans. I don't think they're... I mean, it's technically not, because this is not technically going to eat all of their territory, because they can't eat all of their territory in one war. But it's pretty damn close. Oh, but I forgot I had a bunch of territories. Oops. That we're still coring. Oops. So, I forgot about that, but that's fine. The other people we're going to declare on is these people down here. We'll go after them soon. The Ottomans will probably get crushed just by my thinger. So, by my mighty vassals. Send these guys down here, and we just have 1,000 fucking particularists that we need to deal with. The particularists are probably stronger than the actual Ottoman army at this point. So, how are we doing? I will say that one thing that's kind of interesting about this is I don't know how the fact that I'm clearly going to take over the world at this point would actually influence the way that people interact with me. Because I'm clearly conquering the entire world, right? Like, this is obviously what's happening. Nobody is confused about what I'm doing. So I'm very curious, like, I'm just, what does that mean for the way that aggressive expansion and things like that would operate? Like, do people care about truces at this point? Like, what is the effect of that kind of realization of, oh no, one nation is legitimately just going to conquer the entire world. There will be no other nations in the world if in like 100 years, right? And I legitimately don't know. I don't know how that would have influenced the way that people behave. Are we going to be able to get there? We can try to get to here. I don't think we're going to. These guys are going to ticket. They did ticket. Life is sad. Alright, well, that means these guys need to go over here instead, and from here we can continue. These guys do not need to go there, and they can't go there anyway, so who cares? They're going to instead go to here, I guess. Do we have access there? Yes, we do. So we have military access through Hungary. I think? Question mark. We do not have military access through Hungary. Interesting. The Ottoman Eaters have 40,000 troops here. Oh my god. Okay, did this army arrive yet? Yes, they did. Okay, we're going to go ahead and declare on Bunyoro. And that will be fine. So I guess we can give them a leader. Might as well. There's only 2,000 thingers there, unfortunately. So what do we want to do in terms of accumulating war score against you? There's no forts down here. Do we want to... Why did I even bring you guys here? Just let the particularists have this territory. I only need to take half their territory to... I mean, I don't have to take shit. I don't have to take barely anything for me to get them to the point where they are, like, fully annexable in the next war. So, we're actually going to move these guys to... here, I guess. We'll move them to Trebizond. We don't need to move them to Trebizond. Move them here, and then we'll just sit on their capital. They still don't have access through here, which means that their fleet is, or sorry, their army is kind of locked in and doesn't really have much that they can do. So I'm gonna move to Kokele apparently, because it turns out that there's a enemy army here. So Venice has just triggered a golden age, and we cannot get to here because of this fort here, I guess. And let's see. The desire on the same. Ignore coring distance. That might be interesting. The desire on the same. I'm going to take unrestricted conquest because that will allow me to dive Poland wherever I want. That'll allow us to dive anyone we want wherever we want and not worry about it. We do still have the fact that our thingers can't go wherever they please to consider, but do not have military access. So these guys are just gonna pop onto this fort, I guess, and wipe out those particularists and hopefully take the siege from them. These guys are, I guess, going to... Oh, nice! So they've put themselves over there, which is a great position for them to be, because with them there, I can just walk over to Egrabos, and in Egrabos, I can siege this down, and then they can't actually leave this island. So I can... Are you going to... Going to Atina, apparently. So looks like they are not going to just give me the free things. Those rebels were way stronger than the actual armies that I've fought recently. I guess that's a little concerning. Where are you going? They're going to Balibadra. So we won the Siege of Ankara, and we're now just kind of accumulating some more score. We have no forts over here to deal with. These guys are heading to where? Mintasha. So we're going to pop over to the capital on the Siege of Bunyoro. Yay. Siege of Sinop. Not too shabby. And what else do we have? So we're 24% war score over here. And are there any other forts? Doesn't look like it. So we're gonna... I don't actually know how many troops they have, so I shouldn't do that. I could just check how many troops they have, but I don't know, that feels a lot like cheating to me. I'm just gonna move over here. We have no leader, so let's not do that. We'll wait for this to happen, and then we'll pop over there with a leader and just wipe them, I think. I do not know that they're not, like, sitting over there with their army, so, you know what, I will check how many troops they have. So. War enemies. Bunyoro, no navy. Shocking. Bunyoro has 20,000 troops, so since they have 20,000 troops, we are just going to move around with 20,000 troop regiments and use them to carpet siege, because I don't know where they are. They're somewhere, but... wherever they are, we don't want to give them the advantage. Now then, we're at 92% with Arabia, and these guys are going to merge together, and we are going to assign this person to them. And there we go. We're at 41% down here now. And that is... Oh, we found their army. So the Ottomans are at 32%, and they are unhappy with this war. We can take control of all this. We don't actually need that much territory because the stuff that we would be taking is going to go to the Ottoman Eaters, and the Ottoman Eaters are, I think, pretty close to 100% right now. This is Bharat Arabia, so Bharat Arabia is no longer available for me to give stuff to. So just this is already 42% overextension. Are you kidding me? This territory? I thought this territory was trash. Interesting. So, could keep going. The current overextension is a little scary, but I can get rid of Firens. I think I'm pretty sure that I can get rid of Firens now. I should have just cored Firens at this point. So let's see, we have 89% overextension. This would be 50% overextension, which means I can give most of it, but not all of it away. So, do we have other territory we could take instead? I'm not going to take this province. Don't want to do it. We are going to take this territory for the Western Expanse because we can. And is that all we want? I guess that's all we want right now. Question mark. Oh no, we actually want to take these. Do we have any provinces that we can take that cost no overextension? No. So these actually do cause overextension over here. These are provinces that start out in the control of some other nation. That's good to know. It's not a huge deal. Okay, I think we're going to peace out for this. And we will go over here and assign everything to a trade company. It's not critically relevant, but I might as well. And we go to Bharati, Egypt and say, hey, it's been a while since we actually gave you anything. Let's pay off your debt. And I'm at war. I cannot do this. Oopsies. 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 Oh god, mistakes were made. Why are you idle? We're gonna cancel these. One of these. Okay, we're fine. We have a free diplomat. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, friends. What were we doing? Yes, we're peacing out with you because we have to peace out with you now because I am an idiot and did dumb things. Okay, so we can't take their capital, apparently. I can take everything except these provinces. We're gonna do it because, again, I don't really have a choice. So we're peacing out, taking control of all the shit, and we are going to start giving these provinces away. So, Prati Central Africa is going to be granted. Ruguru. Grant Province, Buyo, Goma. Grant Province, Nakoma. Zinza. And Bushubi. Kaga something. Kagagwe. We will give you Bafuriru. Bafuriru. And Naduga. And Buganda. This is actually already 80% overextension, so Nakor is sufficient to get them to 88%, which means, honestly, I'm glad with this thinger, because if I had taken more territory than this, that would have put them over 100%, which would have meant that I would have had to hold on to some of this territory. I didn't realize that that was that much territory. Alright, so, Bharat Egypt. Europe. You are taking Beja. You're taking Shendi. You're taking Berber. There's Berber and Berbera, so there's Dongola. There is Bayuda. There is Soba. There we go. Now we have, what is this? Saranuya. We have Wadi Halfa. Kasabrin. Aswan. Isna, Kus, Girga, and that is probably all that we can give them. I didn't intend to cancel that, but that's fine. Let's see here. We can give Firens over to Barathi, Germany, probably? Question mark. Yes. They got Firens. That's going to help me quite a bit, actually. And you guys... Where are you? So, Bharati, Egypt. Farfrey is going to bring up to 98%. So... These provinces go to the Western Expanse. Forgot about. Western Expanse is getting granted. It's gonna pay out there. Oh my god, that was so much money. Kaketi. Bayezid. And Van. Anything else that they need? Yes. We need to give them Abkhazia. Abkhazia, done. Okay, now, anything else that we've forgotten about? Don't think so. I don't think I took any territory up here. It's just swarms. And we now have the ability to declare on the next folks if we want to, but we don't want to because we want to finish coring this before we go after Hungary. We have cores over here already, so we just need to finish Constantinople and the other place in order to finish here. So I'm gonna go ahead and accept this. We have a lot of military power available to us right now. We are at 95% overextension, so we're fine. We're gonna go ahead and just core all this shit. Not even worry about it. Just get that done. And how close are we to finishing these two? We have quite a while to finish both of them. So, Poland is at 943. Do we want to actually go after Poland? Poland is allied with Austria, Lubeck, and Chernigov. Austria is a concern because, oh, but then again, Austria is in contact with Bharati, Germany. Bharati, Germany has not cored everything. Jesus Christ, Roma's 51 pro. Jesus Christ. Alright, so that's insanity, but okay. That explains why they haven't cored everything yet. They have cored most things, but they have not cored Rome because Rome is insanity. That makes sense. Now, what does that leave for us? Catalonia, can we annex you now? We can later this year. So if we declare on France, that gets us into a war with Britain and Austria. We actually have quite a long time before we can declare on Austria directly. So, the question is, do we want to go for... Do we want to go for it anyway? If we dive Austria, we can take a decent bit of territory from them for Bharati, Germany. Province is in a trade league and allied with Switzerland. But declaring on France would allow us to take even more territory away from Great Britain. The issue is that I don't know that the British have actually removed their fleet yet. They're eventually going to have to. But right now they haven't done it yet. I have 3% trade power. It's not a lot of trade power. So, what do we want to do about this? These guys are privateering. I don't think I want to declare on Great Britain yet, because that's going to require that I bring my ships up here again. I don't want to bring my ships up here yet. So, if I went after province, I could actually give Catalonia all of the province territories. They're allied with Switzerland. Is Switzerland allied with anybody? Bohemia and Salzburg. So, if I were to declare on province, province is, what? 35%. So, province is poof, very quick. Could annex them, give all those provinces to Catalonia immediately, and potentially take some Swiss territories as well. Switzerland is not actually in the Holy Roman Empire, it looks like. Or some of their provinces aren't in the Holy Roman Empire, it looks like. So, Holy Roman Empire is not doing great right now. What do we want to do? Spain is 6 more years before I can declare. Portugal, you still exist. You're allied with Spain. Okay then. Well, that makes things really easy. So it turns out that I can just declare on Portugal. Give me one moment. I need to check my phone. I don't know what time it is, and this computer doesn't tell me what time it is because it thinks I'm somewhere else in the world for some reason. It is noon. It is 12 o'clock, which isn't too late. I think we're fine. Also, I need to check something over here. For some reason, I don't see... Where is it listed? How many people are currently watching? It's like not listed on this thing for some reason. They have to go to restream for some reason. Alright. So, I think we are ready to dive the next, folks. So Portugal has 113% war score, which means that they have less than 100% in order to be able to annex them. So I could basically wipe out Portugal in this war, or I could just take all of these. Oh, I didn't go after Darfur either. Let's see. Can you guys get here? Nope. Okay, these guys are going to go back this way. How long does it take for you to get here? Okay, yeah, we're just going to send half of them over there because it'll be fine. And let's see. Oh, I'm unpausing for no damn reason. This is Holland. They have their independence guaranteed by Spain. They have 12% war score to annex, which means that this is a really, really easy and obvious decision to just declare on Holland here, which would allow me to take the rest of the Spanish territory if I so please. Because I won't be able to take these 3 provinces but I don't care about those. And do I want to go after them right now? I don't have a reason to go. I guess I have a good reason to go after Spain right now, and that reason is that in order to get after Portugal, I need to go after Spain as well. So that's probably what we should do. Portuguese Louisiana needs to be taken over by us. That's a really huge chunk that we do not currently control. We have these fleets built. This army is going to go down here. This fleet's going over here. So this is going to be our fleet for Asia for the rest of the game. We don't really need more than these guys, I don't think. So we have the ability to dive Ming by going after these guys if we want. So, but we don't really need to do that right now. Ming is still reasonably large, but they're not big enough to justify that, I don't think. So, unfortunately, we still don't have 10% of our development with the institution here, which is kind of sad and pathetic. So, that leaves us still with who do we want to declare on. I feel like declaring on Scandinavia or Poland might actually just be the best bet. How many troops does Poland have? Poland has 130,000 troops. So if I declare on you, you're allied with Chernigov, Austria, and Lubeck. So is there anyone that I can declare on that will allow me to get in? I guess we'll wait 2 days. Anyone that I can declare on that will allow me to get on Austria, but doesn't get me into a gigantic war that involves the British. Because again, I don't want to deal with the British fleet right now. Just don't want to deal with the British fleet. I want to deal with the British fleet once I've got my ships in the right position. That's just not today. These guys are puttering around here. You guys are doing what? Do you have these ships, these guys picked up? You know what? I think we should probably just go after Poland. That's what we're going to do. Where's the rest of this fleet? They're right there. If we get... I guess I could just put these guys in port and then I don't have to deal with the British fleet. Now that I think about it. Okay, fine. we're gonna put these guys into port and then we're gonna declare war on France because that's just sensible. Okay, so if we do that, we should be able to. Oh no, that would be a bad thing. Then we're at war with the people that we're trying to core territory from. So no to that. No to declaring war on you. I guess we could declare on Lanzhang, just to have something to do, but we don't have a thing up here to give territory to. Could declare on Fars, but these guys are about to disappear. We could declare on the Western Expanse. Oh wait. We could declare on Darfur. It's not terribly useful. So yeah, I guess that means declaring on Holland. They're allied to Spain. So it's either them and Portugal, or declaring on Scandinavia, but we still need to finish these cores. These cores are going to finish really soon, though. These cores have ceased to be a threat. We can just wait on these cores before we declare. That's fine. And if we declare on Poland, we don't have the ability to make a client state out of them right now. But hello, Bashkira. If you are mine, so if I give this to the Western, if the Western Expanse has this province, they can continue expanding further into Poland. I don't need to go after anyone big. I can just go after this one province minor here, take control of their capital, and call it a day. So is it cleanup time? I think it's cleanup time. We're going to declare war on you. That will do that job. We have some overextension to deal with. That will be dealt with slowly over time. And we have Darfur, who we can declare war on in a month. And we're going to wait a month and then we're going to declare on Darfur. Once we've declared on Darfur, we will go ahead and just annex them immediately. Once we've annexed them, we have the ability to give that to Bharati, Egypt. And we don't actually need to declare on Darfur yet. We're going to anyway, because we want to do so. And who knows, maybe Britain will lose this war against Darfur badly enough that if Darfur takes these two provinces off of Great Britain, I will be super happy. Because if they take I'm actually not gonna declare on Darfur until they have peaced out. Because I want to see what happens there. So these guys have already taken two provinces from me. Well played. Bharati Arabia has been annexed, and we have territory to core. Mecca was not cored, apparently. So, fuck my life. That's not good. Oh shit, I didn't realize that I was saying the thing. Okay then, what does that mean for us? Is all this cored already? All this other shit is cored. And I'm now at war. I can't give any territory away. Shit. Well, I guess we're going to deal with some overextension events for a while. That's so funny. Get wrecked. Okay, wasn't expecting that. And let's see, what else do we have to do? I think we're going to start building a spy network in Poland. And that will be useful eventually. Oh shit, that's not great. That's not great at all. These overextension events are going to be very unpleasant. So we have about 6 months before we core all these other things, and that will deal with that problem. It's just going to take a while, and that is going to make me sad. Okay, so Poland is allied with Austria. Austria is... I think I can just move these guys over here and deal with Austria that way. Alternatively, I could just walk from the west side, but I don't think I need to do that. I think I'm going to go straight to Wien from here. And these guys are moving, so that's good. These guys are going to actually come back over here to pick up these troops and bring them to where they need to be. So, can I start annexing? Nope, because I'm in a war. This gigantic army just going everywhere. Do we need to keep doing this? Doesn't matter. Oh, we have English separatists spawning. 75% chance of progressing by 10%. Yikes. These guys actually need to be privateers in the English Channel. Because I'm not declaring on England yet. So we can take control of a bunch of the trade in the English Channel and call it... okay, so I think that the reason that this was so low is because I was privateering. So since I was privateering, the privateers are taking up a huge portion. So, let's see. These guys are puttering around. And we will eventually get where we're going. I think it's time to declare on Poland. Venice will not help. Austria will, and Lubeck will. So Venice won't help because they hate Poland, apparently. So, oh, they're Defender of the Reformed Faith. Gotcha. So they're the same religion. Do I want to declare the war on Poland right now? Nobody is coming. Death comes for you, Poland. Let's see. They're occupied by Hungary. Oh, that's interesting. So, Hungary and Poland are at war right now. Who's the attacker? They're the attacker against Scandinavia. It looks like they got so big by conquering Russia. It's actually it's reasonably common for Poland to get pretty big. Poland is a very strong nation for, like, most of history, I think. They just have... They've had a difficult time in the last, 100 years. I don't know about warm. I mean, warmer compared to the other bits, but... Yeah, they basically took all the good parts of Russia, exactly. Let's see, July, huh? Did we have something else that we needed to do? I don't think so. I don't think we have anything that we need to do right now. So I think we are ready to declare on Poland. Do we need to start another annexation? No, I don't think so. I think we're set. So we're going to take control of as much of Poland as we can. And this is going to be probably a reasonably long war. It's going to take at least like a year or so. Those definitions of long. Do I want to take control of all this territory over here, or do I want to start taking control of this territory over here? Where do we want to go today is the question. And actually, I think the answer is we want to dive their capital directly, because it's going to take so damn long. We might as well start it sooner rather than later. So these guys are going to pop over here, because we now have two different armies here that are going to be needing to get involved against Austria. Austria is getting wrecked right now. So That's useful. Separatist sentiment. Ugh. I don't like that at all. Don't like it one bit. How are our rebels doing? English separatists are still sitting at an okay value. If we can get some of our thinger done, we should be in okay shape. Looks like... Oh god, these events are ticking so fast. I was not expecting these events to tick this fast. So it looks like Warsaw is going to get taken by the other war, which is not what I want. So we just won the Siege of Warsaw. Or someone won the Siege of Warsaw at any rate. What? Did they tick twice in 1 month or something? Or did I just... They just ticked twice in 2 months and I'm just an idiot. Alright, well that's fine. We now have this happening. And it's not a big deal. They have 80,000 troops here. They don't actually have a leader of that army though, so we're all fine. So Lubeck is holding on to that territory. This province is... Okay, I guess we are going to go to here. Crimean separatists have just spawned. And we will deal with all this as it comes. Oh yeah! And you guys are gonna just do whatever. I guess you'll just run over here or something. Yeah, Poland got into a really bad fight here. This is not... I don't think they would have won this fight even if I didn't get involved. They're getting crushed on the west flank here. They're just getting obliterated. So we're actually not going to leave with these guys though. We're going to leave these guys up in Chelmo. I'm a little concerned about just how many troops I'm seeing over here. So these guys are just going to walk to Smolensk, I guess. Whoa! There's all the coring. Okay, we no longer should have any problems with that crap. Do we want to pump our professionalism for a while? I think we should. Okay. And let's see, who are we going to keep? We're going to keep you, because you have 3 siege. Keep some of these guys. It's a 5-5. We can get rid of you. We actually have a lot of people with 3 siege now. This army can have a better leader than it has right now. So it's 5-4-2-2. So 5-5-3-2 or 5-4. So let's... What would it take for me to get up to 1 million? It would take more than I have right now. I know that much. I guess I could probably eventually take out a bunch of loans. Like basically once I've already taken control of all the things that I need to take control of. So this is 4, 5, 3, 1. That's not useful. This leader is in hostile territory and cannot be replaced. How many extra leaders do I have right now? I only have 2 extra leaders. This is -2 military power per month. It's not actually that relevant, honestly. Keep wandering. Let's see. Do we actually... We're going to send these guys to Crimea. How's our situation up here? These guys are going to pop up here. They are going to be... This, nope, cancel this person. This army is not here yet. We're going to go ahead and bring them over to Northumberland. That's 10 years of separatism, unfortunately. England just gained at core over here, weirdly enough. Is English separatists? English separatists, interesting. Okay. So those guys will take my properties back. Just won the siege of Tuchola. And we can now continue on, I guess. The problem is that we're not going to be able to get any meaningful war score against Poland right now because we don't have access to their capital, and we probably don't have access to a sizable chunk of their forts. These guys are just going to go to these two forts, siege those down. It looks to me like these guys are going to die if you... Wow! Holy shit. Thanks, buddy! Thanks! That's exactly what I like to see. So my vassals are just going to deal with this problem for me, and we're all done. No rebels over there, friend. Okay. These guys are going to pop over here and apparently do weird shit. I don't know where they're going. And let's see. Pop over here. They should be able to easily deal with that army. And that is a yep. It's a yupperoonie. So lose about 7,000 troops. And how are we doing? We have the ability we have this province. We're going to not take it ourselves. We're just going to give it to the Western Expanse immediately. Where is the Western Expanse? There it is. And they can annex this. And with them annexing that, we now have the war with Poland. So we're going to try to take as much territory over here as we can, and we should actually be able to get a decent amount of war score for our purposes. So I think it'll be fine. We're only taking territory with one nation right now, so we only need to get maybe 30% overextensions worth. And then again, though, do we want to start coring stuff ourselves? Because that's worked out so great for us, taking on overextension ourselves to core things. Won the Siege of Razan. We're not going to go here, we're actually going to go over here instead. Because if we go over here, then... Or sorry, if we go over here, then we're just going to a place that these guys are going to want to go next. So, it's silly. We do not actually want to... We don't want to fight the Polish army at all if we can avoid it. Because the Polish army is... Guys, don't dive the rebels for them. Don't do that. Or Jew. It's fine either way. So you're going to fight a bunch of Polish rebels for them, and that's all well and good. And we've got a vassal in charge of this siege now. We've got these guys popping up to here to take control of this siege. And we're sitting on 10% war score. And we're just accelerating. But we don't have... I'm surprised, actually, how little war score we have. Oh, they sieged back their capital! That's great. Okay. So since they sieged back the capital, we could hypothetically send someone to go take the capital again. So let's pop over here. And maybe we'll actually get there. Oh, never mind. We're not going to do it with these guys. We're going to go over here because that's a much better strategy. So you guys are not going to go that way because that would be silly. And now we can decide what to do with you guys. You guys are just going to come home because this fight is freaking over. This is so... they're just so densely populated with, you know, just swarms and swarms of enemies. So we now have 8 out of 9 Diplo relations, which means that we have the ability to, instead of taking all of this territory with the Western Expanse, we can take a bunch of territory with the Western Expanse, and then we just say, oh, that's not sufficient? Fine. Welcome to Bharati, Scandinavia, which is going to take the northernmost territories and just expand into Scandinavia itself. So, if we can get there in time, which we are not going to, because the other army, there were 120,000 troops here. They're almost certainly going to be sitting on that province by now. But maybe they won't be. So you guys are going back home. We're at 19% war score. We will start getting that up a bit as time passes. We have some random army here. Do you want to take some more territory with somebody? Look at that. Look at that. Bharat is getting kind of big now. Just, you know, a little big. Let's see. We have a bunch of shit to do up here. Okay, so I do need to figure out who has tropical wood that isn't me, because I legitimately do not know who has tropical wood and is not me. So Hungary is just going crazy down here. And we can split these guys around. Do some good business there. Accord some provinces. Do we have any overextension at all now? Just a tiny, tiny bit. So, Poland, how's it going? We have 24% war score. We're not going to be able to take too much from you with 24% war score. And I say that, but it depends on your definition of too much, because it looks like we can take a pretty considerable chunk out of Poland by doing this. So, I think I'm gonna take this chunk. I think this is probably the kind of chunk that I want to take for this first war. That'll give me the ability to create my Scandinavian thing if I want. Though that being said, I guess it doesn't matter though, right? Like, because one thing that I could do is I could actually just snake. Oh! Are you a coastal province or not? Are you coastal? They're providing supply sailors 0. So this gives 0 because it is not a coastal province. So we cannot do what I wanted to do. That's too bad. Let's see. But yeah, we need 40% war score to get control of all this territory. And the question is whether I want to do it that way, because all this shit is trash territory. Oh, my truce with Venice is over. I can declare war on them. So, we've won the Siege of Warsaw. Or at the very least, someone has won the Siege of Warsaw. And I actually have the ability, should I choose to dive into a war. Do I want to declare on Scandinavia, friends? Do I want to declare war on Scandinavia right now? Maybe not right now, but like as soon as I have my troops in a safe position, I could declare war on Scandinavia and basically fight these troops back away from my Polish conquests. This would be interesting. I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna declare war on them. That will give us a war against two of the nations that we need. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is can we fight off all of those people? And the answer is, of course we can. We're freaking Bharat. Look at this army. So, we should definitely be able to wipe everybody over here. It's just a matter of like exactly how that goes down. So, like, we have 70,000 troops sitting right here, plus another 50,000. Like, I feel like, do we want to declare on Scandinavia right now? Because I feel like our troops are actually in an okay position. So Hungary here will get immediately into a fight with 40,000 Ottoman Eater troops. I'm not just going to do it. We're going to see how this goes. Because Pomerania will not join. Because Pomerania is having a rough time right now. And instead, we just declare war here. And then Hungary is brought into another war against us. Have we cored everything? We have... The Ottoman Eaters have successfully cored everything. There's no reason to not be at war with Hungary now. We're set. I was at 100%, and now I'm at 6. So, but the thing is, when it comes to overextension is only a thing that happens if I take territory. But if I'm taking a bunch of Scandinavian territory, I won't be taking it for myself. I'll actually be taking it for a vassal. So the basic gist here is that it'll allow me to figure out exactly how I want to organize things in order to give myself a thinger. Because we can give Bharati Iyer, they can take any of these coastal provinces, which means that I can just put them one away from the province that I want to form a client state out of, and then I just form a client state in the adjacent territory. So I can do that for whatever the biggest Scandinavian province is, and I think we're going to do that, actually. So I'll just need to figure out what that is. But we don't have to figure out what that is quite yet, because right now is the time to declare conquest, and later is the time to actually follow through on it. So let's see what happens, folks. We're making the declaration. Hungary's getting pulled in. It's gonna be great. We have instantaneously 67,000 troops over here. Jesus Christ. So Hungary's going to be pulled in as well. They haven't been pulled in as yet, but we do know now where the Scandinavian fleet, where the Scandinavian army is. These guys are apparently... Okay, these guys must be from one of my vassals. So we're going to send these guys up north, and we've got 70,000 troops here, just chilling. And these guys are actually going to come up here and follow these guys around, because otherwise they're going to be in deep shit. So we're just going to travel through and see how it all goes down. These guys up here can chase this army, which we will be at war with now. There we go. So now we can see what kind of new armies we have. We have like 80,000 troops here against our 60,000. So, Do mine eyes deceive me? They do not. Your troops are so shitty that even though they caught mine. Like, this is my vassals, by the way. Even though they caught my vassal troops with their pants down, and they even then had more troops to put in at all, they still got their asses kicked. So, good on you, Vassal Swarm, for being badasses. You guys are going to pop together. This is a bunch of random folks that we can deal with later. So, and these guys can, if I want, dive into Scandinavia proper. So these guys are occupied by Lubeck. Lubeck, I don't think, is involved in my current war. So we need to get control of some of their territories. So... oh, right, I forgot Austria was at war with us right now. That's so funny. Austria, are you willing to peace out, friend? They're pretty damn close. So Austria is almost willing to peace out, and we can do that because we don't really have any reason to be at war with Austria right now. So this is going to be great. We've got so much going on right now. This will also allow us to deal with the fact that Warsaw is not under our control and take control of it ourselves. Oh, geez, that's 70,000 troops. Do we want to be diving 70,000 troops with 54,000 troops right now? No, but you know what we do want to do? Oh, no, we can't go that way. Wait, what? Why? What? Why? Okay, that's weird, but whatever. Oh god, they have so many troops here. Oh boy. Yes. Okay, these guys can dive here. If they do... they're arriving on the 1st. We're arriving... oh, no, we don't want to do that. We're going to dive here, I guess. So one of them just canceled. Are they now going to keep going? Nope, they're not. So I think these guys are not going to be able to escape. So these guys are boned. And we can't get to Kremenetz because of reasons. They actually are going to do this. They're going to dive. So, I mean, good fucking luck, friends. You realize how many troops I have here? Because apparently the answer is no. So, get wrecked. And now we can figure out where... oh, this is a fort. Okay, gotcha. There's a fort right here. So, these guys are going to just dive onto Warsaw. These guys here are absolutely vulnerable. I'm going to move them over here. And these guys are chilling. These guys are just popping over here. So, hey, Austria, how's it going? You want to peace out? No? Not yet? Okay. Well, let's just give it a minute. And let's see here. You guys are going to pop over to Scandinavia, I think, and just sit on some of these forts. Let's see. Where is your capital? Ah, Shaland is your capital, so I've changed my mind. Oh no. The game just crashed. The game just crashed. God damn it. Yes, vassals are definitely the primary means by which you organize like huge chunks of territory, like what I was taking there. Luckily, on Iron Man, it saves on the 1st of every month, so I can't have lost very much there. I might have actually lost the war declaration, but I hope I didn't lose that. So I think it also saves every time a battle is ended as well. I think it saves quite a lot in Iron Man. So I think we should be pretty, at least a battle that you were in. But yeah, so vassals allow you to basically give territory away to them, and then they can simultaneous. Excuse me. They core that with their admin power, so you don't have to spend your admin power on it. And it's in their overextension, not your overextension. So you can give them 100% overextension, then you have over 100% overextension as well to play with. Now, the issue is that the vassals later in the game will not have nearly as much absolutism as you have. You have a ton of absolutism. So their administrative efficiency will not be anywhere near as high. So right now, I can take about twice as much overextension as they can. A little over that, I think, actually. So, let's see. I'm only in one war. So this was before I declared. And that sucks, because that means that I have to redo all of that shit that was going on there. And that is unfortunate. Does it only save every 2 or 3 months? Hey, Cardian, how's it going? That sucks. Okay, so we lost the declaration. We are going to just have to redeclare, I guess. The game was just like, no, you guys have way too much insanity going on right now. It is too awesome. This cannot be allowed to stand. So do I want... Oh, man, and this fight over here. Do I think that they're going to win if I declare it again? I guess we're going to declare it again, and we're going to hope that we win it again. Right? Like, that's just the hope here. So these guys are actually going to consolidate over to here. All these guys are also going to consolidate to here. This army is going to dive this way. This army here can't go through the Holland thing. So we're going to pop here. Okay, now, we're in this fight. And these guys are not... Oh! This time they didn't even dive. Interesting. So apparently my vassals were winning this even more this time. And so they decided this was a bad engagement and they just didn't get into it in the first place. Cool beans. Not too bad. How are you guys doing? Are you guys moving? You are not moving. Get that to where you need to be. So this army is going to go siege down this. These guys are... Oh, look at that. And what are we going to do here? You guys, I think, are going to go to Königsberg, actually. Never mind, we're going to go to here. I didn't realize that was a fort. And even though it was obviously a fort because it has a fort symbol, the problem is that there's a lot of things that give you pseudo-fort symbols, which makes me sad. These guys cannot go here. We're going to move them here. Where's my other fleet? It's right here. So these guys are going to pop up here, and we are going to send them in as well. So let's see here. But yeah, I can definitely understand why it would only save every 3 months instead. Just because when I'm on my Windows install, I definitely do find that things take so damn long to load that every month there's like a noticeable like twitch when it's saving. So I can understand why they would do that. It's just unfortunate when you have a crash or something like that. It's funny because I have, I think, way better performance on my Linux install now, but my Windows install is way more like reliable. The Linux install right now is very unreliable. I haven't gotten all my settings tinkered with and set up, and everything is, you know, scary. So that's done. These guys have the ability to actually go dive Austria if I want. It looks like Austria is sending troops down toward our territory, or maybe just toward their own territory that we have taken control of. They're not willing to peace out, which is sad. And you know what? Honestly, the fight up here is so one-sided that I think we are going to just send these guys down so that we can get the Austrians out of the war. So I'm going to send these guys here. And look at this! Mutal Solemn Totem, just chilling in Europe. It's glorious. I don't understand why people don't like colonial nations. They're so great. I love colonial nations. They make me so happy. I mean, if you're expecting them to be useful in a fight, then I can understand why they would be very frustrating. But if you don't have any expectations of the AI is glorious because they will exceed your completely non-existent expectations with a semi-regularity. Not 100% regularity, which is the problem, that they don't exceed your expectations, even though you have literally no expectations. But, you know, it's fine. We can send somebody there to our system. We don't need to worry about the admin stuff right now. And let's see here. We've got a nice double war going right now. And how is the rest of this gonna fare? Oh, that's trouble. So they have 70,000 troops diving. My poor, poor Americans. So we just won the Battle of Riga and the Battle of Warsaw. Unfortunately, the Battle of Warsaw was against just random thingamabobbers. Right, I did not actually send somebody to go take control of this capital, did I? So these guys are not going to come here like I told them to. Instead, they're going to come all the way back over here. And this is certainly going to go well for me. How could this possibly go badly for me? Sending a bunch of troops to a place where I have no idea how powerful the Navy is, and I'm not going to check because that would be cheating. Let's see. We're gonna just dive their army here, I think. Okay, Austria, are you willing to peace out yet? I don't really know what's going on with the fight with Austria. It's just doing whatever's going on. And I'm guessing that the navy that they have isn't particularly strong because I feel like if it was a strong navy, they would have already attacked my privateers. And we do have a pretty sizable numerical advantage here, and we can plow through that. That is pretty... Wow, that was one-sided. Jesus, 200 soldiers lost. Okay. These guys have nowhere to retreat to, so bye. Unfortunately, while they didn't have anywhere to retreat to, they, Oh, did we just... What just happened? Oh, we just won a fight here, I think. There was like one ship or something. So, we just took out one of their armies. They have peaced out, I think? Yes. So, they're no longer at war with each other. They realized, wait a second, why are we at war with each other when the damn Indians are showing up and killing us all? And this is going to go very badly for us unless we do something. But of course, there's nothing for it. There's nothing they can do. It will all be glory for us. So, we are going to pop over here, and we now have, unfortunately... Oh, actually, since they're pieced out... Wait, they're pieced out... Oh, they're at war with Lubeck and Hamburg as well. So, they have, like, some tiny, tiny... nation. They might not be tiny. I don't even know how big they are. We have some nations of some quantity of power. Oh Jesus! I did not actually send anybody to help. Mistakes were made. This is gonna go badly for me. I'm gonna be sad. These guys are gonna be lost because I was not paying any attention, and that is just sad and pathetic. So we're going to pop into Shaland, and unfortunately, I think we're going to lose this fight. Yeah, we're going to lose this fight, and they're not even going to get our chance to retreat, I don't think. Oh, they can retreat! I could have retreated. I could have escaped. God damn it. Life is sad. I did not pause quickly enough. But it's fine. We shall get our vengeance. Look at that, about 7,500. That sucked. Okay, so who did we lose? I guess it doesn't matter. Whoever we lost, we will replace down here with... Oh, were there more troops that weren't finished yet? Okay. We're going to go ahead and just build another army because we can. You know, I wasn't using much in the way of mercs for most of this game, but I have started using a shit ton of them. And it kind of feels good. It feels good. We're going to go ahead and white peace Austria because we can. Just get them out of the war. We don't want to take anything from them anyway, so... Next... Actually, I guess I could have taken some territory from them for Bharati, Germany, but it's not really worth it. They weren't a co-belligerent or anything. And we now have 2 wars that are going well for us. And Hungary is doing their thing. So the Battle of Shaland is won. If we take control of their capital, then I think we'll be set. Just won the Siege of Pskov. Just interrupting wars between major powers to just go attack both of them simultaneously. I did like the 3-way war here, by the way. I think that's pretty cool. You have, you know, us versus Poland versus Scandinavia, but it's just a battle royale. Everyone's fighting everyone. And there's something glorious about that. So... let's see, we just won the Siege of Shaland, which is their capital, which means we're at 45% war score with Scandinavia and 64% war score over here. So this province here is 28 development, which means, I think... So this is a problem. We don't have... We don't have an easy in here. Because of the fact that they're in this war with Lubeck, which I thought was actually the other war. I thought that was the war with Poland. I didn't realize that there was a 3rd war that they were involved in. So, that war is going to prevent me from having a convenient in. So, this is 17... Riga itself is 17 development. So Riga is not something that I need to give to someone else necessarily. Let's actually just use the development thing. Also, I'm going to save this since I'm sitting here paused for a long time doing a bunch of shit. Let's save and make sure that we don't run into a problem. Novgorod is what development? You are... Why won't you let me click on Novgorod? Friend, why won't you let me click on over? Okay. 28 development. Okay. That means I need to take control of Ingermanland. Ingermanland is going to Eiger. So we're going to give control of this province to Bharati Eiger. And from there, we can do other stuff. So, this goes to Eiger. They can core that. And since they can core that, I can give this to them in the war. Now, by doing that, we have the ability, because they are a client state, and you can always make a client state while adjacent to a client state, I can then turn Novgorod into a actual client state. And that will allow me to have a pretty nice Scandinavian nation here. Easy peasy. So we're taking this. This is going to... I do not get any overextension from this. So we're going to do this. And take... I think I'm going to take as much of this random crap over here as I can. If I can take... Because these provinces are kind of trashy, and low development, with huge swaths of territory involved, which just really sucks. It really sucks to fight your way through. So if I can get Scandinavia shrunk down to a more manageable size physically, then I will be a happy camper. And we can expand this way first with our thinger, if we want, or we could expand them in through this stuff first. It kind of depends on how we want to go about it. Novgorod itself is 8% overextension, so this is about 16 to 20% overextension for our client state that we're creating. And I have no overextension right now, right? I have 0 overextension, which means that I have the ability, if I so please, to actually hold on to a large chunk of all this territory for myself, which means that I can just take 100, whatever war score I can get right now, and I'm just going to do it. So it looks like I can get 55% war score. We're going to go ahead and do that. And anything else that we need to do? I'm not going to take control of this. I think that's kind of silly. And yeah, one more is too much. So we're going to go ahead and piece this out. That gives me 70% overextension. That is still completely free. I'm not going to have any trouble whatsoever. So, we're done here? Yes, maybe, question mark. No, we're not. We need to piece Hungary out first. We're going to piece Hungary out. This gives us a nice white piece with Hungary. And with us getting a white piece with Hungary, in 5 years, we can declare war on Hungary again. So that's important. And let's see. We can still take the same thing. Can we take more? Yes, we can. So I'm glad that we white pieced them out. So we can take control of all of this shit if we want. And just keep expanding. This is 81% overextension, which means that we can't give most of this to our vassal. But also, do we want to take all these provinces down here? I don't think we do. I don't think we want to take all these provinces that are over here, now that I think about it. I'd rather take all these provinces over here. Oh, right. I was planning on making a new thing to take a bunch of Polish territory, but I can't take Polish 100% aggressive overextension from Poland and from these guys, I guess. That doesn't make any sense. But if we do this, that eliminates most of their naval capacity and shrinks them down nicely. (84% overextension). And I do have the ability to sieve off overextension into my client states beyond 100%. So since I do have the capacity to do that, in addition to having the capacity to give some of this territory to Eyre anyway, so instead of having all of this go to Scandinavia, except for the one province, obviously, that I'm taking myself, I could actually give like this stuff maybe to Eyre, or maybe even no, I can't. I don't have control of those. I can't give any of this stuff to Eyre, unfortunately, directly. Do we want? Yes, this is definitely how we're going to want to do this. It's fine. So, we're piecing this out. This is going to be the max we can get right now. And it's all good. Shunk. There goes most of Scandinavia. Hey, look at that! We can embrace an institution. Look at that. So we can get public punishment if we want? Question mark. Do we want to do that? naval morale plus 0.5. That's not bad. Would be very useful when we're fighting against the British. And we can peace out with Poland now. So we have territory that we can give from the Western Expanse over here. And we have, interestingly enough, we have all this territory over here. But I think we're going to give a bunch of territory to the Western Expanse right now. And that's not how that's supposed to go. That is a lot of territory. And do I want to make more than one client state and just go over my limit? I think I do. I'm going to go over my limit on client states here because I'm fighting currently. This war was a war against some of like the most major powers in the world. And if I can just take all of this territory off of Poland right here and give however much I can to the Western Expanse and then take some quantity for myself. I might actually need to do 3 client states for this, though. Not true, because I can always give some of this territory over to the Circassians in the war? I didn't realize that Circassia was in this war. Okay. We're going to take Circassia, because otherwise I'm going to forget about them. And that is a gigantic chunk. That's going to give me so much aggressive... Or it's not aggressive. I guess the aggressive expansion is probably significant, too. Except it's not. It's just not significant, because everyone is just so... They're just so happy with me, because I'm just so nice. So we're going to send this... and pause the game, and now... we have taken... I'd just like to point out that we now have all the way from Singapore a direct line to walk all the way to the west coast of Norway through our territory and our vassals' territory. That is the situation that we are in right now, and it's pretty freaking amazing. So, we have the ability now to take Novgorod and turn you, the 28 province, 28 thinger, and make a new client state out of it. So this is going to be, I'm actually going to call this Northern Wastelands, because is that inappropriate? It's so cold. You know what? I'm just going to call it the Frozen North. Because this is not as far north as where I was hanging out, but Norway was very cold. So the Frozen North exists, and we are going to... You know, this is going to be white. The Frozen North is going to be white because it has to be. It just has to be. And that's going to be what we do. So Frozen North can now have territory added to it. I think first what we're going to do is we're going to get the Western Expanse all of its territory. We're going to get them up to 100% overextension. And so we'll give them Circassia. Is this province Circassia? This is not. This is called Alania. And there we go. We will now grant them Agidel. We will now grant them Bashkird, Perm, Bashkor, Tostan, Buzuluk, Archali, Juktau, Udmurtia, Ishkar, Udvikar. Kudmakar, and then we scroll down here, Samara. Just keep going south to north here. Kazan and Vyatka. Okay, next Kana something. This is 95%. Let's take a look if any of these others will give them more than that. I think this is fine. Tetsushi is gonna get them to 97. So we'll give them Kanade. And we will give them Tetsushi. I think we can do both, yes. So that will give them 99% overextension. So that's set. Now we have Scandinavian Russia over here and a bunch of territory of ours in Poland that we are probably going to mostly have to core ourselves. That's fine. So we have brought the Ire, which we are actually going to give as much territory as we can to. So I think we're going to give them all the coast to the due west of them. We're going to give them Narva. Their overextension is already at 57%. So that's good to know. We're going to give them Revel. They have not cored everything that I gave them before. We'll give them Osel. We will give them Goldingen. We will give them Memel and Königsberg. What's it called? Memel. Memel. Can I give you Königsberg? Yes. Perfect. So we will also give you Nitau if we can. Or is Riva better? Riga? This will cause them to be overextended, so I can't give them Riga. I give them Livland. Livland is 96, so Mitau is better than that, so we'll just give them Mitau. That's fine. Okay. So giving them that cuts a good portion of the overextension off. So we had 200% overextension when we started here. We'll see how this goes. Frozen North is at 0% overextension, and we can start fixing that. So we will grant them Tikvin. I do think that giving them the other thing... What is this province called? This is called Kolm. So we give them everything except Kolm. So that one, that's first. Never! Viborg. Nyland. Habo. This allows us to grant them all the way over to Stockholm. So we'll get them Stockholm, I guess. Never mind, it doesn't. We need to give them Aland first. That's actually kind of funny. The umlauts actually change where it shows up. So we can give them Kargopol and Sorka. And do I want to get them all the way up to the north, if I can? I think I do. I'm going to first snake around to the north. No, I don't want to do that, because I can core that shit. I can't necessarily core all this. I can't core this immediately if I give them that. So Karelia and Savolex. I have the ability to core anywhere now that I think about it. I took the unlimited coring thing, so I'm actually fine in terms of where I can core. I don't have to worry about that at all. So this is Cola. Give them Inare. Finnmark. Grant them Vosterbotten. Can I? Yes. And Jokkmokk. And Habakland. There we go. So, can we grant them anything else? Trondelag. No. We can't give them any of these provinces. And so the frozen north will continue to be frozen. Scandinavia is going to lose this war with pretty much 100% war score against them. And we can take a look at the Great Powers list. Poland, 464 development. Scandinavia, 500 development. Both of them should be annexable in one war. Cool beans. We'll need 2 wars for Austria. And we will need 2 wars for Great Britain. And 2 wars for Hungary. Hungary might take 3, actually, but we'll figure it out. So, I took unrestricted conquest, right? Yes, I did. So that means I can core everything wherever I go. So we should be set. I can start coring all this shit if I want. I guess I should have checked to see if I was going to have over 100% over extension here, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure I will not have over 100% at this point, because I just fed about 100% here, 100% here, and then, oh, actually that might not be even close to enough now that I think about it. We're going to wait 1 day, and that might... Yep, we're still at 112%, which means we are going to cancel the coring over here, and we are going to feed these provinces directly into Ire. And Ire is going to have a bunch of negative events that spawn as a result of that, but that's fine. Ire isn't going to be expanding that much, so we can give this to Bharat the Ire. This will be given to Bharat the Ire. This will be given to Bharat the Ire. This will be given to Bharat the Ire. And this will be given to Bharat the Ire. No reason to have 2 of them over 100% simultaneously, especially because Bharat the Ire, I should be able to get out of that sooner, because they should be coring some of this shit. They have not actually started coring everything over here. Oh boy. Oh boy. They don't have very many cores in the process right now, and they're not very close. So we will go ahead and wait another day, I guess, to see, is that enough? Is that enough? Yes! 99.1% overextension. There you go. So we are 100% fine. Everything's fine. I don't know why you would think everything isn't fine. Bharat is doing its business. Ming, do we have a truce with you? We still have a truce with Ming for 3 more years. Ah, life is good. That efficiency. Okay, so who don't we have a truce with? We have a truce with Hungary for 5 years. They're allied with Scandinavia, Pomerania, Württemberg, Venice, and Morocco. So Pomerania is tiny, friend. Like, tiny, tiny. So I might be able to get a good bit of work done by by declaring war on Pomerania and that will call in their ally. So I don't need to keep building a spy network of Poland. That's completely unnecessary. These guys can, I guess, just pop over here and start dealing with rebels. And these guys can get to warmer ground and start dealing with rebels. And I'll deal with the rebels over here as well. Look at that. 2% unrest with 100% overextension. Not too shabby. These guys are going to go to Doko. Depends on where I'm going to declare war next. So I'm thinking that I'll want to declare on Pomerania, but that's actually kind of silly because I have a truce for 5 years with Hungary, and that's the shortest I'm going to get a truce down to, and I might as well just declare on Hungary when I have access to declaring war on them directly, because then I can take off just full war score off of them, call it a day. So what does that mean for us? The city of Briskia is in a league with a bunch of people. So if we take control of that, that would give us some good results. But we're going to wait for our diplomats to get back so that we can actually figure out what we want to do. We can get the next Diplotac if we want. Also, who's next on the chopping block? You know what? I think it's going to be Central Africa. So we need to get our royal marriage going with them so that we can annex them. So Central Africa needs to be annexed. Who else needs to be annexed? Right now. You know who else needs to be annexed? Catalonia. Why does Catalonia have ungodly amounts of annexed vassal? I'm not going to be able to get these guys for a million years, am I? Catholic faith doesn't allow us to do this. What is your current thinger, friend? Catalonia should be really low, right? They're at 0%. So how far below 0 are they? If I enforce religion, that changes their liberty desire by 100%. But then they'll actually be of the right religion, which is good. I think I'm going to enforce religion on Catalonia, and then we're going to placate local rulers twice to get them under this. That should give us the ability to get a royal marriage with them, and then start annexing them. So we're going to start annexing Catalonia and Thinger. Okay. So these two are going to start annexing. Industrialization events. Interesting. Okay, so we're not declaring a war until we have done our business. We might as well take the. I don't want to, because if I start annexing 3 vassals, then I can use all this stockpiled diplo power. Do I have 3 vassals that I want to annex? Actually, yes. I kind of want to get Bharat Malaya. No, I don't. I want to keep them around. These guys are useful. So we're going to keep them around for now. We will start annexing you guys and Catalonia as soon as we can. We can annex you on the 19th and the 16th. So that will be pretty helpful to us, actually. So once we've got that done, we have the ability to form 2 more of these things. And with 2 more client states at our disposal, we should be able to pretty much just annex whoever we damn well please. We're going to need those client states available probably for the conquest of Ming, though we might not need it for Ming. We should be okay with Ming, maybe. So we can get this plow, but not really any reason to do that, I don't think. Let's see. We are... Oh my god, my legitimacy. Current development is 8,700 plus 4,281. So not, I would say, remotely close to 100% of the world. But the biggest problem I feel for the late game is just the truces. And if you look here, we only have like 2 wars worth of provinces to take from literally anyone in the game. And Hungary has a lot of alliances for me to declare on Hungary and then declare on their allies over and over and over again, because I can white peace the ally for 5-year truce and then get 100% off of Hungary and then declare on the allies and things like that. There's a lot of sneaky business I can do with that kind of stuff. So it's mostly just going to be a matter of having enough client states around to get all the jobs done. And right now, we very much do. The other thing is that once I get this integrated and integrate the Ottoman Eaters, who are doing quite well for themselves, and we're not going to annex them. They got 498 to annex. Jeez, they're kind of big. Western Expanse is doing their business. Ottomans, are you ready to be eaten? Nope. 5 years. So in 5 years, I should be able to completely, fully annex the Ottomans. At that point, I can integrate the Ottoman Eaters if I want. I could hypothetically do it before then, but I don't think there's much reason to. I need to have a vassal state here that can integrate them. And I want to be taking northern territories with the Western Expanse. So let's see. We're going to need another client state for this territory up here, probably. Taking control of Russia and Manchu and all this business. Manchu have 1 war's worth of territory to take. I can take control of all their territory, and that automatically gives me control of Korea, which is fine. Let's see here. We have the ability, should we choose to go after... Austria will not help. That's great. So this would get us a war with England again. And do we have all this shit cored yet? You haven't cored all this shit, have you? Nope, they haven't cored all this shit. So England has a truce with us for 15... No. They have a truce with us for 11 years. So if I declare on them, I can have the duration of that truce. And that's amazing. So we'll definitely want to do that. You guys can pop over to France. And let's see, we have a bunch of troops here that I'm just going to use to do rebel suppression. And we've got these guys here who are going to do the same thing, I guess. So these guys are going to come from both directions, and they'll be fine. So we've got a huge amount of overextension right now. We have a few years before we can purge all of our overextension. We'll have Pomerania available eventually, but Pomerania, the problem with them is... Oh, actually, will Pomerania join? Probably, right? Yes, so Pomerania will join if I declare this. So we're going to need to exploit our different treaties, because we're not going to want, as an example, to go in against Venice and Hungary at the same time. So that's going to require that we get in on one of these guys. Presumably we'll get in on Venice via one of their trade league members. So if I were to declare war on Croatia, no, they're a vassal. The city of Brescia, right? if I declare war on you guys, that gets me in against Venice, and I can take out a bunch of territory from Venice, and that'll be great. And I think I'm going to do that now, actually. We're not going to do it right this second, but that's the thing that we're going to do next, because we can do that quickly. We can get control of a bunch of Venetian territory that way. Where are you guys going? You're going there for no reason. Okay, we're going to instead send you down here. We have a huge amount of troops down here. We have like so many damn troops just waiting to fight Venice. It's not what their actual intent was, but that is what they're going to be doing because we can. So Venice is sitting on how many troops right now? Venice has 102,000 troops, which means that, considering that their troops are probably somewhere around here, they're at war with only the Ottomans. So I'm actually going to move these guys down here, and I'm not going to declare until I get these guys to this fort. Once they're in this fort, we'll be ready to go, I think. What? Why did I get up to 102 again? What just happened? What? My legitimacy dropped, which got me... God damn it. So, that sucks. Interesting. Monaco. Let's do that. Let's see. Check this as well. For the hell of it. And, oh right, we do not want to declare war until we have started annexing these people. So we're going to start annexing these guys. That is a lot of freaking development. Jesus Christ. And we can start annexing Catalonia. So that's started. And now... Oh, this navy can take it all. Achievement unlocked. Apparently... We got 7 naval morale, so cool. We are now overextended by a little bit, and we can actually deal with that easily. I forgot about this. So what we're going to do is we're going to feed the Ottoman eaters a little bit more territory, maybe. Do we want to do that? No. I'm actually just going to give the Western Steppe this province. So this, I guess I'll give them more than just one. Because it's going to take more than one to do that. Let's see, give them 10 development province. Is 10 development going to be worth that amount? Let us take a look now. We're at 109. There we go. 99.2% again. We're fine. Let's see. But yeah, my legitimacy dropping from those royal marriages put me over 100% overextension. Which wouldn't have happened if I had just done court and country like a sensible human being, but I did not, so sucks to be us. So Catalonia is coring, and so is the African country that we've got, Central Africa. So Central Africa is going to be quite a while before that finishes. And it's... What else are we doing? So we were going to declare on Venice, and this is not going to be a really major war. So I guess it's going to be a bit more of a major war because we're taking each Venetian territory at half... or at double cost. At half efficiency. We have now started annexing those two. We have ceded the provinces that we need to cede in order to get ourselves to a stable configuration of overextension. We are prepared to declare, I guess. Do we want to declare? No, I don't want to declare yet. I want to wait until this army arrives. I need to have 100,000 troops here. These guys are wandering off, but that's okay. I'm not that concerned about that. Da, da, da. They're not going to wander that far, are they? I guess they're going to wander pretty far, because it looks like they actually walked off of this island, so... do we want to go to Treviso? Yeah, we'll go to Treviso, we'll pick them up, we'll drop them off here, and then we'll just jump this army the second that they have the audacity to accept the call to arms. So, should work fine. Oh, these guys have decided that for whatever reason, they don't feel safe. So, interestingly enough, they don't have a truce with me. So, if I was able to get Hungary to no longer be willing to join the war, and Hungary has occupied and besieged provinces, apparently. Interesting. If I could do that, then it would be worth it to dive them, but we're not. We're going to just dive Brescia itself. So by declaring war on Brescia instead, we will be getting in against a very tiny army, basically. We only have to deal with Venice and the rest of the Trade League, which is a pretty small force. These guys are, interestingly enough, both choosing different directions. So, these guys are going to have these guys. Mantua is a fort. And we will arrive in Mantua before they get out of Mantua. So, I think we are just going to dive them here. And, nope, we're not going to get out in there before they get out, so I don't need to do that. Oh well, it's fine. So, we took those out. Just chill over here now. I do not know where the Venetian troops are going, but I do know... Apparently this costs 42 now. We're not going to do the auto-siege thing there. That is unfortunate. I'm going to put a person in... am I going to, though? A -5. I'm not entirely comfortable trying that. Oh, it looks like they are diving me, so I should have just hired a person. This is a problem. Okay, we are going to go down here. We are not going to retreat to there. We're going to retreat, apparently, right to here. And we've got one of those things done now. We've got a breach here. And we're just going to pop onto this fort here now. And we are at war with Venice. The Venetian ships are going to cause all sorts of mayhem for me. But the Venetian troops should be completely incapable of doing anything meaningful, because they're going to be just fucking around with all my vassals down here and probably getting wrecked. Looks like, speaking of which, the Ottoman eaters have arrived in Venice. The Germans have arrived in Germany. And we are all having a good time. Organize a relief effort here. And what else do we need to do? Let's see. There's 53,000 Ottoman troops. Oh my god. Oh, I love it. I greatly enjoy my vassal swarms. They make me very happy. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. These guys gonna hide? They hid. Perfect. So I can repair damaged ships and then pop these guys out, and I think, yes, I'm pretty sure that those guys are not going to come out again as long as I'm here. I do not think that that fleet is going to try to come out. Let's see, Demi the Protector. Sure. Sure, why not? Why not, friends? Let's do it. Kali. Ending the game with Kali just seems appropriate. Let's see here. I think I seem to recall Kali being one of the most popular Hindu deities. Kali is very badass. Let's see here. Once we take control of Ferrara, we can dive over here. Looks like... Oh wow, that is a big army, holy shit. Can I get to here? This is farmland. I think I need to try to do that. These guys are doing some weird shit. That is a pretty sizable army, but I think my vassals can handle it. Specifically, I think they will handle it. Okay, these guys are just gonna do this. And we have 100,000 troops up here, which is more troops than we're ever going to need up here. But I can't really bring them down south without causing some problems for me. So these guys are just going to wander around, apparently. That is another 45,000 troop army. So are they going to go to the same spot? Because if they're in the same spot, that's potentially damaging for me. Can I actually get to here? No, I can't actually go right there. Can I go to Brescia? I cannot. Can I go to here? So I do have the concern that they have this army in their sights, because I think that's what's going on here, is I think these two are going to consolidate and try to go after this army. So this army has an okay leader. We've got 88,000 and they're running away, so never mind then. We're all good. Never mind, we're not all good. I thought we were all good, but we ain't all good. So we are going to see what happens here. This is farmland, so we don't have any meaningful problems by default. These guys are heading to the right spot to come help me. So the question is, will they? I think they will. Yeah, they're going to come in. So we're fine here. We actually would have won this fight even without the assistance of them, but their assistance is going to make it so that we win it heavily. Ooh boy, that is a lot of troops downed. So we did lose a pretty sizable chunk of our army here, but it's almost exclusively mercs. We lost a couple of cannons, but that's fine. Okay, so The answer to are we too lazy for world conquest might end up being no, which is going to surprise me. I did not think that I was going to have time, but I might actually have time for world conquest. I mean, I obviously had time. It's just I'm not using that time as efficiently as I could be. So since it's a matter of whether I'm going to, again, be lazy, right? Because if you're lazy, you don't have time. But if you're not lazy, you're fine. And in this case, I think I can be lazy and be fine at the same time, which is like the best of all possible worlds. We've got Songhai down here. These guys are fucking around. Bharat Egypt has the ability to fight these off, and they just aren't. Which is kind of sad. There's 43,000 Central American soldiers. Jesus, you have 83,000 soldiers? What the fuck? When did that happen? Jesus. Okay, so we can keep pumping this. We've got dangerously high overextension. This is going to go down to 0 very soon. And once we tick this, I think we'll have enough war score to do what we want to do. Because what we want to do is just peace out for enough territory to give a decent amount of overextension to our vassal. We don't need that much war score for that. This is 25% war score maybe. There we go. Won the Siege of Milan. What? Our peasant rabble is performing strange rituals involving some sort of balls. We have to prevent another religious turmoil. Our reformer leaves your court. My advisors haven't even heard of football. What is this nonsense? Come on, people. Okay, there we go. Give me that discipline. And we are going to pump you up to rank 5. And what else are we going to do? These guys are already at 7%. I don't really want to fight that fleet, so hopefully they don't tick it. Because, you know what? We're actually going to move you out. We're going to move these guys out here. Because I think that if we're out here, they're going to move that fleet to here. They're just going to move them away. We've taken Brescia, which means we can now peace out. Perfect. And let's see. Oh, right. I actually have to hold and occupy the territory that I'm planning on taking, don't I? So, poop. That means it's time to start carpet sieging. Have you cored everything? You still haven't cored Rome? No, you have. Okay, good. Whew. I was terrified for a second there. Okay, I think they have 0% overextension right now. So with them sitting on 0% overextension, I can take a pretty large amount here. Okay. So So we should be able, I think, to get sufficient stuff here to do what we want. And I guess we want to take these southern provinces more than we want to take the others, though, I think. So this is done. These guys can pop down here. And if we take that siege, we can take more, potentially, but we can't really take more because this is already 35%. And Milan, we can't take, actually, if we want to give it away to Germany. So this would be just a little tiny nibble, and it would give our territories some good business. So if we did this, we don't want to do that, but we want to do this. This would take control of 2 forts? Question mark? Wait, isn't it 2 of the fort? Yes, I'm an idiot. I've already taken Romagna. Romagna. The other thing, though, that I do have to question is it better for me to just piece them out a little bit later? How much territory they have right now? Venice has only 482, which means that whatever I take here doesn't really matter that much. Actually. So do I want to wait to finish coring this shit? That's gonna take a long time. I don't think I want to wait for that. We're not gonna wait for that. That would take way too long. So instead, we're gonna take this. This is 29% overextension, and it takes control of a couple of these forts. That'll be useful. Alternatively, I could leave Arezzo behind. Arezzo is not a fort, correct? It is not. And instead take this. That gets me 31%. I might have to take them a little bit over 100% in order for that to go down. I don't think I will, though. I think it'll be fine. So if we do this, we get some aggressive expansion with a bunch of people that are already angry with us, so we don't really have to worry about that. And we can piece them out and just take this. So we are no longer at war. We can grant these provinces over to the Bharat Germany, pay off their debt, grant them Umbria, grant them Urbino, grant them Ferrara, and Verona, and Mantua. Boom. So there you have 72% overextension. We have 99 still, right? Is that accurate? Yes, okay. So we gave away all of the provinces that we needed to give away, and we actually could have taken probably one more province. This is not what I wanted to do. But we don't need to do that yet. So you've expanded out there. So we've got these guys coring. We have you coring. You have you coring. And we have... I say that, but actually, are they? That's actually... This is a problem. We've got a shit ton of, like, thingers over here. I'm gonna send these guys over to deal with this problem. It's a lot of freaking rebels. Are they... Never mind. They're going to just avoid strong enemy by standing still and doing nothing useful. That sounds like a reasonable thing to do. Okay, so... Terms on naval supplies. Taking out that army. What are we doing over here? We are going to... We have 200 military power, so we are actually going to... I guess we can accept this. -5. Come on, guys. Okay, so... We can strengthen government, and now we have 99 absolutism again. So... We're now down to 96, actually, so that's great. And let's see here. You guys are going to pop down here. We've got a bunch of boats here. These guys can just pop to Siena. send these guys over here to Ferrara. We'll send these guys to Siena to pick these guys up. And then, who is next? We have the ability to declare war on Ming soon. And if we declare war on Ming, we can core most of this territory ourselves. This will be in May. And how much do we need for... this is 100... So we can actually take all of Ming in one war. Ming is annexable. So we can annex them. It will give us more than 100% overextension, but we can just make probably one client state, question mark. I think it's going to take more than one client state to do that. If we wanted to take all of Ming in one war. So instead, it looks like Darfur is in an interesting position here. So Darfur has 2 of these provinces here now, but they didn't take control of this. And since they didn't take control of that, I am saddened greatly. We can declare on Darfur, though. Just take these 2 provinces. How far are we from you? We have a truce with you for 3 more years, at which point we can just go in and annex you. I think we're going to take Darfur now. Yay, good advice. Yay, integrating Catalonia so we don't have to deal with them anymore. Also, yay for actually setting people to deal with rebel suppression. And let's see. So the Ottomans are fighting a bunch of people. So we have a bunch of territory over here in Russia now. We actually, now that I think about it, do we want to... The Western Expanse is how close to coring all this shit? They have cored most of this, which means that if I want, I could dive Astrakhan, who are apparently allied with Transoxiana and Fars. So if I declare on Fars, they're allied with Astrakhan, and then I can just do both of them if I want. The problem is, declaring on Fars, I don't have anybody to take this territory. So there's not really a lot of reasons for me to declare on Fars yet. Fars is someone that I'll deal with later. Let's see. How are my relations with everyone though? Frozen North is at 144. Most of these nations are pretty close to 100. Malaya is not. They're at 184. And that's going to drop again when I finish annexing the next vassal. Do I currently have you influenced? I do not. So I could influence them, and I can send a gift. That's plus 50. Do I want to... Yes, I do, because I now have an army. I have 2 armies, actually. I have 2 armies and a navy down here to just deal with this fort over here. I no longer need one of these here, so we're fine. That said, though, who's going to actually core all that? Actually, most of this shit is colonial stuff, so I can just core it myself. Now that I think about it. So, yeah, that'll be good. So, I guess I should probably be thinking about where the hell all the rest of the things are, but it's fine. Advancing power of the Rajputs. Truce with revolutionary Spain has ended. I could just declare on Spain if I want. But I don't have any real reason to go after Spain right now. They're not terribly relevant to my interests. I do actually have the ability to take this territory in the middle of that other war. So, do I want to annex you? Yes. Oh, I can't because no war. Whoops. Whoopsie doops. Let's see. Ooh, nice. So we have cored a bunch of shit. And that's a lot of troops. That means that we now have the ability to core a bunch of shit again, right? Do we want to... wait for the war against Ming to do that? I guess we do. So let's take a look at how Ming is doing. Ming has 114,000 troops still, because of course they do. These guys are going to move south. This army should hop into the boats and get sent over to deal with Ming. And we'll have about 200,000 troops here ready to dive Ming. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to send these guys over here instead. We have a lot of high-level forts for Ming to deal with. And do we have any other wars that we want to get into before then? Don't know that we do. So it looks like these two are going to fight, question mark? No, you guys are going to just abandon the attempt. Go somewhere else instead. These guys are going to merge with this fleet. And we have 150,000 troops chilling here, waiting to go after who? We now have 8 out of 8, and we're about to have 7 out of 8. And we're going to have a total maximum of 9 later. So that does mean that we have, now that I think about it, when we finish these guys, we'll have the ability to make 2 client states. So we'll make 1 client state to help us with Ming. And that's done. Glory Sega. And we haven't brought the other army up yet, but that's fine. These guys will pop in here with this general and with this general and with, hey, look at that, another 3 siege general. Never mind, there was only 2 3 siege generals. Bring it to the 2 siege general. And we're ready to declare on Ming. Ming has tributary states. They do not have anybody to help them. So, and they don't have any forts, apparently. So we're just going to take control of the 2 forts they have. And these guys are going to cry because, oh, never mind, they have 3 forts. I lied. So I could just send each of these armies to 1 fort, but that's not a great idea, I don't think. We're going to send these guys here because it turns out, send these guys here instead and send them up to Wuchang. And these guys are now going to go back and pick up the other army. And are these guys all just going to wander toward all my forts and give me a free win here? Because I think that's what they're going to do. But I'm not positive, so we're not going to be too cocky. But as far as I can tell, there seems to be a decent chance that that's going to happen. I'm going to wait on this. We do not want to get into a fight with them here because this is mountains. So if we have to, it's probably going to be fine because we do have 100,000 troops here now. And these guys are not going to go here though. We're going to go here instead. These guys are going to pop over here. And we will see how quickly we start to accumulate war score here. These guys are not going to get into a fight here, which means that we are in great shape. These are going to Wuchang. And how many troops do you have? I think they have insufficient troops. To have anybody down here. So much faster, oh my god, you guys. Life changing. Okay, so we're just gonna send everyone out to do the carpet siege. It'll probably be fine, question mark, maybe, we'll see. And look at that, I don't see any enemies anywhere. And that's great. So these guys are just gonna pop down here, just in case. I don't think it'll be a problem, but just in case, we're gonna send them here. This will give us access to seeing their entire area. And there we go. We now have perfect vision on Ming. We can peace out with you. And we are not going to take the provinces ourselves. We're going to give it immediately to Egypt. That will give us a little bit of extra thinger, but it's fine. There we go. Boop and boop. So that's done. And that gives us a nice little bit of connective tissue over to British Kanem. And that will allow us to then get connective tissue all the way to the west eventually. So we now have one siege going here. We have two sieges going here. And I'm not going to bother moving these guys quite yet, I don't think. I think I'm gonna move. There we go. There we go. We're at 46% war score already. And so we've taken control of all these random provinces. We can take another one of these things. We're going to do improved force march. Improved force march is pretty useful. It basically means that I can use force march anytime my troops have full morale with no cost. I just have to remember to turn it off at some point. And if they do lose a fight, that would actually be very bad now that I think about it. Alright, we're already at 68% here, so I can probably take as much as I'm going to need. I guess I could. Let's find out if I try to take everything. If I try to take everything, I'm going to have to deal with all of those fucking troops. I'm not going to do that. So we are instead going to try to take, at most, every province except one. And then we don't have to deal with those guys as separatists because they will still be the standing army of Ming. And there we go. If we just do all of this, this is 112% overextension. If it's only 112% overextension, I can actually handle this right now. So all we need to do is get this pieced out, and then we will be done with Ming, pretty much. I mean, technically speaking, we won't be done with Ming, because we'll have to do the thing, whatever. Right, so, that's a big relief effort. And let's see here. We're going to have you guys... you know what, we're going to leave you here for now. Just won the siege of Chengdu, and that might give us sufficient for, yes, this is sufficient. So this is sufficient to take this 82% war score victory. We're piecing out with Ming, and we are all set. So we have 112% overextension here. But here's the thing. I don't even think I want to do this. I think I want to take 96% from them. And are any of these forts? No, I'm taking all the forts here. So if I take all the forts here, I get myself 96%. I do not now have to create a client state to deal with this. And either way, it's one short war to take out the rest of Ming, right? So instead, we're going to do this. This gives us 96% overextension. We can save that client state slot for someone else, someone more valuable than dealing with Ming of all people. We could, for instance, make one just to deal with Manchu. So that might be effective, but we'll see. At any rate, we are going to go ahead and peace out here. This is already over. They didn't even get a chance to try and siege anything, even. So we're going to take all of our troops here. We're not going to take all of our troops here because these damn things on the corner are causing problems for us. And send everybody down here, except we are not going to send you. We're going to go somewhere else. We're going to send you somewhere else. No, we're not going to send you anywhere. We're just going to leave you here. And apparently we don't have any unrest. Somehow. Okay, well, that's fine. And who else is here? Anybody? Yes. So this troop down here can go to here instead. And we forgot to actually bring this army over, but that's fine. So next, who's next on the chopping block? That was fast. We can start annexing Bharat and Malaya if we want. Do we want to annex you? Oh god, we have to spend so much. So very much. Okay, that's 675 to do this. And yes, we are just going to annex them, I think. It's fine. Let's see. Kutai exists solely as terrain that is not going to give me overextension. And Brunei, I can give all of Brunei's provinces to Malaya if I want. So I think we are going to pull this army over. We're going to declare on Kutai first, annex them, take those provinces for me, and then we'll declare on Brunei and take those provinces for our vassal. No, we'll take the provinces for our vassal first. Do I have anything else that I need to be doing right now? Yes, I probably should start coring all this territory that I just took, and I probably also should have increased my stability before I took all this territory, but, you know, it's fine. Whatever. It's not like we made a mistake, it's more like we gave ourselves room to improve next time. That is a lot of provinces. Holy shit. Okay, so those will finish in a couple of years. And who is next on the chopping block? So Portugal is now on the list of great powers. They are now a viable target for my maximal efficiency. They do have 534 personnel development. They're going to require 2 wars to conquer, I think. And that means that we should probably deal with them soon. And we have the capacity to do so. However, while we do have the capacity to do so, we don't have the desire to do so because that is something that's going to require that we take on overextension. We don't have a client state with territory over there right now. So that's unfortunate for us. Let's see. France, if we declare on France, they're allied with a bunch of random people. They are guaranteed by Austria and Great Britain. Austria is actually willing to accept now. Britain is actually so far in debt that they're almost not willing to help. So right now, if we finish this annexation, we have the ability to get a client state up here, but not until we finish this annexation. So we have two options with how to proceed over here. We have the option of making a new client state, and we have the option of utilizing Bharat Egypt to just annex all of this. We'll see which we do. And we might even do both. We might do a combination. That is okay. I thought that was 70,000. I'm like, oh my god. And we have a truce with you for 1 more year. We do not have a truce with Astrakhan. Astrakhan is totally annexable right now. They're allied with Fars and Transoxiana. Do we want to dive them now? We're looking for minor wars that we already have the troops in place to win, and I think that's who we're going to dive next, yes. But we are going to want to start this first. So we'll need to wait until the 17th of February before we actually declare war. But we are going to declare war on them next, I think. Gouge is still a tributary of Ming. They only have 67% stuff, which is surprising. Interestingly enough, now that I think about it, there's tributaries of Ming that could actually give me easy access to eat the rest of Ming. So, that's cool. Let's see. We have 60,000 troops puttering around down there. These guys are going over to dive Brunei. We're going to start the annexation process here. And now that we've started this annexation process, it's not going to be halted if we declare some wars. So, first war that we're going to declare is declare war on time. Give me a second to see what time it is. Alright, it is 2 o'clock, which means that it is getting really late and we need to end the stream here for today. We have now taken control of a huge swath of the world. We have about 60 years left to conquer the rest, and the rest of the world is something that it's all just one war for most of these places. So I think that we're actually we're making good time here. I might actually finish like 20 years ahead of schedule even. I'm not positive on that. Don't quote me on that. But right now, as long as I continue at the pace that I've been taking things at today, I should be able to finish up the world conquest. Which is a little surprising to me, because I did think that I was being sloppy and lazy just now, and it turns out that things start escalating very quickly once you get the client states in order. So, anyway, so that's going to be it for right now, so thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for today. Next time, we will finish this world conquest, unless there's some sort of emergency that prevents me from doing so. And once we've done that, I will be looking into doing some other stuff. We'll see what we want to do. I'm probably going to be doing EU4 every week, but I don't think I'm going to be doing it every day anymore once we finish up this run. So, later, folks.